style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, one and all, to NACL playoffs, baby. We are sponsored by Philips Norelco One Blade, obviously. Thank you, Cubby, for righting the wrongs. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we are here for a fun best of five to see if the streak can continue for Winthrop University.
I'm glad we didn't beat around the bush early on with that one, Mazel.
Just had to get it out of the way. You know?
I did have to enjoy the sponsored product a little bit off stream, but shout out to Philips Norelco One Blade for the support. And, we got to clean up and look our best when things matter most, Mazel. Playoffs are here. They've been banging so far. If you guys have been tuning into the NACL playoffs, have you been in for a treat or what? 21 out of 22 potential games have been played with all but one series going the distance. And that one series put the one seed in the lower bracket who we're going to see today.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing is if you have no idea what's going on, you're going to be so surprised when we bring up this bracket because it has been wild. The 3, the 2, the 1 seed all have been in the lower bracket, and so far Winthrop has been able to handle them up until now with NRG on the horizon, but it has been a crazy spring playoffs.
It really has, and I think part of what has made this is a lot of teams stepping up. I've said this a couple times on broadcast, but it really felt like throughout the regular season, we had 4 good teams. And then conviction kind of fell off. They made their changes. And in that time, Supernova and Winthrop really stepped up and got hot. We saw those 2 teams go the distance yesterday in a best of 5 that really could have went either way. But Winthrop felt like they were the better team that really played better at the later stages of the game yesterday, which was the big difference maker in making sure that they were able to win and be here to face NRG today. As their big week continues, they got this matchup to try and move forward in the lower bracket, trying to knock out the number 3 seed, the number 2 seed, now the number 1 seed in order. And they will see the number 3 seed in Maryville University this weekend on twitch.tv/LCS Saturday morning for Seed-Law Finals as well. Shout out to their Valorant team who are in the finals as well. So a big week for Winthrop University, and the league boys have stepped up to the table.
And I know we didn't talk about it too much, but I'm actually super excited for that CCG versus Conviction matchup. I think both of them are just cresting a high right now, and I really want to see what it's like when they go up against each other. That being said, though, today's matchup, all important, lower bracket, elimination on the line. It's so crazy the duality of these stories between the teams when you had such high highs, such high moments for NRG for the entirety of the split, and now potentially you're going to fall short right when you're about to hit that finish line for a team that it felt like had found the spark. And for Winthrop University, they're the ones that actually had the spark.
Yeah, I mean, again, for Winthrop University, there was a tweet from Shogo that I really enjoyed, which giving kudos to Denethor, Mobility, and Kim Down, who, in his words, have always been good. But to see Wilson and Zach step up and into the roles that they're in now for this team, it really feels like the supporting cast has been the one that has stepped up and put Winthrop University in this situation. So I think yesterday, Mobility himself said he didn't feel like he had his best series. In the past, if that was the case, that was a Winthrop University that wasn't going to find a win. For me, the big story yesterday was that Zach blind picked all 5 games, first picked his mid laner in the last 3, and being able to find a win from that. Zach was a player that I was really looking for teams to punish early on in the split. He has really come into his own throughout NACL as, I think from week 1 to now, the most improved player we've had in the league. And a lot of those mids that I was looking to punish him throughout the regular season, he's now getting the best of with champions that he's blinding. Yeah. So we'll see if that can continue today against someone that I had on my ballot for first team All-Pro in Phi Mini. And also, my vote for most improved from last split throughout this split, what we've seen from him. So I think the mid-lane matchup and a lot of the matchups we have across the rift going to be a lot of fun today.
Yeah, the way that he kind of enables Wilson's play is really cool, and you got to see that at least in their last series as well. And I think it will be one of those things where the meta of the series itself dictates how impactful it's going to be, but I expect it to have a lot of influence, especially on those jungle roles, because I know that's something we'll be talking about a little bit later as well, is who needs to be impactful in this series as a whole as well. But as we're getting closer to interviews, getting closer to the start of the games and stuff, I still think it's important to highlight some of the positives for NRG. I mean, they were 4th seed through the regular season, and I just think their last series was a little bit of a weird setup for them, and I think it's going to be really important to kind of keep in mind that this team can be a Titan moving forward. But speaking of moving forward, I do hear that we are ready for our interview. So Cubby, I'm going to send you away.
All right, I'm sitting down with the Winthrop coaching staff. Thank you so much for taking time out of your very busy week, Tails.
Thank you.
I know that this is the week that is most important within your guys' season. What's been part of really, I think, handling the excitement of that with a team that is competing at such a high level and for the highest stakes possible this week, balancing out both CLOL and NACL?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really rewarding. We've been putting a lot of work, so it's nice that we get to keep playing, kind of just enjoying the ride, having fun with it, and staying positive and, believing in that we can do it. So it's been fun.
Helps when you're winning. I really
sure.
appreciated Denethor's interview yesterday, talking about how everyone on the team has been really willing to, drop in draft or pick up blinds. I think the big story for me yesterday was Zach, who blind picked all 5 games. He first picked his mid laner in the last 3. And I had talked with him before the series, and he said that he wasn't really even actively playing League before the split. Gave you guys some kudos and how you've been working with him throughout the split. What's it been like seeing a player grow so much from week 1 to now? And what kind of, what do you give him credit for? And what's it been like working with a player that was a little cold to start off the split and trying to gain some confidence to where he was at then versus now?
Yeah, so a little backstory is Zach's last semester here. So this is kind of like his, last run with League, both collegiate and I think maybe NACL wise. He's been playing for a while, and he's been at Winthrop for a couple of years. So our teammates here, excuse me, our teammates here really kind of know him. So even though he kind of took a break earlier this semester, he kind of gelled in really well with just personality and knowing how he plays. I think I want to give a lot of credit to not only Zach for putting the work afterwards when he started gelling with the team, but also Tomo, who came in and kind of really helped just all of our laners individually, including jungle, on things to focus on, to work on. And it's been really great facilitating that dynamic. And I'm really happy to see kind of everyone chipping in and growing and giving each other feedback. So it's been a fun split. Lots of bumps along the road, but it's nice seeing everyone get better. So it's good.
It's been a pleasure to watch. I mean, being in a developmental league, of course, we're competing for the LCS slot now, but all we can really hope is that teams and players improve throughout the split. Definitely been the case for you guys, especially the fact that you finished up regular season on that 4-1 run. Now going through the gauntlet in the lower bracket of the 3 to the 2 to now the 1 seed today. Thinking of NRG, question I've asked every coach in every interview, Tails. What's the biggest challenge that NRG presents you guys as a team?
Biggest challenge? I would say they're individual laning. I think the remaining teams in NACL have really strong laners, and there's gonna be some skill checks, gonna be some hands diff, so we just gotta kind of match up to that and get ready to fight. So excited to see the games play out.
I am too, Tails. Last question before I let you get back to the team. If it's going to be a Winthrop win today, what are the keys to victory for you guys?
Keys to victory would be making sure our lanes do well and we're team fighting well. I think it's going to come down to a lot of that. I think our macro has been pretty solid recently, and we've been trusting each other in calls, making good plays, bad plays. As long as we trust each other, I think it'll end up well. So we'll see how it goes.
Best of luck today. I know the macro got you to where you're at today, in my opinion, yesterday. Hope that continues. Thanks for the interview, Tail, at the time, and best of luck. All right, Coach Tails of Winthrop University, Mazel. Definitely a big focus on that individual laning, hoping that they can match some of the might of NRG. I know Zamudo for me and Fine Mini were both my first team votes for All-Pro looking at the solo lanings. So I think putting some respect on the work that those guys and also the bot lane of NRG can do if they get a good draft. We've seen Spica and Sushi run away with some games, and some others, some other bot lanes have gotten the best with them. I feel like they're a little bit more Jekyll and Hyde down there, but this is a team that is very strong in lane and strong early on.
I do expect a little bit of confidence gaming coming through for me because you get beat like that for NRG. I do expect a little bit of a bounce back here. But as we take a look at Winthrop University taking on the 1 seed NRG in the lower bracket, it's a Winthrop miracle story that we all love to follow, and we'll see if it continues here. Again, played every game possible for this team so far in the playoffs, and they are spiking exactly when they need to.
Yeah, I mean, for Winthrop University, we were kind of talking about earlier on, Mazel. It felt like last year we had a similar story for them in spring, going up against Near Airport, finding wins against them in the regular season, then going to 5 with a little bit of drama behind that best of 5
Making
as well.
it to the playoffs, the last run, like the last 2 wins. Oh, it was crazy.
Yeah, so for me, though, I never really believed in that Winthrop University team last year. I've got a little bit more belief in this one this
you
year.
don't say.
Yeah, I really do. I think a lot of that is the supporting pieces. The way that Zach and Wilson have really stepped up. And then Kim Down coming into this team. I know that Only 35, of course, is at Winthrop as well. It feels like both Kim Down and Only 35 have had really strong splits on different rosters. A little bit of a change there, but it's almost been a positive for each player. And I know KD, from just seeing him in combines and other teams, Kim Down is going to be the one that's the most vocal in terms of making calls and really trying to feed, the team the right thing. With Tails talking about the macro again, really feel like the team play is what edged out Winthrop versus Supernova yesterday. Yeah. And if they can get to those later stages against NRG, it is where they struggled against CCG in that first best of 3 in the upper bracket, as they had leads at 15 in both games. I will say the first game they might have had a gold lead, but that Nasus was pretty big for where the game was at.
Pretty big, yeah.
So, but again, talking about the might of NRG, I'm wondering if Winthrop can match that. If they can edge them out in the macro later on, that might be the bread and butter for Winthrop in terms of trying to find a win.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at this Winthrop roster, because again, it's one that has some big pieces of development, obviously, that we've been talking about, but also some more known names. I think being able to have a weapon like Denethor against the matchup you're going to be facing today is going to be highly, highly coveted. But a team that has really shown up when it matters most, and that's something we're going to continue to talk about today.
Yeah, I know that was talking about how Zamudo is probably the top laner to beat in the league. Denethor also giving Zamudo some props as someone that he said he's always looked up to. But today's going to be the day where he takes them. And to be fair to Denethor, I know that for the broadcast team, the majority of us had Zamudo first team as a top laner and Denethor second. He's been really big on a carry. Even yesterday in the chat, I had Sniper, who's on Conviction and will be competing tomorrow against CCG, saying, I'm giving the matchup yesterday to Denethor. As long as Winthrop picks carries for Denethor, he felt like Denethor could win. And Denethor has really proven himself on both the carries and the tanks. His Scion was really impactful in that Game 5 yesterday, as he was able to find that. So I know that he's been a highlight, but again, I feel like the supporting cast of this team, Wilson and Zach, there were issues with that mid-jungle duo in the first couple of weeks when Winthrop wasn't finding wins. They were playing the mid-game too fast. I think they were tripping over themselves, trying to snowball these games through. I don't feel the same issues from Wilson and Zach. They feel like more of assets than liabilities on this team. And I really feel like that's been the biggest difference maker in terms of making sure that Winthrop, they might be a 5 seed, but they're a team that is very, very competitive and keeps on finding wins here in the NACL.
Yeah. I also just really appreciate Zach's champ pool. Been willing to go with some of the outer liars, which has been really fun. But let's go ahead and take a look at the competition. A team we haven't seen in a week. You have Red Hot Winthrop University. You have NRG, who had a cold start to their playoffs. But here they are, lower bracket. The time is now, and this is a team I expect to be able to step up.
This has been the team to beat so far in the NACL. And if you remove 2 days from the schedule, they're undefeated. I really feel like, too, with Fine Mini, of course, playing the playoff matches, Ciro got some time, showed, I think, some of his individual might in the games that he was able to play. But Fine Mini, I know from talking to the staff behind the scenes, brings a lot to comms. And this team with Fine Mini, they were the team to beat in the regular season. The fact that they did lose to CCG was a surprise, as CCG was a team that, kind of like Winthrop, going into that series, we were questioning, does this squad have the might to match and beat NRG? They proved that they could off of an incredible performance from Dardoch in that series as well. So I know that our featured matchups, we don't have jungle as one of our featured matchups. So we're going to tease in the next couple minutes before we get into the game. But my eyes are really on jungle for this series, because I feel like Wilson continues to step up and again be more of an asset than a liability, something that I did not feel as much earlier on in the split. Whereas Kisno, he had an off series against CCG, and Dardoch really cashed in on that. So I want to see him put a better foot forward as someone that kicked off our year really doing his best to sub in for DSG and find wins before Kryra even got in at the tier 1 level.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. And I've got to talk to him a little bit about that, and he feels like the biggest thing he learned was just how the process works at that high level, like how game reviews work, how you look at the game a little bit differently. And it's been really interesting to see him try to like turn those things into lessons learned in the NACL as well. And I think for a majority of the split, we've seen a lot of promise as well from Jungle. And I know you're talking about the jungle, maybe not something everybody really wants to focus on, but it will be important. I think in general, jungle has been such a trendsetter in this meta, obviously, and a lot of that pace control of the games. But for these two guys specifically, I think they really, really have a good time when playing with that control, when playing with that kind of team play, especially from the lanes. And that's why I'm really excited for today, because I do expect a lot of skirmishing. And I do expect a Kisno that's maybe a little bit more boisterous than he was in their last series, because it felt like a little bit of a quiet one there for him as well. But let's go ahead and move forward into our face-to-face matchup presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade, as the ADC role is going to be all the spotlight tonight. Mobility has been on a heater, even with the slight downtrend that he stated himself for that last series. Sushi has been an all-star, all-split, but was extremely quiet on utility carries the last time out.
Yeah, I think Sushi's last outing is one that he wants back, going up against CCG. Just some moments where he had some oopsies in the team fights, area that I'm really not used to seeing oopsies from Sushi in. But on the flip side, Mobility, he's been really big for his team. And my big beat for Mobility this year is that in the past, there have been games where I feel like if Mobility gets a lead, I'm not always 100% confident in him to make sure that that lead turns into a win. That has not been the case this year. I think that Mobility, if he's able to get leads, and he has been able to do so with Kim down and lanes, he has been much more consistent in positioning and performing in the team fights, which has been really big for Winthrop University. So both these ADs I had on my all-pro balance as well. Excited to see them go toe-to-toe today, and you can see that pool for Sushi. We'll say that, you know, at this point, Winthrop, given the lower bracket run and also not having the bye, we have seen more games from them, and we have seen Mobility reach into that champ pool a bit, but a lot of shared champions between these two players, and definitely a bit of bias towards stuff like Jin and Ezreal and the skill shot champions that each of these players share.
But I will say something that I found really interesting when like getting to speak with Mobility and hear from him as well. It's one of those things where he is picking the Jinx, he is picking these hyper carries, the Aphelios, especially in their first best of 5, right, in the lower bracket. He was picking those things because he has confidence that he can carry the game. And that's what I need from both of these guys tonight, right? Like, you need to have that kind of ego in some regards to say, I can lock in this hyper carry and I can carry this 5v5. I would love for that to be the case tonight. I know Mobility is going to be fighting for that one as well, especially as the series goes on, because I do expect this to be a little bit of a longer series, and those stress levels really going to have to be indicative of how these teams want to approach these later games in the series. Because I think once that switch flips and you have that kind of confidence play coming through from both these ADCs, I think it's going to make it a very, very different game.
Yeah, and again, I think stepping out of lane with a lead, I do have a lot of confidence in both these ADs to carry that through. I do think that Sushi had a hiccup again in that series against CCG. And Mobility
Give
yesterday...
him a hyper carry, man.
Yeah,
see it.
Mobility yesterday, he ended up winning the Jinx game in game 4, or game 3, but that was probably a game that should have went Supernova's way with what Levitate was able to get early on. So I think, you know, him being a little bit hard on himself with his performance there, he knows that it's crunch time, and Mobility has been stepping up for the most part. So definitely excited to see these guys go toe-to-toe, as I really feel like there's been a lot of splits where, you know, of late I haven't covered the collegiate scene as much. There has been as much coverage of it. And the folks that have covered it, they've always came in and been like, all right, mobility. Check this guy out. He's playing really well. And it gets to NACL, and I'm like, all right, he's all right, but I don't really see the hype matching up with the play. This has been the split where I really feel like that hype has come to fruition, and Mobility has put his best foot forward. So excited to see if he can do so today against good competition at Sushi.
Man is locked in. He even has like the locked in face every time we see him. He's just ready to go. Somewhere else that I want to get locked into, though, is this top lane. It is the elephant in the room. It is everything you want it to be. It is one of the premier top lane matchups, two of our best representing top laners, and both of them know each other very well. This matchup is going to be hype. I'm so excited to see what the picks end up being, and when we see that secondary switch flipped, when they really want to go for their comfort picks, when they are saying that we want to have that impact.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have two of the best top laners in the league going up against each other today. Really has been Denethor for me. Kind of like mobility I was talking about, Denethor. I've always felt like Denethor was a better performing top laner than where this team was at. I felt that way again this split, as he has always been rock solid in the long solo lane, which is really tough to do. But going up against Zamudo, I said on my stream a few times that I feel like there are a couple players we have in the NACL that are cheat codes for the league. Zamudo is one of them. It really has felt like for the entirety of the season, Zamudo has been a notch or two above the rest of the top laners that we've had in the league. His ability to lane consistently and be dominant in lane, it kind of has made the rest of the map easy at times for NRG, because it just feels like Zamudo is always ahead of where he should be in his matchup, regardless of what champion or archetype he plays. But going into Denethor today, we've really seen Denethor lean a little bit more towards those carries, as Kim Down has leaned a little bit more towards the engagers. I think that's built comps for Winthrop that spike a little bit earlier compared to what we've seen with a lot of teams, like looking at CCG, sticking more with the enchantresses with the tank tops. Those comps spike a little bit later. Denethor has cashed in with that. So definitely hoping that game one, Denethor selects the right runes. And for the entirety of the series, we get to see both these top laners go toe-to-toe, because I think arguably, with the form that we had Sniper in regular season, which wasn't his best, props to Sniper, he was fantastic in the first couple series for the playoffs. These were the two top laners I was looking forward to seeing the most. And I think going toe-to-toe today, mutual respect between both of them. Excited to see them each give it their all.
I am so curious. I mean, obviously the champ pool's a little bit different there. Denethor has definitely been willing to play a lot more one-offs, but very, very excited to see if we start getting into those pools here today, because it is lower bracket, it is elimination, and I know both these guys have a lot of things they want to get done in this conversation, I guess you could call it, in the top lane that's going to be happening over these next games. But I know they both have a lot of respect for each other and learned a lot from each other playing each other. So I think it's going to be a really cool matchup to kind of define what this match, at least between the two players specifically, is going to be looking like for this year.
I mean, I think for these guys as well, they've said that they've been 1v1 partners too. And
yeah,
speaks to the mutual respect that they have. Again, I feel like if you're competing in NACL and you need to pick any top laner to have as a 1v1 partner, I would try and lobby Zamudo to be my 1v1 partner, because again, this guy just lanes so extraordinarily well. And yeah, the fact that these guys again go toe-to-toe a lot, I think very highly of both players. Each team now in the top four, and we'll see who wins in the do-or-die matchup today.
I do know that, like, I know we were talking about, mobility being hard. And I think everybody on NRG was hard on themselves, obviously, with that last series. It was a weird series, it felt like, for them.
They did play Zamudo. It wasn't great. I would have been hard on myself, too.
Yeah. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, Zamudo has that kind of improvement mindset. He has that kind of, I guess I would call it kind of a revenge mindset in a way, where he, like, but it's more revenge on himself. It's like, I need to be better next time. I got to beat what I just put out on the Rift. And I think that's going to give a lot of motivation to Zamudo to really outperform this series, which I'm always here for, because the guy has been a legend, I feel like, so far this year in NACL.
I don't want to get into the broader topic of visas and LCS, but I really feel like if the visa situation for Zamudo was better, he would not be in the league. And he is a player that I enjoy casting, but also have a feeling of, at times, I wish I wasn't casting this player. Or
I love his mindset, man.
Yeah, as I like to joke with these guys, I want to follow them up. That's kind of the goal. Zamudo is definitely someone that I feel like, if you know ball, on your docket for being next up in his role. But a visa issue, it's definitely been something that's been a little bit tougher for all of our players this split. So without getting into that big rabbit hole that gets away from some League of Legends at times,
let's go back to League of Legends.
Yeah. No, we've talked about top and AD. I definitely want to give a shout out to both of our supports as well. I think Kim Down had a really big series as he won MVP yesterday. A just support MVP. Sometimes those are hard to come by. But Spica as well. For me, Spica I had him second team support in my All-Pro. I think Spica with
he's been great.
First semester. I guess I'm too school-pilled. First split of the swap has been really good. And I really feel like there are some champs that Spica plays that I'm on the lookout for. Particularly Bard should be highly contested between both these teams, but also Spica's Alistar. He's been one of the few players that's really willing to pick Alistar, and definitely it looks like he has some prowess on that champion compared to others. Whereas for Kim Down, I'm looking out for the Nico, and I know a trend I've noticed with Winthrop is that their two most banned champions throughout the split has been the Karma and the Seraphine, which I think really speaks to taking away the two enchantresses that folks view as the strongest in order to find, engage opportunities for Kim Down, which he has really cashed in on.
And I still think one of the funniest things that NRG could ever put out is like any of the comms of Spica trying to backseat Kisno in the jungle. I still think that would be a killer moment to watch, but I do love some of the communication that we've seen from Kisno and Spica in terms of how they want to move around the map, and especially the plays they make together. Again, I think whatever team, and we've seen that for Winthrop because they've been playing together so well, but whatever team is able to gel together today is going to be the team that comes out victorious, because that is the crucial thing we've seen in every series, it feels like so far, is if there's a little disconnect, it's very felt in a lot of the series we've seen. And maybe that's because we've gone the distance in almost every single one, but it's something that's going to be really important today too. And I think these two guys have a lot of impact in that and being able to roam outside of the lane itself.
Yeah, I will say that at least for the NRG side, I know that they've talked a lot about how Zamudo talks a lot about side laning in between like kind of the mid game, and they give Zamudo a lot of credit for actually dictating some of their macro as well. So I've recently been a little bit more biased. I know that jungle support, just given that they aren't tied to lanes and tied to fighting in the lanes, are usually more vocal. Of late, I've actually been a little bit more biased towards if you're strong in the game, you have to speak up more for yourself and what you need in the game. Which I know, I mean, Zamudo, again, is usually always strong on NRG.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that continues today as we are ready for draft, diving into this game one, Mazel. Some of the big B1s taken off the table, funnily enough, from the NRG side, as no Jarvan, no Vi, no Varus for the side of Winthrop.
And it says no setup. Is what NRG are saying. You have to carry this game, Wilson. Still a lot of options, obviously. I do like the Lucian ban just to get out maybe the 2v2 focus in the first game of the series there, especially, or maybe save it for later on. And yeah, there's the Ashe. I'm sure Seraphine either going to be picked up here if they want to steal it away, or just given away to NRG.
I mean, Winthrop has to know that they're giving this up. I think the Lucian ban from Winthrop also protects it a bit for mobility, as Lucian has been the most banned champion against Winthrop University. Mobility always been a Lucian player. I kind of assumed this is going to be, I was going to say MF Nautilus, but taking the Ezreal, and I think they're going to drop support, get the priority on the Nocturne. So do we see Xin Zhao Seraphine for NRG, which I would argue is the most stock standard draft we could see out of them, given its first pick Ashe.
It is indeed. Would be very curious. It is something, though. I mean, it's been a very powerful duo for the bot lane for NRG for most of the split, right? But it is something they faltered with and weren't able to build to fruition there in their last series. So maybe Winthrop University is saying, can you fix that performance? Or are you're just gonna take the same draft you got for game number 1 last series? Is it better this week? And NRG having a decent amount of time to work on things, I do wonder if it will be. But yeah, I do expect that Xin Zhao to come through here. Just some standard kind of skirmishing. No, the Mundo. So even more unkillable is going to be Kisno as he pulls out the big purple beast.
I mean, Nocturne Ezreal is not enough damage in the long term.
Not at all.
Something like Mundo and Seraphine. So I think the real backbreaker, the Ashe Seraphine game, was the Dardoch Big Bad Doug in Denasis. So Nocturne already showing, I think, opens up this pick for Kisno, as it's going to be power farming from him. And the Ashe Seraphine is strong enough in lane against Ezreal Bard to We'll be fine until 6. Post 6 is where Lord Ezreal can try and find some setup and make some plays on the bot lane, of course, with that Nocturne Paranoia as well. So junglers and bot lane showing early on. I would really like to see Ryze taken away here, whether it's going to be Zac on the Ryze, or I think especially taking away Ryze from Fi Mini, just because with Ashe Seraphine Mundo, Ryze can provide really nice setup, and I do think it's a champion that Fi Mini and Zac have each been particularly efficient on for the split.
And then we get counterpick for Denethor, which is what everybody came to see. In the end, though, we will see the Galio banned here by NRG. That Jace ban by Winthrop University, so not wanting to see that one. The one thing I'll say so far in the draft is a bit of ease of execution on NRG's side, at least with the first 3. We'll see what they do with the last 2. And some mechanical bars needed to be reached for Winthrop University, but if you can hit that, then I think it's very, very powerful, because you have the engage, you have the disengage, you have this tempered fate to be able to lay all that up as well, especially against a team that's probably going to want to be pretty grouped. I think it's pretty powerful moving forward for Winthrop University here. The Victor ban will be the final ban by Winthrop, taking that one away from Fi Mini. Some sustained, pretty healthy damage from the mid lane. We'll see what the final ban is going to be by NRG.
Feels like with the Galio ban might be teasing either Ryze or Rumble is where I'm looking for NRG. Again, Ryze, Victor also for me maybe teases that Ryze could be something that comes out.
Man.
So I feel like Ryze needs to be locked in almost from Winthrop, just because it's a big deny from Fi Mini and NRG. Seraphine giving Ryze that little bit of ounce and move speed and the bonus setup, but there's a lack of hard crowd control right now for NRG. So, okay, no Ryze. Instead, Zac is an old school Cassiopeia player. We saw this banned away by Supernova for the majority of yesterday until he got his hands on it in Game 4. Cassio is going to be picked to kind of dissuade the Ryze. And while I get concerned at times for Cassio with the range disadvantage, especially against stuff like Ashe Seraphine, this is a pick that can somewhat deal with Mundo. So,
true. Some sustained damage for sure.
DPS is there, and curious if we have a faster build coming out from Cassio instead of just the double scaling with the tier and the Roa. As I do think that getting to Leandries, especially when a Mundo is showing, is very important.
Yeah, I'd agree. I like the Aurora here, though, by Fi Mini. A lot of mobility out of that mid lane, but also some team fight setup for them with that between world. It's going to be the Blind Gnar from Zamudo, saying he wants to go with something a little bit safe, I guess.
It's a big deny, honestly, coming out from Zamudo. I think that Gnar with Hyper...
You mean the Denethor?
Yeah, it can somewhat deal with a Mundo, and Denethor Gnar, he's always been very comfortable on the champion. We've seen Zamudo recently picking up more Gnar. I think he put a lot of time into the champion this game, as it was a champion that he first timed in competitive for NACL this split. Vayne going to be the answer, so...
Okay!
That is something that can deal with Mundo. It brings the damage, as a really heavy DPS picked up by Winthrop in the last 2 picks. I think it makes the Cassio make a little bit more sense for me, because Cassio can be a pseudo-tank in a way in the front line, just if she ends up going tankier. I think that I expect Tira plus Roa a little bit more now.
You put Cassio next to Mundo. I don't know if you're going to get the same same front line.
It's not same. It's different. But yes. Hey, the Vayne into the Gnar, this has been a counter pick that was really popularized in the LPL, Mizel, with a top esports playing it into Bin and finding success. And honestly, a lot of Vayne bans we've seen in the second rotation to set up for these blind Gnars. So Denethor, we're going to see if he can prove his might into a champion that he knows very well. On the flip side, Zamudo kind of took Denethor's pick here.
We ain't mincing words in this series. We're going straight for the throat. We're going straight for a hype top lane matchup between Zamudo and Denethor, which I'm super, super excited about. But this is also something where, you know, it's a double marksman comp. You have the sustained damage with the Cassio. You have decent engage for Winthrop University. But it's still a situation where NRG have a great team fight setup. They have a great team comp together when these objectives start kicking off, and we'll see who makes the difference today. It's a do-or-die matchup in the lower bracket. It's Winthrop University on the run of a lifetime against the number 1 seed, NRG.
Excited for this one, Mizel. We'll see if the hot hand of Winthrop can continue, or if NRG, being the 1 seed, can make sure that they find the win. Do want to shout out Zamudo's setup early on. Halo Blades on the Gnar with a cloth armor and 4 pots going into this Vayne.
Yeah.
So definitely cooking a little bit with the technology, trying to limit Vayne's damage as much as possible. Of course, those Silver Bolts, the W, scales off of HP. So sticking with armor early on. We'll see if he's able to maybe find an earlier Steel Caps in this matchup, just given the fact he did start cloth armor.
I also do want to shout out, I love the cleanse coming out from mobility. You may say, oh, maybe there's not that much CC on the other side, but you get caught by one arrow, you get caught by one combo from Spica, that cleanse is going to be so useful to be able to get away from these fights. So just something to think about as we move forward as well. That 2v2, very important. But I want to take a look at the jungle paths here, because we will be having opposite side starts for both junglers this time around as well. And Wilson did go with the smaller camp clear for the AoE, going into his red buff now. Could make a weird little path if he wants to, but could also expect both teams just kind of opposite focuses for the early game.
I think the idea for NRG is if Kisno is farming and keeping pace with the Nocturne, they're more than happy. As Mundo, I think, really does need level 11 before he's happy against Nocturne. If Nocturne finds Mundo early, those duels can be really big. So the fact that they have the cross map early on, or the mirrored clears, it's going to help the Mundo in order to make sure that he's getting his camps and at least keeping pace with Nocturne, whereas Nocturne can outpace and outduel Mundo early on.
I think it's really cool right now, because this is a game setup where I feel like the lanes actually really matter. Like, these early trades on both sides really have a lot of impact on that first pathing from Wilson as well. But being able to see some fight given by Winthrop University in both of their solo lanes now, trying to take priority there, as bot lane probably not going to have priority against Seraphine and Ash for now at least.
Azriel's just going to try and get what farm he can. And again, once 6 comes in, that's when Bard and Azriel can really look for the setup with Nocturne to try and attack this lane. Because that's been the trend we've seen of Ashe Seraphine, and why we've seen some teams drop priority on the duo, given that it is scaling into the game. It is a duo where I think late game, and why it's so strong right now, Seraphine, surround sound, and doubling up on that, it's way too strong. But also, just the utility that it gives you, the fact that you have so many of these junglers going for the bruiser items, and how you can empower a top side, especially when your top laner gets to level 20. It's the synergy early on that gets you through the early stages where you're strong, but later on, just how you can empower your team in the 5v5. It does make those 5v5 setups really difficult.
We missed something in the top side. Both flashes down, exhaust also down. Zamudo very low. Kisno around the neighborhood here. Denethor does have a ward in the tri-bush there, so he should be okay if Kisno makes his way over.
I'm going to assume that Zamudo flashed because a flash condemn was used, and that got him out of the flash condemn in this matchup.
If you look at the timer, it's a little bit behind it. So. Pretty interesting stuff. But both flashes down can be punished. Obviously, Vayne, if overextended, can be easily ran down. We'll get the second clears coming out from both junglers here as well, though, having gotten their first items, or at least half items, completed on those first backs. Really want to start seeing Wilson be a little bit proactive once he hits that level 6 mark with the Paranoia. About 30 seconds out for a dragon to be spawning, and it's Infernal Dragon first. Oh.
It's fun. It just had Kim down and mobility split base early on. I do think that this first dragon, it's going to be kind of jungle might versus bot lane might in terms of what setup we can find. Again, I think it's really important that Kisno avoids Wilson, as Wilson dropping his Gromp to come bot and drop wards. It does mean that he's one camp short of that crab netting him level 6. Whereas if Kisno picks up his own Gromp and finds the crab that is on the bot side, that could just be 6 for him right off the rip. So definitely.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually going to walk all the way back to the Gromp here.
Yeah, I think that means the bot crab probably going to be in the hands of NRG early on, with the prio and the fact that their junglers on this side of the map with the mirrored clear. So again, really big for Mundo, just avoiding that Nocturne early on, as any fights that Nocturne does find when before really Mundo has 11, because that's when your ult gives you the regen where you can kind of keep up with a Nocturne that's pumping damage through you is good. So Wilson not having 6, he is going to be 1 camp short of that. Pretty important, because he can't pressure the Flashless Gnar quite yet, and this is going to open up an angle where Kizno at least going to tease the dragon here a little bit.
Yeah, I thought maybe with that push in bot lane would be good, but won't be committing to that just in case Wilson would be around the corner here. Wilson actually stuck his head into Kizno's jungle, didn't see the Raptors there, so did end up backing off. Maybe trying to look for the bot side clear now that he's very, very close to that level 6 mark. But so far, very steady early game from both teams. No real big focus on objectives. Just kind of riding the wave at this point, Cubby, which maybe is starting off slowly to build to something a little bit more hype here with another about minute and 20 for the grubs to spawn on top side.
I think the slower pace really does favor NRG. Overall, I know that Vayne, Cassio have some scaling. I think it's going to be a challenge for them to get through the damage, or at least the healing and sustain that NRG has. And the Ash Seraphine, the other good part about the utility is that it's going to give them a range advantage against everyone except for this Ezreal. So if they're able to utilize Ash Seraphine to reset some of these fights, keep the health bars high, and keep the Vayne and the Cassio at bay, that's the sort of fight where I am going to favor NRG. I think that if Bard has a big setup later on, that's what can be the backbreaker, because Bard is going to need to hunt the Ash Seraphine, kind of remove the utility and some of the strength, and hope that the DPS of the Cassio and the Vayne can at least be big enough early on where the Ash Seraphine can't slow down or reset these fights. So I think that really the Seraphine, I'm kind of surprised that Winthrop gave that pick away.
Yeah, me too.
I know that Ash Seraphine, it's been a draft's been deprioritized a bit over time, but if these guys group, it's so difficult to group against Seraphines later on. And I don't exactly see how Winthrop can find an early advantage outside of Nocturne plays and outside of this Vayne top, which kudos to Denethor. He has started to open up a little bit of his CS lead, but it's not one big enough where I think it's going to really warp this matchup enough to make a difference for Winthrop early on.
The big thing I will say, though, I would hate to pop a paranoia into that duo as Wilson. Like, I feel like Wilson has to be extremely careful for who and how he engages and from what direction, because an Encore and Enchanted Crystal Arrow can really stop him in his tracks and he just gets bursted down. So I really want to see that kind of cerebral gameplay come through from Wilson, as we will see the Dragon started by NRG using some of that bot lane push to move up now. It's going to look to reset. And again, it's another situation where NRG doesn't want to force a play. Kim Down might be the play, though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. He is CC'd from 100 to 0. First blood goes to Spica.
Just a little bit of a misstep coming out from Kim Down, because frankly, that was a good stall from Winthrop. And we were talking about top lane not being a big enough lead yet for Denethor to really make a dent. Zach's making a dent with this lead in mid. He's got a big lead on this Aurora. So he had push, and that's what got NRG off the objective.
Oh, this is bold. Smite goes to Kizno. They still get it. Paranoid pop. Wilson waiting to go in. Goes through when no resources are left, and he gets the kill there onto Sushi. Here comes 5 minutes to try to make the difference. Kizno and him have combined for 1. They're going to try to get a second on Mobility. Mobility, really nice flash there utilized. Kizno going to back away. It is bloody here as another flash come through from Kizno to get away from the tempered fate of Kim Down.
I like the look from Wilson. He wasn't able to get the Dragon, but you are fighting without Ash Seraphine having ults, and he was able to get Sushi in the backline. It just took too long, and he was kind of split with the rest of the fight. As they couldn't punish from there, we're going to get a look at the pick initially onto Kim Down. This is just a chain CC. Man? Picture in picture.
Yo, the plays! Denethor with the solo bolo gauntlet drop!
Big. Again, flip side, though, no Kim Down. So you're taking this down numbers, and I think that Zach and Mobility can't chase Sushi. I think after Sushi flashes, you just have to kind of leave Nocturne, kite back to your side of the map, or at least go down. Whereas I think they played too far off, which is what opened up the return. But yeah, going back to live, Denethor finding that solo bolo big. As Vayne now with the Hexploit on top side, and Wilson again getting up in the face of this Mundo. Wins out on the duels now. it's going to be 3 grubs going over to Winthrop with their solo lanes being ahead.
And we're going to take a look back at the solo play. This is just classic Vayne gameplay against the top lane.
That Condemn, the hop from Zamudo, he's trying to hop off a minion to get the secondary bounce. The Condemn stops him from finding that minion, isn't able to clear more space, and Denethor cleans him up with a kill. Well played by the top laner of Winthrop University.
I love to see that stuff. And now you got some leads busting open here. Zamudo's going to be back in lane, try to catch up in some of the CS, but love to see the game break open like this. I know that's not necessarily what we wrote for Kisno. He goes into it. He gets hit by the Encore, but the Tempered Fate stops Sushi in his tracks. Mobility is okay, but my God, that was terrifying.
Nice predict there from Sushi. Kind of called the gut check on mobility as he found the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He's going to at least
feeling himself today.
He's going to at least force the Ezreal back. But I think taking inventory of what we have now, the 3 grubs for Winthrop could be really big for Denethor on this Vayne. The Aurora, the Mundo, the Gnar, it can't really match Vayne in the side lane. I think that Ashe Seraphine, the ability to try and control Vayne in the fights is there, if you can lean on your range. But these grubs, if I'm Winthrop now, I'm kind of shifting my focus. I know that Ashe Seraphine is usually where I look to attack. I'm considering attacking the top side and really trying to set Zamudo behind, because I think that a kill in this lane could easily turn into the turret. Yeah. Or at least free things up for this Vayne, where if she's ahead of the pace of the game, we all know and have seen the scaling of Vayne. And again, can be really big for dealing with the top side of this draft, where Denethor is already ahead.
And we are getting to our first item spikes here. The double hex plates there for the top and the jungle of Winthrop University. Love the synergy there. The Roa starting to stack up for Zach as well. You will have the Heartsteel completed there for Kisno on the other side on the Mundo, getting closer for his teammates to hit that first item spike as well. He is getting closer and closer to that level 11 mark that you had called out for the Mundo. Maybe you're going to start feeling a little bit more proactive for NRG. About 1:15 for the Dragon.
I think this next Dragon fight is one where I'm going to favor Winthrop University right now. Again, Kisno doesn't have that second point in his ult. Ashe Seraphine, for me, is still kind of scaling and getting online. And with mobility, with a Trinity Forest on, and Zach being pretty far ahead of the curve, thanks to some nice laning from a pick that he's always played in solo queue, going back to a lot of Cassio that he's had in the past. This is one where I'm going to favor Winthrop's setup at the moment, just given that I think their draft is stronger. Even if the game is very close, as Between Worlds doesn't break the tether.
Really nice, but the save of the fear there forces the flash out of 5 mini. Really nicely done from Wilson, as he puts a little pressure on the overextended bot lane under his own side of the map, and there will be some plates going to Zach as well.
Yeah, little gamesmanship there on the tether from Wilson. Saved it until the Between Worlds 5 mini hopped, and yeah, you caught that one out nicely, Mazel, as he casted it after. So a lot of Aurora players will use that Between Worlds to try and break it. Some good clicks by Wilson to kind of play in the middle of that circle. Make sure that he was able to find the tether in the back half. So that is a big ultimate down for the Dragon. And again, for me, more credence as to why this might be a Winthrop look, but also no paranoia for this fight. Yeah. So I think that Winthrop has 2 options. You can stall out this scenario and wait for paranoia, and I think maybe give it and try and go top, or rely on the fact that Between Worlds is down for 5 mini. Maybe that's the bigger cooldown. I mean, it is the one that is taking longer to get back up off cooldown.
Looking like we're setting up for a 4v4. NRG are saying, we want to bring our comp to bear now. We want to bring everybody together and see if this makes the difference. Sushi gets caught by the Tempered Fate. Encore to delay. It will be the Dragon, number 2, going to NRG. Look on the back line, though. Zach has found a flank. Mobility having to flash forward. Does go for the trade, but Kim down. He's getting chased down. Wilson going to try to stop them. Zach coming around the corner. Wilson's still alive, but not for long. It's going to be double slows going in. Beautiful sidestep from Kisno and Sushi. Going to continue fighting as Sushi, feeling aggressive today, feeling that comeback from the last time out, and it's going to be a huge white play from NRG. 4 for 1.
No paranoia was the key in that fight, as they could not find backline access, and Spica had a really nice opener to the fight as well to keep Winthrop split up. as Zach wasn't really able to DPS early on. I'm curious to get a second look at that one, just because it felt like the timing of Spica using his spells, that's what opened up the Dragon going over. But again, Wilson with no Paranoia, that play on the bot side with the 2 ults out, no Paranoia ended up being more valuable, as they didn't quite see the opening of that play. Again, Zach was split, though, because Spica split the fight based on the engage that he took from the Banana Brush. And from here, Kisno, the Triumph proc is what got him to live. So the flash onto Kim down, he got Triumph. That's what made sure he didn't go down to the Casio. As Zach falls too, and that's NRG somewhat taking control of this game with pretty much a 2k gold swing. They're up now 1k in their favor after being down 1k before that play with 2 dragons in their hands.
Yeah, they're feeling much more confident now as their composition's coming online here. Working on second item already for 5mini, who has caught up immensely. He was down by like 30 CS at one point in the mid lane, but because of these last little bits and also because of the couple kills he was able to pick up, he's going to be feeling fine and dandy. Now about 1,000 gold lead for NRG as Rift Herald is on the board. And this is a situation where you're wondering, does NRG still feel as confident in their team fight comp? Because we've already seen it. We called it from draft. It is scary to fight into when they're all grouped up.
Hey, they just got in a better scenario as
Paranoia tried to get the Tempered Fate, but this is what I was talking about. Wilson having to pick and choose his engages, and now Kim Down is left out to die. Just be a bait in the future, as the response tools from NRG are so damn powerful.
It was a 2v1. I mean, Kisno was hovering, but he didn't contribute to that play whatsoever. I felt like a little bit of too fast of a play from Wilson. I mean, you have Spell Shield in some ways to play around the Ashe Seraphine. They had some good clicks to get out of the Encore, but I just think that where the Ashe Seraphine were, they had no sums, and it felt like a little bit too hard of a force for Winthrop. I think that play's there, but they were too close to turret for that to be a play, and then 5mini just finds...
Yep. The auto attack to finish him off. 5mini with a solo, Bolo, and Wilson. We are just getting solos all over the place, Cubby.
NRG taking full control of this game, and I think in hindsight, again, I was talking about maybe trying to play through or around top in Denethor. He was already strong, trying to open up things with his 3-grub Vayne. A lot of Wilson's time, I understand attacking the Ashe Seraphine, but also attacking that Aurora. The last few Paranoias that we have seen have not converted and have then been capitalized upon afterwards by NRG, taking the second Dragon, and now this fight mid, and the Rift Herald as well. So, big kill from 5mini. I mean, a scenario where NRG is winning on both sides of the map, and this Ashe Seraphine Mundo is only going to continue to scale, as things will continue to honestly get harder for the Nocturne, who's pretty far behind the pace of the game. So, I think the onus really going to be on Zach and Denethor to have a big fight. Mobility's still in good position farming nicely. They're going to
feel
find...
like they can catch Spica. They know he doesn't have Encore.
Okay.
They do take him down. Tempered Fate goes through, but just to deny a little bit more of that fight back. Big pick by Winthrop, and those are the kinds of plays we need to be able to see. They need to be able to time it off of some situations like that, as 5mini just stole that Scuttle Crab, by the way. Denethor going for the solo, pushes him out, but gets killed by Zamudo. He overextends his hand and gets it chopped off by Zamudo.
I think that was a little bit of desperation for Denethor. I know that Condemn of the corner, it was almost there. That was really close. It was only a few pixels off as he went for the Condemn Flash, but that misses, and really the one source of strength for Winthrop, it was Denethor on the top side, so that matchup just gets flipped now in Zamudo's favor. He's up XP, going to get some plates off this turret as well, so he can get some more defenses going into the Vayne, who will still be able to pump out the damage, but NRG in control of this game. Yeah. When you play Ashe Seraphine, how you snowball this one through is pretty simple, because it's wherever Seraphine's at on the map, group up around the Seraphine who can play like that. So I think the defense here are going to be difficult for Winthrop. Rift Herald used, get some points mid, but Dragon spawning. NRG in control on this side of the river so far.
I gotta say, a much better look from NRG from the last time out. It's a little bit of a different comp. I mean, some of the pieces obviously still the same from their last outing in the playoffs, but this is a much more together style of play we're seeing from them, something we saw so many times during the regular season, and happy to see it back, much to the chagrin of Winthrop University. They will be left here to start up the Dragon. I think NRG are going to want to contest this. This is sole point for them.
Yeah, I think so too. They are the team that's stronger right now. Denethor is already down here on the bot side, which is why we have TPs coming out.
Gotta think
try
two
and
items
answer.
there for a couple members of NRG. This is big spikes. You see Zach just takes a chunk there from the members of NRG. They
That's
move
Dragon.
in, they clear out, and they're looking to take this Dragon. Paranoid pop, Tempered Fate does not connect. It does burn the spell shield there but now they go straight onto Phi Mini here as he gets his way out with the Between Worlds, and Winthrop University left wanting in the moment as Kim Down face checks the bush, almost dies for it. Kizno should be able to walk out of here. Denethor going to try to chase him down. You got those silver bolts singing, but it's not enough. He's healing back. He was able to pop the ulti to get a lot of that health back. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes a little bit wide. Magical Journey. But then goes straight into Phi Mini. He just waits like the executioner at the guillotine. Smack goes NRG, and down goes Winthrop University.
These paranoias have not been converting into enough, and NRG has been absorbing them nicely, turning it around, and I think that's going to be game one. NRG scales better with those kills. They have an opportunity to maybe look at a Baron here. Okay, they're going to hit game one, or they're going to leave the Baron, just hit the Crab. But no signs of slowing down here for NRG. And I think that Winthrop, again, the onus is on the Nocturne to play fast. I just think that where the Nocturne decided to look for Wilson, we've seen Phi Mini do a really nice job of dealing with these ganks, and I think it's difficult to gank Aurora. I would have almost liked to see him, again, attack the Gnar, especially when Gnar's Mini. When Gnar's Mini, you have the least amount of base stats in the game. You can go hunt that champion and try and empower the Vayne that was already ahead. Aurora with Between Worlds deals with it really well. Nice use of the Between Worlds that time around to break the tether, as it was cast early by Wilson. And I understand not going for the Dragon once, NRG commits to the play, and we saw a couple of skills go sideways, but on the flip side, I think some of these forces, the Vayne Cassio, even though we say the Ash Seraphine can deal with it nice later on, it's not like they don't do damage later on in the game. And it feels like some of these plays going sideways being forced by Wilson has accelerated the game out of Winthrop's favor, as NRG with a Soul Point and Ash Seraphine fully online along with the rest of the team and 5k gold lead, it's going to be a really tough game to come back from for Winthrop.
It is indeed, and you can tell they're just trying to look for a Tempered Fate play on the side, Paranoia on top of it, try to find those big picks that were working somewhat for them. They're going to find some extra gold here on the side lane with the standing tower. We'll get the bounty for it as well for the team. Heavy lean by Winthrop University to make sure that that was possible and try to get back a little bit more of this gold. Only objective on the map right now is the Baron, but we will have about 2.5 minutes for that soul for NRG, and that might just be the nail in the coffin. A Mountain Soul with this composition feels impossible to beat, at least at this point. And we'll see now if the 2 item spikes are going to make the biggest difference for Winthrop University, as they have finally reached that precipice. About 2.5 items, actually, for Zach as well. They've got some scaling, Cubby.
They do. It's just, if you're going up against the double surround sound from Spica, which is, it's like, Spica and the rest of NRG, when it's double surround sound from Seraphine, it's like Jellyfish Jam.
Just constantly playing.
Just too loud.
How close
it's overwhelming.
It is to
you can't beat it. You can't help but dance to the beat of the Jellyfish.
What a great song. What a great moment.
What a great episode.
What a great episode. This is also a great episode for NRG, as we were talking a little bit about their previous performances, but a much different version, I feel like, today at least, representing maybe a different version from last time, but a little bit more like the regular season.
Okay.
Winthrop University going to go for the Desperation Baron play.
Cass
It
Vayne.
is not Envision, and they burn it quick.
It's Cassio Vayne. It's already at half. We'll see if NRG's on it. I think that this is just from Winthrop. It's a really tough game for them to come back from. Control Ward does go down in pit. They're going to back off quickly. NRG now should mess with the bases, because if they mess with the resets, it's going to be a reset before this Dragon that does spawn in the minute, which, of course, is Soul on the table for NRG. Okay.
Kim Down does get caught.
Good
Insta-McHales, and he's out of there. Had to use literally everything.
Speaking of using everything, Wilson's HP a little low. NRG is going to force out the Nocturne, and that's going to be full Bot River priority over to NRG, who, seeing Nocturne with that late reset, trying to reset themselves. Mobility does stop at mid. We're going to get a precision play off the last play. This was a magical journey that I don't think this magical journey would be put in Disney World. I don't think this one would make Disney World. Phi Mini was an absolute terror, as that was more like, the Nightmare magical journey in Alice in Wonderland.
Dude, I'm just imagining 5 Mini in that moment. He had to be just absolutely
It was the evil bunny.
having a good time. Just be able to blow 3 people up there in the moment. Now, Dragon has spawned. We're resetting for this fight. This is a do-or-die moment for Winthrop, it feels like. NRG, it's just another day on this Summoner's Rift as they are going to try to move in, start this one up, and beg the question, Winthrop University, what can you do?
I think finding Seraphine or having a big Tempered Fate needed NRG should stay split up. Try and avoid it.
Have Mega.
Again, poke favors NRG just given they have. Yep, there's the surround sound from Seraphine. They're not even doubling up on it. And Winthrop relegated the playing through the bot side. There's Banana Brush control in favor of NRG.
Zamudo using this time. Tempered Fate does connect on a speaker, but Enchanted Crystal Arrow to deny the fight. Paranoia coming in. Look at the move by 5 Mini. He's trying to find an angle there as well. But this favors NRG. They are so sustain heavy. They can take these long fights. Winthrop University cannot. They will lose pole position on the Dragon, and they will lose the soul to NRG. Look at those shields coming up as the Mountain Soul blesses NRG.
In a nutshell, I think that's why we've seen a lot of MF Nautilus be successful to Ashe Seraphine, because if they do get to this point later in the game, and you can't blow them out of the water early, it's really tough to face Seraphine teams grouped up, as NRG really pretty easily push Winthrop down in the bot side river. Again, this 5k gold lead in the Dragon Soul, just given the drafts we have, it's a much bigger lead for NRG in the game than what it looks like on paper, so Baron cannot even be contested, given the tools that Winthrop used in that Dragon skirmish. And again, this is looking to be pretty solid game 1 for our #1 seed.
True. You know, they could get a tier 2 turret and bounty. Got like 1,000 gold back. But as you said, that gold lead is way bigger than maybe is on paper here. And I will just say 5 Mini just completed a hat. And it's a big one. As that's going to be really nice for 5 Mini. We've already seen him just assassinate people in this game. It's going to get that much worse. Now the question is, NRG trying to finish out the game here. Could see another maybe 50-50 over the Elder Dragon, but in a position like this, I expect NRG to lean on their veterancy, lean on some of the plays we've seen before from them, and close this one out cleanly.
It'd be pretty easy to close out. You can fish with Enchanted Crystal Arrows. And if your health bar gets low, again, just back off, double W, and chill. Which NRG has done a really nice job of doing so far. Again, just leaning on the Seraphine whenever is necessary. So, like the, I think a little bit more of a cautious setup coming out from NRG, playing 2 lanes narrow here with the Baron. And again, just think that Winthrop's Cop didn't quite play fast enough. We'll attempt to play onto Zamudo, and they do get his flash.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Pretty decent. As Winthrop University going to take down another outer turret here in the mid lane. Final one. Get him down, getting chased down. Gets Heartsteel struck by Kisno, so that's going to feel good for Kisno. Meanwhile, back at the base, NRG taking down an inhib.
Yeah, I'll trade my top winner's flash for an inhib. That's,
hey,
again,
Wilson, you got some business with Kisno? Because I think he's calling. I think you might have to answer the phone. Okay, you don't have to. You can let it ring, I guess.
Bot inhibitor taken care of. NRG shifts to mid and top to keep on playing an arrow 2 lanes. And Winthrop, at this point, it's okay to talk about game 2. I think that's the case.
You don't want to talk about how Kisno has 85 Heartsteel stacks? You don't want to talk about...
Nope. It is kind of funny to see the Dead Man's Plate have a bigger number than Heartsteel, though.
Just keep moving.
Yep, it's all right. I think for Winthrop, just again, if they want to play fast in the next game or have a faster comp, just making sure that the plays they end up electing to take more spot on. I do think that 5 Mini did a really nice job of neutralizing a lot of the plays that did go into him. But again, kind of questioned the approach of having the Nocturne go towards the Cassio lane, where I think Cassio is a very powerful side laner, and being left in isolation can be good.
Oh, Oh no, that's the flash instantly out of Wilson. This is a troubling position to be in, as Wilson gonna get slowed down. True Shot Barrage does deny it, but Zamudo try to step forward, just obliterates him. My god, those boomerangs hurt. Encore's gonna connect on a 2, instant cleanse from mobility. Sushi's getting low, Sushi's going down, Denethor is weaving. That's gonna be a couple kills there. Zamudo tries to go for the Mega Gnarl, but doesn't hit it. They are losing their base. They need to win this fast, as Kisno gonna step back up, slows down Wilson. Now mobility is being aggressed on by Kisno. They go for Zach. They're gonna have so much damage here. The fear is gonna come through though. Is it enough? Zach goes down. Kisno's dead. 5 minutes finishing the game here with the minions. It's the shutdowns aplenty to Winthrop University, and Denethor is able to respond here, as that was a topsy-turvy fight and a lot of damage done by NRG.
And a win for Winthrop, as I'm kind of calling it game. NRG played that fight too fast. That was the first fight where they didn't reset, absorb the engage, and then reset with the Seraphine. They tried to go all in. The ground from the Casio and the choke really slowed them down on the fight, and Denethor was able to find Sushi on the back half. So the formation that's been so hard to break for NRG, I think they got a little bit too split up as they saw the man advantage on the Kim down, tried to put that one a little bit too quickly, and Winthrop, Zach and Denethor with the solo lane DPS did really shine through. So if I'm NRG, I'm just looking at that fight and being like, all right, return to the formula, get the Tempered Fate out from Winthrop, get the Paranoia out, or absorb the engage, back off, hit the double surround sound from Seraphine, and then be able to fight up tools, up resources. That time around, they fought into the DPS and did make a mistake, and Winthrop did find a win and much needed gold in their pockets.
And now we have about 45 seconds, a little bit more, for this
Sushi
Elder Dragon. This is the 50-50 you dream of, at least in desperation for Winthrop University. But NRG, they need to be calm, cool, and collected with how they face this fight, because we do have some premier item spikes coming through for Winthrop, and one fell swoop, one Elder Dragon flip might make the difference.
Sushi and Spica, no sums. If I'm Kim down, you have to hunt them with the Tempered Fate. And if you're NRG, you got to keep everyone split up a little bit to make sure that you don't give too much Tempered Fate value. That can really set up for a powerful fight from Zach and Denethor again. Winthrop still behind in this game. They're relegated to playing through bot.
Oh, they tried to catch Samuda. He's so tanky, though. I don't think you can do this. That's the Paranoia. Pop down. He now almost has Megadar as well. This is a troubling situation for Winthrop University. It's going to be the back from Zamuda, who's trying to get the TP, and Zach just gets caught. He has to go golden. There's no counterplay here from Winthrop. They're taking the dragon itself, but they're losing a member. Now it's a 4v5, and you have 5 Mini coming around with the flank, coming around with the between world. It's going to hit on a mobility. Denethor could be the focus here. Denethor goes into the fight, goes for Sushi, gets one. Kim down getting low, but Denethor even lower. Denethor is down. Kim down is down. That's a full ace for one, as NRG put the finishing touches on game number 1.
A hiccup before they wrapped it up, but NRG overall, really nice game from them. I think the Ashe Seraphine, this has been a duo. They've played a lot this split. They've played it well, and just the right idea of how to play out this composition. Absorb the initial engage from Winthrop, reset the fight, and fight on better conditions. Every time NRG did that, they were able to find the win, and it was really every time but one they were able to achieve that. As the Nexus turret does spawn, which is only going to delay the inevitable. NRG take game 1.
Some smiles there from the NRG team, and a nice comeback, a nice redemption game from them since their last outing. And I know that's going to feel really good. Also, you know, sets the tone for them in this series, and that's for Winthrop University. Something I want to focus on going in the further games is ease of execution for the comp, because that was a pretty easy to execute comp from NRG, and we saw them come out the better of it. So want to see if Winthrop University changes up their style or tries to go still with that aggressive draft. We will be taking a small little break while we get ready for that game number 2. We'll see you there.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and NRG handled business. An easy executable draft, team play together, an Ash Seraphine that actually worked, and a Game 1 victory.
Yeah, it really felt like Winthrop's comp had to play a little bit faster, and some of the Nocturne ults we saw from Wilson absorbed really nicely by NRG, and when you get Ash Seraphine online early on, pretty tough to dive that composition. So I don't think we saw a lot of help in terms of Nocturne diving in. Made it harder for Wilson to kind of play the game later on. And outside of really one fight where they didn't lean on the Seraphine's surround sound, that was a well-played game by NRG, where 5mini did a great job absorbing those ganks, and NRG had the right direction in terms of how to play out the groupings, where they just kind of make sure that Winthrop, or you absorb the skills, get the double surround sound going on, and play with better conditions from there.
And hey, Kizno says, I've had enough. We had to deal, Mundo has been living rent-free in my head for a week. I'm going to bring it out, and I'm going to be unkillable. And so I think that was also a big tipping point for NRG, and we were talking a lot about it in the early game as well, about how getting to level 11, really feeling like you can be confident in some of those plays, and he was able to play pretty relaxed until that point, and then you see how NRG reaped the benefits, I guess. But a very dominant game from them, full neutral objective control, besides the Krubs, but it is all that set up now for NRG to potentially push forward into a match point with another win, and for Winthrop to try to get into this series.
Yet again, I think for Winthrop, just making sure that if they do take a comp, it's going to play faster, trying to connect to those first few plays. I think that game got out of hand a little bit quickly. Do want to shout out, Zach had a nice landing phase, but again, 5mini did a really good job of getting back into the game, absorbing some of those Nocturne ganks, and of course, that magical journey that led into the nightmare scenario from Alice in Wonderland and the Evil Bunny was something that definitely went 5mini and NRG's way. So let's see if Winthrop can... I'm curious if they elect to go for maybe a little bit more scaling, because I do think that a lot of this team's bias for me revolves around Kimdown and his willingness earlier on compared to some of the other supports in our league to focus more on the engagers. Again, the two most banned champions by Winthrop this split has been Karma Seraphine, and it was a really early focus on the Nico and the Nautilus from Kimdown compared to other teams, which I feel like really set the tone for Winthrop's style to play a little bit faster earlier on. And that game, playing fast early, just absorbed really nicely by 5mini's Aurora, and there wasn't a lot to do on the other side of the map. So curious if Winthrop maybe opts for a little bit more scaling, because they won their series against Supernova yesterday, playing better as a team at the 20-minute plus mark. So I think NRG, it's going to be a bigger challenge to do so against NRG, but that was what got Winthrop here. So interested if they go for early game again, or maybe if they take a couple more scaling elements in their composition this time around.
And I don't think the Vayne was the issue, obviously, for Winthrop University, but giving something that Denethor has more like personal agency on, and being able to get in, get out of fights, I would love to see. Obviously, we all know about his Camille and some of the other niche picks that he does have, but I want to see picks like that represent him as kind of a strong do-it-yourself top laner in some way, where Vayne needs a little bit of stuff. You have a lot of strength in your own right? And there's a reason why you picked that counter pick, but it did not work for them. We'll see if they change things up here. As they have changed things up, they're going to go with that first pick, and then we had the blue side select by NRG, so they'll be on red side for this one. We'll see what they want to prioritize. Varus let through very rarely, and it will be locked in first.
Notable that this is flexible for Winthrop University, with Denethor being able to play the pick as well. But with first pick for Winthrop, NRG, you have the option of potentially saving 5 pick for Zumuto to make sure that it's not a Varus. That, for me, really does dissuade from a Rumble top potentially coming in for Zumuto, which is a pick that he is very comfortable on and very comfortable blinding. But Jarvan was that through, and Jarvan and Annie will be locked in. So a lot of upfront damage, and yeah, Kisno seeing his champion is going to get up and stretch. He's like, all right, it's Jarvan, we got Flag and Drags, let's get ready.
I like it. Got to get some energy in there. But ease of execution, that's what I was asking for from both sides again, I guess, in some ways. I feel like it's a pretty easy to execute duo there, at least, when you get the CC chain going. We will see what Wilson wants to grab. It's going to be some personal agency for himself as the Lee Sin gets locked in, and the double shot of the Anivia coming out from Zach. Maybe some potential flexibility there, too.
I think it's going to be Anivia for Zach, as it has been a pick that he's been really willing to play throughout the split. But I think some of the idea for me of NRG actually taking that Annie for themselves blind is denying the Annie Lee Sin combo for Winthrop, which they're very comfortable playing. Wilson for sure has the Lee Sin pass within the league, and we saw them play the Annie Lee Sin to a lot of success yesterday in their series against Supernova in Game 2. So I think part of why we might see that Annie coming in for Fly Mini, as a little bit of a deny from what I think Winthrop would have been very happy to select with Lisa and Annie, the jungle duo on 2-3. But we sack, it's a counter pick as we continue with the draft, and Nico being taken away. So NRG definitely believing that it's going to be a Nivea mid as well.
I do like that, but the Nico is going to be that big focus that we were talking about earlier into the series that maybe we'll see later on. I do like the Scion ban here, just potentially taking away some of the tanky wall in the top side, even though counter pick is going to be levied over to Zumuto. We'll see what the rest of the focus is between these two teams for this second phase. Probably more towards these solo setups, potentially maybe the bot lane as well. The Rakan going to be banned away, so another engager that Kim Down definitely likes to have his hands on.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see Alistar banned out, unless Spica wants to grab it for himself. Alistar always rises in priority when a Sivir is in the game. And I think blinding Alistar here would make for a really tough bot lane if you give Kim Down counter. But we have seen Spica willing to blind Alistar. So kind of curious to see what Spica wants to go for. I must note, just given that we do have Sivir, Yuumi is a champion that is pickable and playable still as well, and has seen a little bit more play, and is a champion that I think is actually, I hate to say it, Mazel, but is one that I think is being undervalued. But nope, going to be the blind
now,
Alistar.
This is what I like. This comp, man. What do you do when you get into late team fights, right? Like, they have so many options to keep Sushi safe and lock down targets here. I need to see some big shots given by Winthrop University, how they want to bring their composition together.
Is it a Braum for Kim Down? I kind of hate Braum in the Jarvan Annie, but into both Sivir Alistar, I'm kind of in. As Jace picked up, so again, they did end up holding top lane till 5 pick to make sure that they know where the Varus is going, and to not opt into a bad matchup there. I think Ornn, pretty likely for Zumuto here. I like the ability to force long range out of the Anivia. Definitely one where you can kind of sign up to trade down against Jace. So expecting Ornn Cassante, but what does Kim Down want to round things out with here is, yeah, it is going to be the Braum. So Varus can go Halo Blades, which after the Halo Blades changes, it doesn't make Varus Braum quite as powerful. I'm not expecting on-hit Varus. I think on-hit Varus is potentially doable, but you don't really want to play in range of Annie Jarvan as, okay, never mind. I throw Ornn Cassante out the window. I like Yorick here. I do not think that Yorick can be dealt with by Winthrop's composition, especially if it ends up being the poke Varus. And I really like the Yorick in the Jace matchup. You rush steel caps, your Q sustain kind of gets you through a lot of the Jace poke. And if Jace gets stuck in your W, it's a doomsday scenario for Jace, with a lot of your ghouls being able to catch some of the poke damage. So Denethor's Jace is fantastic. Definitely one of the top laners that we like to see lock in the Jace, and definitely one of the top laners is willing to blind it. However, I gotta say, I really like this NRG draft. I feel like the snap engage from Jarvan Annie is there, and the pieces that they were able to put around it, very sound. I am a little bit concerned for bot lane. I think it's very important that Mobility and Kimdown are able to get a lead early on, and I want to see Denethor be supported, even if ganking Yorick can sometimes be a nightmare scenario.
And I just don't, it's another game where I just don't think Winthrop want this to go super late, right? Like, this comp seems like terror to deal with later on in the game between the side laning and how strong they can be in team fights.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot of individual power in Winthrop University, but it's not exactly what I was prescribing and trying to find some easy to execute team-based compositions. But I do want to see if they can reach that bar, because some of the snowballing that is possible, especially on what we've seen on Lee Sin here as of late, can be immensely powerful on the Rift. But here we go. NRG back alive again. The lower bracket run for Winthrop University at stake. Game number 2 kicking off now.
As we see these mid laners meet, go toe-to-toe, as actually we might see a little bit, Kisno is trying to see where Wilson starts. See, this is another metagame thing. I really do feel like with the Lee Sin, Wilson really wants to take 3 camps, base, get a longsword. That dissuades from actually getting involved with top lane very early on, which gives the middle a little bit more free time. But I do want to talk about Zach a little bit in the mid lane, as I think Zach's story has been really unique this split. And talking with Zach before we hopped into the games today, he wasn't playing League. At the start of the year, he hadn't touched League until November of last year. And him really stepping in and stepping up for this team, I think Zach's been... Again, if I had to give the award for most improved throughout this split from week 1 to now, I'd give it to Zach as a no-brainer. So
yeah,
I really appreciate... Shouted out his coaching staff and the help that they've been able to give him. But I also appreciate just the mindset he had, kind of knowing that, hey, he was a little bit rusty with the game. Just leaning on his coaches to help him really change how he viewed things, but also warming back up and picking up confidence. This is the best that we've ever seen Zach play. And to have him in these big NACL games in top 4 and also playing in CLAW finals as a graduate this semester, he spent his entire time at Winthrop University just trying to find a starting spot. And as a senior, being able to do so and really step up for his team, and for me, be a big difference maker in making sure that his team gets ahead. It's been a great story for Zach, and definitely one of the better stories that I think we've had in both CLAW and NACL this year. As okay, no 3-camp base for Wilson. He's not going for the longsword. He is going top.
Yeah, they are going to find the pick there onto Zamudo.
Okay,
can't do
I like
anything.
that.
And first blood to Denethor for Winthrop University.
I like that a lot. Again, I think that Wilson's Lee Sin, there's the 3-camp to base the longsword to fight. That's what Lee Sin wants to do in a lot of games. This is a game where I think breaking that to get involved top lane early the way that Wilson just did is the right call. Because if Samudo was able to get 6 and get the pointed steel caps, I do not think that Jace is able to move the Yorick from there, and Yorick gets ahead. Getting involved at that timer, I don't think Samudo was playing for that. Don't think he expected it. Believe NRG expected for Lee Sin to do that 3-camp base in the longsword and go to the bot side. Really, really well done by Wilson and Winthrop. I love that call.
It's a big play to a big member of the team as well, focusing on Denethor, something we didn't get to see Wilson do too much of last game. Maybe trying to change that priority here going into game number 2. Really good stuff, and at least setting him up for success moving forward. We did see earlier on while you were making the point, Zach did have to burn his egg there in the trade with 5 minis, so that is something that is punishable. Still will have the flash, but have to be really careful about this mid-jungle duo for NRG, who can be so proactive and so powerful together.
Yeah, Kisno showing some proactivity right now as Wilson with that timer top.
The wall buffer.
He's late to find his Raptors. Kisno takes him away, and Zach might be in trouble.
Wilson, he just is
missed.
on the edge there, and Kisno does not connect. It will be a nice flamethrower, at least there from 5 mini. Be able to stop Wilson in his tracks. Zamudo getting low up in top lane. Very close trades in both solo lanes.
Should be at least one crab going the way of Wilson. I'm kind of curious.
We're hovering mid, baby. Oh, yeah. Double stun, double CC. It's going to be Spica getting a nice trade on mobility there. Oh, we got a solo in mid.
Yep.
Zach just turned it in mid. Everybody left, and it's Zach that comes out the benefactor for it. Huge stuff.
Using the counter pick, finding the kill mid. We saw some action, some trades going in as Wilson did find the chunk on the Fi Mini, and Zach able to pick up that kill was big. Again, I find Zach's story to be really fun, because even talking with Zach before, he said that Winthrop University wasn't even his first option in terms of colleges. He actually applied to another school, didn't make it, and when he tried out for Winthrop's league team at first, he didn't make the team. He actually just was a Masters player. He ended up doing, I believe, a secondary tryout, or the team just kind of granted him, like, okay, like, you'll be a sub, and you can try and play and compete. There was one stint where he was trading time with Ivano, another player who played both top and mid at times. And I find that so fun, the fact that it's like a sports story, you know? Like you're the walk-on player, you don't make the team at first, and last semester you end up playing, getting significant time, and making a big difference as trying to make a difference in this mid lane. Wilson
doesn't have Dragon Rage, does have Kim down there.
Oh, 5 minutes.
Hit the Winter's Bite, and Wilson goes for it. He unleashes the beast, gets the kill, gets out.
I thought Fi Mini always clicked his way out of that one, but Wilson with the Sonic Wave again said this guy has the Lee Sin pass. He's been taking advantage of this champion every chance he gets, and boy, oh boy, has Winthrop gotten off to a fast start in this game too, Mazel.
And that's what they needed.
Yeah, a lot of it being around this mid-jungle duo in Zach and Wilson, who again have really stepped up on Winthrop's back half run in this season.
Giving them some more resources here. I think on that Zach point, I think the biggest thing for me is as well is like we talk so much about the back end for Winthrop and a lot of the staff, and he even talked about it there, but it's like his idea to utilize that and to go through that system and really improve through it is also just so cool, because he's utilizing the resources that are available there to him and making the most of his collegiate experience. And I think that's something so powerful moving forward for him, and seeing what he does in this game and series with Winthrop University. That being said, they have a pretty decent lead, a much different position from game number one, it feels like, for Winthrop, but maybe we'll see NRG try to clap back now. The objectives are up, but the objective is bot lane. Double Cataclysm here, and Sushi is just ripping through them with the ricochets. Kisno is going to get kicked back, and Wilson going to help try to find another one. It's turning on its head here at NRG. They were able to get one, but they might not get much more. Sushi's stepping forward, and here comes the flap of the bird. Sushi's going to try to run away. They're TPing back as well with mobility. He gets caught, but he's not going to go down, as On the Hunt is just too speedy. But it's Winthrop University coming up big again on the bot lane this time.
I like the direction from Kisno. I don't know if he expected Wilson to be there or not, because the kickback pretty much doomed Kisno. Do you think that was a timer where looking bot, though, was there for the Sivir and the Alistar? And if you give them any sort of lead, Sivir's ability to delete waves once you get an item or two, it's why we see it picked into Varus, because you can kind of cheat the matchup with actually getting pushed into Varus early on, which is really tough to do. But again, Wilson, it felt like the story for me of game one, where the first few paranoias were not impactful enough for Wilson and Winthrop University, whereas Wilson's done nothing but impact the map here. That said, mobility going down.
Mobility's trying to get to his buddy. Oh, it's not enough. That's going to be a thumbs up from Spica to kill back for NRG.
Great play from Spica. Kim Down was spotted mid on a ward. You can see that bot side and mid embankment brush. Kim Down was kind of on the hover. So Spica able to find mobility as he was split from his support. Bit of an oops from the bot lane of Winthrop, but I'd say a better play from Spica to take advantage of that scenario and find the bot lane split up as they get an advantage for themselves.
I think the other thing is like the timing as well, because mobility was just about to get his flash back, and Spica had his available, or at least probably Hex Flash rather. And now we get to a point where we've had no objective focus. We've had lane focus all game long, it feels like, but these objectives are going to have to start falling here sooner rather than later. And both junglers going to be coming to the end of their clears, so I do expect some renewed focus on these rivers. And we got to look at the lane prio that's coming through here so far, a little bit in favor for now for NRG.
If I'm NRG, I would like Grubs. I think Grubs, given both these top laners, is big, but again, Yorick's biggest impact is in the mid game, when you are able to split the map and delete turrets if you are granted any free time. Zamudo has gotten his way back into this matchup fully, by the way. He got ganked, went down, and is currently up 15 CS as the Orc, and is in the happy spot of the matchup where you've got max points in Q and a plated steel caps, and you just cannot be moved by Jace. So I would love to see them try and lean on the top side to play Grubs. That said, gank mid potentially coming out. Fine Mini. Still,
I really love these combos from Zach and Wilson. This time they won't find their mark, but getting close. Trying to see if they could burn the flash from Fine Mini. That'll be NRG doing the Grubs, and the Dragon given over to Winthrop.
I am perfectly fine with this trade as NRG. I prefer it. And appreciate Fine Mini. I know that timer Zach and Wilson were trying to find. I think if they do end up killing mid, that's their only angle into the Grubs, given that top lane is going to be York-sided. But Fine Mini dropping the Tibbers when he did. Just take the chunk, take the stun. You can walk out, make sure you don't get stunned up. Some good clicks to dodge out, as he did rush the Swifties going into the Anivia. So trying to use the bonus move speed and slow resist to get through the Glacial Storms and make sure that he is not getting locked up as often. It does grant those 3 Grubs over to the team with Yorick. So while it has been a fiery start for Wilson, I do like NRG's position, just given that they have a 3-Grub Yorick that is ahead that I do not think can be dealt with in this draft for Winthrop University.
And we said it from the draft. Like, this comp as it goes later is terrifying for NRG. So we'll see if they can kind of keep the tempo up here for Winthrop University. As we did say, those neutral objectives got traded. We do have our first items also coming up. Roa almost there for Zach, just a little bit away from it, but more so importantly is the jungle having their Sundered Skies. You're going to be feeling a lot more anxious to take these fights. As a little bit of healing, a little bit of damage coming from both sides. Some heavy trades in the top lane, nothing else coming of it, but we do have a very aggressive invade by Wilson right now. He's actually going for a long play on the bot lane.
Gets spotted now.
Gotta be careful. He's got to find his way out of this one. He's going to go with the Dragon Rage kick. Into the Chains of Corruption that barely doesn't hit. The Glacial Fissure is going to be used, and now Sushi's unlocked. Hits on the hunt, and they are speeding. Might as well call him Team Sonic here as Kim Down trying to run away, but they aren't going to find anything there. It is an attempted play by Winthrop that gets thwarted by some of the team defense by NRG.
I think if the Chain of Corruptions connects, there's going to be a play there for Winthrop University that's positive, but just barely not able to land the chains on the Sushi. Traded out very nicely by the rest of NRG because they won out. At least they got Lee Sin's flash out in the back half of that play. But a TP coming in from both bot laners, a spellbook used, and Zach's here.
And I like the delay. I like the delay here just to make sure that everything was okay. He's going to go straight into Sushi, who's just left for lunch meat or mobility to scoop on up. Spica is going to end up burning his flash to get some distance on Kim Down so he doesn't get slowed down. But guess who's coming around the corner? He might be able to get here in time. Wilson is coming through the jungle, and he'll be able to find Spica. Gets hit back over the wall. See if they can get over. Okay, he's just going to use the war jump, and Spica will give yet another kill to Wilson.
Nice double TP play from Winthrop. I really feel like they needed to find a win on the bot side because, again, the scaling of NRG is going to kick in this game. And a creative way to find it at that. I mean, Spellbook TP with a TP from ability off of a ward used to set up a kick initially on the Sushi. And definitely a play that NRG didn't see coming, and frankly, we didn't see coming up here on the caster desk either, but one that Winthrop much needed on the bot side. So a lead still for Winthrop, at least in the gold. But again, setup-wise for this game, just the ability for Annie Jarvan to snap engage, and then the damage that's going to be packed behind it. I think importantly for me, Sivir's ability to auto-attack in this game. Anivia is going to be the one member that makes it hard to auto-attack for the Sivir. Yeah, Poke Varus exists, but you got a spell shield, it's a slow field. I feel like Sushi can navigate that a little bit. As long as Anivia is targeted by the Annie Jarvan, I really feel like that's going to free up Sivir in the rest of these fights. And if Sushi is able to auto-attack, we all know what kind of damage Sivir can do. Because I think we saw a lot of Sivir earlier on in the split. She really fell off because teams started to figure out that, hey, if our Sivir can auto-attack, he's actually really not that useful. This is a game where, given that the Alistar is on the Sivir side, I really feel like she has the power to auto-attack and do damage in this one. And part of why I really favor NRG's draft is, caged up, flashed out.
Having to burn the flash. Now Spica is roaming. Not going to find out Denethor until he's already out of there. This just means so much damage on the turret. The double hit. And that should be first turret going over to NRG. And Zamudo going to extend his lead and now have an open lane up here to push down.
NRG's first outing getting 0-2 by CCG was a bit of a surprise, but I really don't feel like Dardoch made a bad decision in that series. I think Dardoch batted 10 for 10 with his MVP performance in that series. This time around, I think how NRG is playing around their win cons much more like the NRG we saw that was dominant in the regular season. And this has been an NRG where the first two early games has been somewhat Winthrop favored at times, but just given how they've set up their win cons, it's been better for NRG.
Bot. DP coming in.
Zach's no mana. I don't think this is a play for Winthrop. Fimini's going to come back, and look at this. Sushi gets free time mid. So by neutralizing that play, Sushi gets something. I feel like NRG is perfectly fine dropping this dragon. Again, as long as they're playing the side lanes in this draft, they're going to be happy. Denethor is going to come collapse, try and break the siege. And
Denethor has to be careful here. He's getting collapsed on himself, gets headbutt and pulverized, and Sushi just cleans him up.
I don't mind the idea from Denethor. I think that he can pick up that wave. Just the path he took, a little bit too aggressive. Jarvan able to force. Good find by Kisno, who, again, in that first series was a little bit off. Has been spot on so far. I feel like the Mundo pick really made life difficult for Winthrop University last game, as after he hit 11 was just really tough to be dealt with. And this game on the Jarvan, yeah, it has been Wilson that's been getting the pace of the game moving early, but the fact that Kisno was able to get those 3 grubs, stay dedicated to playing towards this top side. Again, Rip Terrell picked up. NRG's already got the gold lead back in their favor. And as long as Yorick's able to, again, keep on playing these side lanes, he's just in a position right now where who can deal with Yorick on the side of Winthrop University? Because this Nivea can delete waves, but you aren't dealing with the Yorick.
I think there's windows like right now with Wilson being pretty strong that they could find like a duo that could deal with him. But as time goes on, it's just gonna be harder and harder. I think that's the big worrying trend here for Winthrop.
I hate to break it to you, Mazel. I already feel like Yorick would win that 2v1. I know Wilson's ahead.
Spike.
It would take some flashes or some good plays coming out to make sure that Yorick goes down. Again, I really like the 3 camp and ganking the Yorick. I do think it's a bit of a gambit that there was in draft for some gamesmanship. Like, okay, they're on red side. At least Sin wants to Raptors red, Krugs in base. I like the fact that Wilson dropped that base and longsword to have the really strong fight around 4 for the crab to go play top. I think that's good recognition from Winthrop, what this York can be later on. But again, those grubs going over. I think that when it's a grubs team with Yorick, if he gets 3 grubs, he just turns into a menace if he's ahead. This is a good matchup for Yorick. Sumido picked it for a reason. He is definitely a menace in this game.
And what I love is, as we're going to see a pretty heavy trade here, Wilson there to protect. What I love is we heard at the beginning of playoffs when we talked to Razvan that first day, right? When he was talking about the side laning prowess of Zamudo, that he could hang with the best of them and needs competition to test this out, right? And I think in a moment like this, with him on the York, with him already being so powerful, this is a perfect expression of some of the skill that even his coach is really highlighting for him.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, props to Denethor. He is the best competition for Zamudo that we've seen. Again, he was my second-team All-Pro vote. I feel like he's going to be second-team All-Pro after the regular season that he had. This is the best competition that we have in the league right now for Zamudo, but even after that initial kill went down, just how oppressive Yorick can be. I love the adaptive Helm Rush, too. I think it's a really good understanding of this matchup for Yorick. It's about getting steel caps first, about getting those earlier resistances where Jace wants to go for the lethality, as he wants the 2-item, right? It's not the Black Cleaver build, and it's just impossible to push Yorick out. As Fimini did already burn the flash, I like this play.
He just wanted to get the minions if he could. He's trying to get away, but Spica's going to have to watch him die. Another moment where Spica just has to lord over the setup.
Spica understood he needed the hover. It was just a little bit late on the play, and that's a really good find by Winthrop. Is going to look for Spica too.
Let's see if they can get him. They're not going to overextend too much just in case there was some move, but we do see Kisno on bot side, so they will get the news. It's going to be turret focus right now for NRG, though, as they just want to batter down all of these outer turrets. Chains of Corruption comes through after the first combo goes out, so Spica might just die here. The executes are there. The damage is there. Mobility finding another one.
Good snowball from Winthrop. They're playing the pressure from top now into mid. They were able to chase Spica out. That's going to be at least some damage on the turret. Not sure if they're going to get the whole thing, but again, side lane on the Yorick side is still very favored towards him and NRG. As Zamudo, any free time he gets with these turrets, I mean, it's going to be like I think a single big wave in either of the side lanes with 3 grubs and a maiden. That turret will fall.
And again, the more that fall, the more terrifying that map state becomes for Winthrop University, a team that has been on the hot hand, right? They've played every game possible here in these playoffs for themselves, at least. And it's something so incredible to have seen them make this run so far. And while we still have many games in this best of 5, it feels like some of that energy has been taken out of their sails. I want to see that confidence regained here. And we're starting to see it, right? Wilson is massive on his Lee Sin here, something we've coveted so far for the run from Winthrop University, and it's been a nice turnaround from that game number 1, but looking at the composition gives us worry.
I'm trying to think of ways that I could play this one out as Winthrop. I think that the siege of Verisinivia is probably where I'd look with the Jace. That's the greatest strength of the comp, but again, that's where you want to group up. And the Yorick is so big, and with the 3 grubs, it's just any free time that you give to this Yorick. I think that's why we see Denethor having to consistently match and match down. Given the lead that already exists, Kim Down gets found, cleanse used. The Spellbook does get him out, but that's a lot of HP taken away from Kim Down as this dragon spawns.
Okay, we'll see now the little setup. I think the hesitancy to move into the bushes here by Winthrop University is right, as you got to be a little bit careful with the resets coming through, but there's always a timer ticking in the side lane with Zamudo continuing to oppress Denethor, as we see the engage actually connect onto Wilson. Loses about half his health. Double TP's coming in. They're going to try to capitalize on this one as they get the triple lockdown there. Zamudo gets connected on by Wilson, but Wilson goes in and dies. 5 Mini taking him down with the flames, as we do see NRG trying to collect themselves here and collect the bodies of Winthrop University ahead of this dragon.
I think that dragon is the breaking point of the game. For me, that was Winthrop forcing a little bit too hard. I think that the chunks found before the fight it favored NRG. I just think that's Winthrop saying, this game doesn't really get better for us from here. We still feel like we need to fight for this dragon and for the soul point, because that was a force that did not go their way. And Zamudo, I mean, he TPs in, tanks up everything. It was one big shovel at the end that made sure he was able to survive. But that's a lot of gold going over to NRG. They take away the soul point threat. And the scary people of this game, and the Yorick and the Sivir, just got bigger from that fight and play. Yeah. So Winthrop, again, I feel like this game is only harder for them from here on out.
It's a tough position to be in, that's for sure. And it's also a situation where NRG, I just have to laud. I mean, you had a week to correct the mistakes. You had a week to focus on what you want. And what I've loved is they're giving themselves so much breathing room, Cubby. Like, the drafts have been easy to execute, a very clear goal, and it's just setting up the team for success.
And it's been executed well, and that's the difference between today and the series they had versus CCG. Again, I feel like Dardoch just had a 10 out of 10 series, got the best of all of NRG with what CCG was able to do as a squad. I'd not take away from the other members who had a great series from CCG.
Absolutely,
Fiji, got the value that he always looks for on the tanks, and Cody's son had a big one too, as Shane on the Zamudo. I think
pretty
he lives,
tanky.
Though. Yeah. Look at Wilson. Wilson lost that trade.
Zach coming over. They get the wall in the middle. Maybe this is enough.
They got him.
See, all you got to do is use everything. They were able to take him down. Now a couple shots coming in as well from Denethor with the flash play on Sushi. Sushi's going to get shut down by Denethor, and Kisno's going to go down as well. The miracle plays start to come through for Winthrop University.
Spica's been hovering the Annie a lot to make sure that 5 Mini doesn't get attacked. I think that was a scenario where he needed to stick with mid and use that to get pushed into play towards this Baron side where Dragon was down. And that, for me, is what opened up this play from Winthrop.
He switched to Smite.
They needed a miracle play. We'll see if Spica can turn back the clock. It is a weaker Smite.
He used to be a jungler. He was an MVP at one point. Is he going to get it? No, he doesn't. Wilson, the true jungler of the moment. And now Spica caught out in the midst of it all. A Baron for Winthrop University and a hell of a turnaround.
Oh, honorable try from Spica, but Winthrop from the brink of defeat, honestly, for me. Find a miracle play. I mean, they just slam 5. They find Zamudo in the mid lane, and they're able to get the Baron with a lot of standing objectives for them. Only 1 turret's been taken so far by Winthrop. So you gotta imagine this Baron goal for them. Take the other 2 outers and try and get a couple inners. Likely to be a big gold swing, as there's a lot of standing gold available on the map for Winthrop in a much-needed play at a time where I really feel like Winthrop were at a breaking point.
A huge moment, stepping up when it matters most. That has been the story of Winthrop University. And while they aren't in a match-deciding game, it is still a deciding moment for the momentum moving forward. As Wilson looking for his own momentum on the side, I just want to see them utilize this Baron to get a big, at least, buff for themselves moving into this hefty team fighting they're going to be dealing with through NRG. Some extra gold given over in the side lanes with the turrets that were still standing, and now this Baron power play almost reaching 3,000 at the moment.
Again, a lot of standing gold on the map. Those 2 turrets being knocked down. Much needed gold injection into Winthrop, with Zach being the biggest benefactor so far. Is going to get played upon as the egg, but he's stuck.
He is stuck, and that will be a big takedown. Though Spica is the focus on the other side. Spica also gets taken down. Kisno looking for his engage, but the TP coming in from mobility. Really nice utilization. He got the push going in mid, and now they're going to try to crash the Baron wave into the bot lane.
I feel like if mobility sticks mid, he actually gets that turret. But TP, again, this is a pretty big push. If I'm NRG, I'm surprised that Zamudo is with the group. I feel like Zamudo could get gold for himself elsewhere. And again, the siege scenario for me is still favored for Winthrop, but a nice break of that siege by Mini. He was able to find the Anivia without the flash. So mistake from Zach as he goes down, and that's going to, I think, be the rest of the Baron power play for Winthrop. But again, much needed for Winthrop University, because that Baron also gives them a shot at taking a soul point in the upcoming Dragon that spawns in 30 seconds.
Really appreciate some of the tense map play we're getting here. This would be soul point, massive decision-making power for Winthrop University if they're able to get this one. And how important an Infernal Soul is for both these teams needs not be discussed. As a huge 3.5 item spike really for Sushi, he has reached a precipice that many dream of with the Sivir with the 3-item spike.
Winthrop University in the river early.
Ooh,
That's
Chains of Corruption connects.
Spica no ult yet. He's down.
Oh, got done with the 3-hit passive, and that's going to be a continuation as Sushi forced to get away with his flash. Wilson was looking for a side angle. Maybe they focus on the Maiden, but this should just be the Dragon going over to Winthrop University if they want it. They're going to try to snowball it into killing the Maiden at least, but that could also mean soul point for them moving forward. NRG saying we need the 5-minute timer.
And again, I know the Dragon's up there, but I feel like the last few sequences of that Baron being given over, we strayed from the game plan for NRG, which is make sure that Zamudo's a happy side laner. So the Dragon is going to be given over. It is soul point for Winthrop, which gives them a real win condition in this game. I still favor the late game of NRG even over a team with Infernal Soul and Winthrop University, but Infernal Soul is a big boon for the team if they are able to pick it up. So will give themselves an opportunity here in 5 minutes. But for NRG, I think it needs to be return to the formula, make sure that York's side laning, and maybe drop the drop committing so many resources to Mini in the side. Because I feel like Spica, it's been a few instances where he's been hovering Mini. And I think the one death we saw in the middle of top lane for Mini and Spica was late, that was a good hover. Like that Spica kind of doing the job of Kisno that was needed to be done in that moment. But the other play where we saw Winthrop just kind of say, F it, we're going to 5-man mid, that was Spica hovering at the wrong time. And that was a big opportunity that Winthrop was able to create that really got them back in this game. So curious what kind of formation we see from NRG. I just think it needs to be make sure the Yorick is strong and almost be like a hybrid 1-3-1 to a 1-4 with Annie evening out the side lane, but just making sure that she can be grouped in case Winthrop decides to force again. Because the last few forces we've seen from the Throps have been solid.
They've been huge, and I think it's given us a little bit of the sauce that we've been seeing from them in this run, right? This is a Cinderella run from them, and also the furthest they've made it in the NACL playoffs. And I think while the story is there, I think it was the day of that we're looking at that first game. We're wondering where the Winthrop Eagles were from the previous 2 series. And I think we're starting to see some of that fight back, some of that grit that has been a huge pillar for them in these playoffs so far. Oh, Sushi getting caught on the hunt. Oh, they miss everything. Glacial Fissure and Chains of Corruption used. They're going to have to back away. A piercing arrow maybe hits. Does not have the distance. So they do use a lot of tools there to try to get Sushi down.
Alton Fish, that was one, or Alton Ghost, that was one fast fish heading downriver. But again, Winthrop just brute force.
Oh.
They get the flash out of Spica. And again, Annie's in the side lane. I really feel like if Flymanny's here, they could slow down a lot of the brute forcing that we're seeing from Winthrop with these stuns or just having to walk through an Annie. The fact that Annie is not grouped up, I think that's what's opening up some of these opportunities for Winthrop to force the way that they are and take away a lot of tools from NRG. Because we've seen a lot of scenarios where NRG hasn't really been able to fight on even footing. I think that's been because of these forces where we've seen NRG stuck playing 3 lanes. Flymanny was no TP there. And so I respect how hard Winthrop forced in that sequence. It took a lot out of NRG because that is a scenario where they win. Now, Winthrop does have to respond to the side lane that Zumuto was able to fix here. So Zumuto TP's in. They're going to play strong on this wave as a group.
Ooh, interesting position to be in here. Kim down, getting low and taken out, caught in the midst of the play. NRG, they could force a Baron here.
I think they just bait. As Spica going to try and play around the wards. Good info. Does see Wilson. Don't think he's been spotted yet.
Oh, the catch out on Zach. Zach's have health here. Wilson, things are getting a little bit desperate here for Winthrop University. They need to retreat. They need to throw up the white flag. They need to do something, but the Cataclysm on a 3. Kisno gives his life willingly to lock Winthrop in the cage here with them. Denethor, he's going to go unstoppable, but can they get away? Zach still has his egg. Wilson still has his GA. A lot of lives to give for Winthrop, but it's going to be a push off into the enemy jungle to try to get away from the engage.
Spica's pull didn't find the Anivia there as well. That was close when he hit the ground, but the bird able to dodge out in the ground move. Maybe some Pokemon logic there. Kept the Glacial Storm going and made sure that Spica fell. As, again, this game, a little bit chaotic. And Kisno potentially stuck as Kim Down came back out of spawn. Kisno's dead!
Kisno's going to go down here.
Oh,
the Winter's
no.
Bite sinks deep, and that's going to be an instant start of the Baron for Winthrop University.
I mean, again, we're seeing, like, right now, NRG, again, playing 3 lanes. Zumuto just burned TP. This is Baron going to be given over. And I really feel like, I mean, that was, after playing 3 lanes, they've got both sideways in. That was their moment to look for a play onto Winthrop, but Winthrop just continues to kite back. I mean, on the poke of the Jace, the Varus, and the zoning of the Anivia, it felt like NRG couldn't really close the gap fast enough to join Kisno and Spica and actually bring the damage to the fight as well. So a desynced NRG, second Baron of the game goes over to Winthrop University, and there's a soul on the table for them in 30 seconds.
And that is such a big momentum shift.
Sushi can't hit.
Oh, I don't know.
This is trouble. This is
They
trouble.
go through. Okay, the kickback on a Spica. They've got the entire team raining down on NRG. Sushi, he doesn't have flash. He doesn't have any way out. That's your big damage dealer. That's gone. Winthrop University, they found multiple plays, and now they're on Soul Point, looking at an Infernal Soul spawning right now.
I mean,
Spica's
this
just dead.
He is dead. I really feel like NRG kind of punted this game, just with their commitment to trying to play 3 lanes and hover the Annie. And then after that, like, how they dealt with the Baron and grouping the Yorick and not having it kind of continue to split and be okay trading, they played into the Siege of Winthrop. And we talked about the Siege of Winthrop with the Jace, Varus, and Anivia. It was favored versus NRG. As the differing win cons we had for this game, I just think that the pressure that Winthrop was able to throw out again, this was a scenario where after that 3rd Dragon was picked up from NRG, really felt like they had the game in the bag with a few K advantage, and for me, the better scaling comp later on. But Winthrop just slammed 5 mid. NRG were not ready for it as they were trying to play out their 3 lanes, with both side lanes being even and Spica hovering the one side lane that wasn't played towards. That really just broke the game open, and NRG, I just don't feel like has responded well since then.
Yeah, they have it. I got to say, a lot of that leading forward has been through Wilson. It's been really refreshing to see after that game number one, a little bit quiet there, and getting to see these proactive plays between him and Zach all game in the early game, setting themselves up for this success. Momentum is on their side. They will need to still finish this one out against a very stalwart team composition that we've highlighted many times. We're going to be getting to full item builds here very quickly, or at least into that 5-item territory, which is going to be that scaling condition we had labeled out. So we'll see if it will be enough, but Winthrop University showing some of the magic that has gotten them to this position already.
I mean, I love the quote that we had from Denethor yesterday, because he really spoke to, the question was about just playing this many games back-to-back. As I said, I think playing this many competitive games back-to-back gives you a comfort zone. But, okay, hold on, we got to pause.
Oh,
that's
just
a death.
Catch out. Sushi's down. Unfortunately, those ringing true words here getting caught out again. That's going to be multiple, I think 3 times now in a row for Sushi, getting caught in the midst of his teams too. And that's a push down mid lane. That's a push down top side now.
It's an Annie that's
to collapse.
stuck.
They might try to end this. Oh, big engage coming out for Spica. He's just trying to delay the inevitable.
Zanya's from Zach.
Has TP'd back. Winthrop University, they put their hand in the cookie jar, but they didn't realize it was a mimic. It's going to come back and take him down. Now, big kill coming through. Shut down going to Zamudo. Kim down, getting extended on, but it's going to be Kizno down. And now that Denethor has joined the fight. Denethor is swinging hammers at people. And it's going to be a push in mid again, but they're out of minions. So they might try to delay this. They have super minions coming in. They want to try to finish this one. They're going to stick around.
The Saber can delete these waves. I don't know if they can wrap this one up. Mobility's going to try and base TP back.
We're going to see if he can make it in time, though. And Sushi has come through.
That's a deep
He's going
TP.
to clear the wave. There's nothing
That's really
there.
deep.
TP coming in. He's going to die, potentially. Okay, they have to protect him. It is Mr. President on Mobility. Mobility firing back at Sushi. Sushi almost goes down. Kim down so low. It's Winthrop University with a last gasp effort in the fight to try to finish the job. But they just make it out. It's a couple kills left and right. And Winthrop still in the driver's seat.
They are. At least NRG survives. They're going to get a little bit more farm with the supers coming in mid. A wave that Saber is going to be pretty easy to deal with. At least that time around. We did see NRG commit Zamudo to the side lane. He was not able to get the inhibitor, but was able to get the turret on the bot side. But again, I think the siege and the poke is just too good from Winthrop. NRG needs to play around it. And my thing has just been using the York to play around it, not the York and the Annie. That time around, Fimini had to group up with the team. We did see the stuns be quite big as Zach got caught being a little bit too far up. Did lose the egg for that sequence. Both teams grouping around the top river first as Baron's going to be split, spawning a minute earlier than the Elder. Really important at this stage of the game. As Winthrop has full control, and even they have full control of that top side, Zamudo's going to have to retreat. So Zamudo no TP. He can't go bot and try and split the map and pressure away from the big neutral objective. If he does, then it's going to be Winthrop making another fast play. So I do feel like NRG is going to be stuck into playing a narrower formation here, given that they don't have the TP on the York, and they really need Fimini to be grouped with a team to dissuade Winthrop from just deathballing into them at this point. I don't love the group as 5, though. And Zamudo doesn't have a top wave to fix, but still.
Okay, they're trying to move in here as well. It's very tense here in the moment, Cubby, and I love it. I love that we're getting such a contrast to that game number one and really showing, again, some of that momentum that Winthrop University always works with. Big wave being pushed and needs to be cleared out in bot side by Zamudo. He's going to try to go down there, but he immediately turns back around and walks. He has ping pong back and forth now trying to figure out where he needs to go. The Baron spawning. It's going to be a tough moment for NRG to decide.
No, I mean, you just have to play for Elder at this point. They're giving Baron. They're going to fix the waves how they can. They can't play into the poke. They're going to reset. Baron will go over to Winthrop University, but on the reset, they're going to do their best to make as much ground up as they can in the bot side of the map. Again, I think giving Winthrop full setup of bot river would be a relatively doomsday scenario for NRG. And this is one where just given the how big Elder Dragon is, again, York has to group this time around, as Zamudo is level 20 in full build. So we'll see how much work this York can get done.
It's one of the strengths we've talked about from Zamudo, his side laning, the way that he dictates the map through that, and it needs to shine. And now more than ever, if they want to try to start putting the screws to Winthrop, he's going to come join the team here, and they're going to try to group up for this Baron buff. Oh man, they are just out here in the mid. They were hopefully setting up a play, but they're just getting chunked.
5 mini was zoned.
That's going to be multi-CC coming through. Sushi's almost dead again.
Good flash,
Double knockout
Sushi.
coming through. This is the fight back. Big snipe goes through. Denethor takes down Sushi. And now it's Winthrop University all day long. It is the decision of NRG to try to make a play outside in mid lane against the Baron buff, and the Winthrop Eagles come raining down. We have a series on our hands, and we have Winthrop University coming back to life.
NRG is going to want this game back in the mid game. I really feel like they were in a position to win this game. But Winthrop, their ability to poke and siege once they got the early Baron off the mistake of NRG, they got a lot of standing gold on the map, got control of the game back in their favor, and really didn't look back. It felt like the win cons of NRG just kind of went sideways, and I think they didn't group up into the 4-1 formation with the Annie early enough. And later on, we didn't see Annie be able to pull the trigger given the spell shields that came in later on for Winthrop University. A really chaotic game, and one where Winthrop thrived in that chaos.
They did, and they have so many times before that. An incredible turnaround game. This was a game where we were talking about NRG riding off into the sunset with the scaling comp that they had, but all it takes is a little bit of chaos for the Throps to survive. What a game, and I know that one's going to be something that Winthrop are very happy about. You could see the smiles on the team. You could see the emotion behind it as well. That's going to be two teams that now fighting for their lives here in a potential final best of 5 run that Winthrop University has never been on before and are now the furthest they've ever placed. And NRG with a strong end of the regular season finish, first seed, trying to keep their lives alive. But that was a fun game. We got to see some of the biggest moments from some of the things that we were talking about so much. Denethor finally finding the better of Zabudo as well. That's a huge one. But we'll talk about that more as we get over into game number 3, and we'll see you there.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mizell. I'm joined by Cubby, and we have a series on our hands. Winthrop University creates some of that miracle that's gotten them to this point and even up the series 1-1.
Yeah, that was, again, a game that I really feel like NRG is going to want back, because it felt to me that 20-ish minutes in, NRG had that game. I'd say 75% chance to win is where I'd put, an ESPN, PFI score maybe, if anyone's cultured. I've been following the hockey and the basketball. I'll be watching the basketball tonight after this series, I got to say. But yeah, that was one where I really think that the style that NRG needed to play, they needed Annie to be grouped up to kind of shut down or slow down the siege of Winthrop. And there were a few moments where in the 1-3-1, they're trying to play both side lanes at even. I think that's kind of greedy in the draft for NRG, just given how quickly the Lee Sin and the Varus were able to force, and just also the importance of Annie being grouped up to maybe dissuade that. And then the whole series started off with Zamudo kind of getting caught in the bot side jungle, which wasn't necessary at the time. And so, yeah, some desync from NRG. I do think that it's harder to play out a split pushing draft than it is a draft where you group up. That is a draft that I have a lot of faith in NRG to be able to pull off, and one where I think that they had it for the first half of the game, lost it in the second half, and Winthrop took full advantage.
Well, we're going to see a bot lane gauntlet drop this time around. It's going to be the Lucian locked in for Sushi. First pick for NRG will be on that red side. See the Senna locked in for mobility so far.
I feel like each AD kind of took the other's champ, as I heavily associate mobility with Lucian, and Senna has always been a champ that Sushi has been really able to perform on. So I think we're going to get Senna, Nautilus, and a Lucian Milio. We won't see Nautilus now. We'll see it later, but I frankly expect that to come in for Kim Down. As when you see Lucian in these games, you just expect to see Milio. It's a very lane dominant duo after the first few levels, where Milio does need some levels to get going. So I think with the jungle bans, we've yet to see the Pantheon or the Xin Zhao. With the Milio being in,
that's true.
I think just kind of defaulting to maybe a Milio Scion here. You have the option to answer mid, but Milio's got to come in these two picks for NRG. I'd be very surprised if that's not the case. But I think NRG's choices are to snag jungle, snag a Scion or a Rumble, or try and answer this Victor that's been slammed.
I wonder if they want to save some of the premier picks for the second phase, as it will be the mid lane focus as Hui comes through for 5 mini.
Okay, so answer to the Victor. Bit of a handshake between the matchup here, but we did see Zach's Victor be really big in their comeback win with that Victor Jinx comp yesterday against Supernova, where Levitate Tunara got quite big early on, but Winthrop, leaning on the scaling and the range of their mid and AD, came back. Not the Jinx this time around, but Senna will pack that range later on. I think a lot of scaling showing for Winthrop University, which a bit of a different approach from them, given the identity we've seen early on in this series. I think this is the most scaling we've seen from Winthrop so far. So a lot of range between Senna Victor, looking for ways for NRG to break that with the top jungle picks coming in here. So Xin Zhao taken away, Crescent Guard quite nice against Senna plus Victor. Like that ban from Winthrop.
I do as well. I think some of the focus is in the right place, at least, as the Wukong going to be taken away from Wilson. They're just trading shots for shots on comfort picks for both junglers.
Yeah, I like that Wukong ban. I know that Wukong's been deprioritized a little bit, but the W interacts really nice with Milio, and also Milio ult can't get you out of the knockup. So I think that's a smart ban coming out from NRG, as Wukong, also with the help of Senna, the front line would help. Rumble being looked at, as Rumble I think would really help with the identity of early game for NRG. I gotta say, I don't love the Rumble ban. There's no setup for Rumble right now where you really feel comfortable dropping that equalizer to combine with something else. I know it's a really big pick for Zamudo, but yeah, the Gwen ban for me, I think NRG is really looking to play a tank top that brings crowd control. So I think Gwen protecting against what is likely to be a blind tank coming in as... Oh, ganked by Mom in the background.
It's a cute moment, you know?
It's my favorite IGN ever, man. GBM, big place in my heart. Season 5 Xerath GBM was a great player. Oh, great player in LCK
great
history.
Times.
Yeah.
Great times. We do have the Ambessa locked in here. It's maybe jungle, probably towards top side. We'll see. They do have the counter pick available for them, so they can keep that one open. As we'll see the Renekton locked in for Zamudo.
A little bit more likely now that it's going to be the Ambessa jungle, as Trundle locked in too.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, it definitely dissuades from flexing the Ambessa jungle and then picking something like a Scion, which I think would be really big for Winthrop here. But likely not a tank jungler coming in from Wilson. And frankly, the Pantheon, I think Pantheon would struggle a little bit in this draft, even though Pantheon's probably the strongest champion available meta-wise. So I think that might be the idea behind the Trundle. He's definitely been pretty keen to play this pick when available.
Ivern!
Boy, Ivern.
Okay.
I love it. I love that pick this game.
Dude, the shields on this team is insane.
I think this really augments the draft for Winthrop. It feeds into the scaling, but the way that Ivern plays, he's such a goofy little jungler with how he can still clear really quickly with some of the tech you can do with prepping camps in the queue. So you can kind of cheat out of the early game. But my God, I think this mid game with Victor, Senna, and Ivern now, I really don't know how you break this as NRG. They don't really have a way to find flank angles. Renekton can shut down Ambessa early on, but for me, all the chips kind of have to be in this early game for NRG and in this Lucian Milio. And the ability for Ivern to try and neutralize that, and if he neutralizes the game and slows things down just a hair for Winthrop, leaning on the scaling of Victor, Senna, and Ambessa, a lot of scaling for Winthrop. Love the angle for Ivern in this draft, a pick that I think that's the first appearance it's made in NACL so far this split, but I think at the perfect time, given what is needed. That's a really creative pick coming in for Wilson, and one that I like a lot in this draft. I really favor Winthrop with this draft.
And a very different draft for Winthrop, changing the strat here coming through. And I love to see it. It's Winthrop University versus NRG. The table is set as we move forward in this best of 5. It's 1-1, and one of these teams will be moving to match point.
Wards are dead in the bot lane here, so we get some trades from both.
I love Kim Down going back to Nautilus, by the way. I think it sets this up as well, but we take a look at top lane.
Yeah, again, top lane. Zamudo and Denethor. Denethor had the quote in the interview yesterday after the win. I love this quote, by the way, from Denethor. Again, Winthrop very busy between C-Law and NACL and the success. I love that comfort, just the playing that as that many competitive games back-to-back. Comfort, but when you're going up in the standings, also adrenaline, so you get comfort plus adrenaline, and it's just a deadly combo. It really has been a deadly combo for Winthrop as they have scaled into the split nicely in both collegiate and NACL, and we'll see if they can, I'd say, ease up on the adrenaline a little bit early on, because I really feel like they're going to be on the back foot early in this draft, and for me, all eyes on NRG to see what they can get done in this draft. They need to get ahead early in this draft. I think that if things go later on, their comp is doomed. So, Winthrop, if they get to the 15-minute mark, 20-minute mark on even footing, very much going to favor Winthrop in this draft and in this game.
We'll see how it all pans out for them in the earlier parts of this game. I'm very excited to see an Ivern back on my screen. I love this champion. I love what it does for comps, and I love to see it pulled out here early in the series. As he has the Rain Shepherd skin, the new one. And Kisno did a 3-camp clear, going to go towards mid lane as the Maw connects onto Zach. The pillar waiting in the wings, and Zach just gets smacked on the dome by Kisno.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an oopsie from Zach. I think you have to flash before the first auto comes in, or else you get tagged by red buff. And the angle that Kisno's taking, he is trying to make sure that it's pillar after the flash.
Oh my god, he's going to
Kisno,
go bot lane.
again, we talked about the early
monster.
game. We got to have action.
Here they go. He's going to pop the pillar, get the slowdown, going to go straight for mobility. The chop, and Sushi gets the kill.
Perfect.
Kisno is running away with this early game here, forcing the flash out of Kim down as well.
I mean, just the highway from top to bot, cashing in on some of that early strength, the Trundle. It is a red buff pickup. That wave's going to be frozen by NRG, so leads early for NRG. Again, I think much needed in this draft, as Ivern scaling plus what Senna can do. I think damage will be a little bit lacking. I will say that. A little bit of a lack of damage on the side of Winthrop overall, but I do feel like with scaling and getting Victor and Senna to those 2-3+ items, that will make up for it with Ambessa especially too. And I mean, just what the doctor ordered for NRG. Happy start for both mid and bot.
Oh, he doesn't have smite. Oh, okay. That got a little closer than I expected it to. I don't know if he wanted to use that one. But it seems like we're going to get a further engage here at Winthrop University and put themselves in a little bit of a predicament. They're going to try to sustain out of this one, but mobility was the focus. Great target selection from NRG there as they are taking them down piece by little piece. Sushi's going to get the flash, get the play, and Kim Down's going to go down to a double kill for Sushi.
Again, just don't think this play was there overall. Wilson is trying to get out. Does have a smite, but that camp was aggroed, so can't take it. Spica gets the kill. And that's a bit of a head-scratcher for me. I mean, that just made things go from bad to worse. And potentially, again, a draft that I really like from Winthrop. We talked a lot about scaling. That's 3 deaths on the enemy side of the map on, I think, an unwarranted invade coming out from Wilson on this Ivern. We're about calming things down early. I mean, Ivern, it's Serenity. You can't attack the camps, right? You got to have some peace, and this is nothing but violence.
The camps, and he needs to attack something else, right? Like just
apparently.
What else is there?
But that was a good shot by you, Mizel.
I'm surprised he didn't smite the Gromp.
You can't. The camp's aggroed. You can't do that as Ivern. It has to be not aggroed for you to, and you got to prep it. So,
interesting stuff there. But it's a tough place to be in when Kisno has had that much influence, right? You feel like you're falling behind in some way.
I mean, you got all your camps respawning. I don't think you have to walk in and kind of accelerate the game in the opponent's favor. That said, some of their spells were used.
They are going to punish now. And a nice utilization as they are going to get the double root with the double chain CC from Kim Down. And Kim Down, unfortunately, comes away with the kill.
Wilson hasn't showed yet. I think Sushi is aware. Going to mess with the base. Get the news. Wilson will return to his camps as he is at least able to get Spica, but again, that kill going on to Kim Down, and overall not exactly what they're looking for is... oh, did we miss a solo kill on the top side? I believe we did.
Zamudo got a solo on Denethor.
Oh, the flash from Denethor. Zamudo flashed over the Q2, got the heal to level up. Denethor has to head for the hills, so maybe a bit of desperation. Yeah, maybe a bit of desperation knowing that this game was already in tough shape, but... unwarranted mistakes so far from Winthrop early on in this game.
Nice turn from Sushi there to put some damage on mobility, but the sustained fight is exactly where mobility wants to be. He's going to be farming up these souls, getting good damage straight back. A Dreadblind connects, and now Sushi might just die. He has no mana, but just enough to get the dash. He will survive for now. Winthrop have a massive wave pushing on bot lane, though.
Yeah, Senna Nautilus, I really like this lane. It's super straightforward to play. Nautilus gives you
took the bait. Is he going to be able to connect it? There goes Denethor. Okay, he is going to be okay in this with the Dominus. He will be able to push that back out, but an attempted gank by Winthrop.
I think that is just to bleed out the ultimate. As Denethor, again, Renekton into Ambessa is a counter matchup, one that very much favors Renekton early on. Ambessa is all about getting points in your ultimate and scaling, just benefiting off the armor pen, the Omnivamp you get from that. Renekton is, as a champion, is about control alt deleting you out of the game early on, which is definitely a pro against Ambessa, a champion that becomes a massive problem later on. That and then the empowered W interaction into the shield is one that's very pro Renekton in that matchup too. So overall, NRG, I mean, all them early, necessary in the draft is what we think. And this draft is going to have to continue to be Winthrop just, I'd say, respectfully, dropping stuff, trying to stall out the timers of NRG. They cannot fight NRG until, for me, the 2+ item mark is where things start to look in their favor. And the fact that they're this far down early on is a problem. I still like the draft and the angle that we see. I really like Ivern and the Trundle. And this is an all early game draft for NRG because they see the scaling of the Victor and the Senna and the range coming in. There aren't a lot of straightforward ways to break that. And that was an issue that we saw in the last game, too. I mean, we saw Winthrop take a lot of range in that draft, and NRG struggle to deal with that. So I think, in a way, it's more of a scaling element for Winthrop, but still a similar path to victory for them and what they're looking for, which is really leaning on their champions, leaning on the scaling this time around to try and get NRG to overcommit into them.
If they can hang on here, a 3-kill Sushi is so massive. He's also hit that level 6 mark as well, so the culling with the campfire are going to do a decent amount there for them. And it's really been the story of proactivity from NRG, which is exactly what they asked for with the draft, and trying to live up to some of those execution dreams as we move into the top side of the map with grubs up and available, both junglers trending that way as well.
Yeah, Grub's going to go to the side of Kizno and Zamudo. Zamudo is too big in this matchup early on, and oh boy, is he big. Idea for Ambessa.
Like 40 CS, you know?
Yeah, Ambessa really wants to get the Eclipse, as I know it's another shield that Renekton can break, but Eclipse is so important for Ambessa to really help get her through that early laning, and just given her trading pattern, she really takes advantage of that bonus shield being a thing. Taking a pit stop for the cloth armor and looking towards the steel caps, which he will pick up this game, but it's really slowing down Denethor. As I feel like the flip, again, level 5 was one that might have been a little forced. One that Zamudo punished.
And rightfully so in this matchup. Being able to punish is super huge because you just give some presence in the side lane here, which is still going to be relevant for the time being. And we get back out onto the map with a little bit of setup potentially there for Kizno on the bot side. Does also have his whole blue side to go ahead and clear, so might just be a quiet moment, which I'm just gonna say in a small way behooves Winthrop. This does not behoove them though, as Denethor gonna be put down to almost 200 health, does heal back, but Zamudo still getting the pressure. And I will say Denethor has TP, he'll have to use it to get back to lane.
Yep, Zamudo's going to get this wave in, though, and get an even bigger lead as it's the turret, gets the Grubby to spawn, and that is a plus 45 CS in favor of Zamudo. That is ahead of schedule in terms of this matchup, and Winthrop behind schedule in terms of what they're hoping to do. Again, kind of set it up coming into this draft that if it's the 15-minute mark and Winthrop is even, they'd be ahead. I think that being down a dragon, I'm going to expect them to be down 2 dragons, frankly, because I really don't feel like this dragon's fightable for Winthrop. 2 dragons and 3k gold, I think, is a little much at 15, especially with 3 grubs being given over 2. I think NRG really has the capability to try and snowball this game quickly. That being said, mobility might be the one that has to be the clutch factor.
He overextended a little bit here. He's going to try to get over the wall here. The pillar does go behind him, so he's able to get some distance on Kizno. Kizno might still want to chase him down, though. The blast cone should get him to safety for now. Kizno's still thinking about it. Meanwhile, bot side, Sushi engaged on by depth chart from Kim Down. We wanted this pick from Kim Down, but now mobility gets flashed on there. It's going to be a little bit of setup from Sushi. Flash away from Sushi, and he will be alive for now. I do love the engaged look from Kim Down, and it will be all summoner spells burned by Winthrop, but they have pressure here.
I love the flash from Kim Down as Sushi was trying to take mobility out. Got over the Nautilus. Kim Down flashed to catch the culling and make sure that any hopes of Sushi deleting mobility in that skirmish did go away as Kim Down caught the culling and
very tense
summoner spells
fight.
burned. A lot of trading in terms of tools, but one where at least they survived. So again, this is the one lane, I think, that's going the best for Winthrop. As Senna, 28 stacks is a little bit behind schedule, but you are against Lucian Milio. And again, Senna Range later on is the big one.
Uh-oh, I don't know if they win this 2v2 though here, Cubby. As Zamudo takes the fight. Denethor is the target here. Dominus pop, flash pop, and that's going to be a little bit of a call of the Meek.
At least he got the flash out of Renekton too, but that was a Renekton that's 2 levels up, much stronger at the point, as Zamudo did go for the Eclipse, so more of the Vayne-focused item. One that, again, I somewhat understand this game. I just really feel like
mid-lane.
Laning is so important in this game for NRG. Zach did a nice job of stepping under the claw there. If that claw hits, it might be a 5-mini solo kill, but at least it's able to be an even trade, as the campfire makes it not so even.
Kidding about to have his health back. Kim Down was thinking about an engage here on the 5-mini. Misses the dredge line. Had Wilson and Zach right there. The Redemption going to heal Zach back up. Says, look, I can heal too. It's going to be a bush gank by Wilson, but a readaptation of focus down towards this bot side as NRG going to take the tempo and use it to take the dragon.
Yeah, this dragon's theirs. No shot for Winthrop to try and contest this. Again, I want to give kudos to Kisno on the first 2 ganks. I think the big mistake from Winthrop was that invade on bot, where they got really far behind the 8-ball. Because, again, this is a comp where I think you can fall behind and you can rubber band back. With the scaling that Senna has, the scaling, or Ivern's cheap items and the value that he brings, we already saw that Redemption. The items can really help augment your Ambessa and your Senna to be a lot stronger. And again, this comp for NRG, my issue with it is that they have trouble engaging / closing the gap. Yes, Pillar is the thing, and that exists, but if you can kind of absorb it with the Ivern and try and go from there, it's one where I really favor how Winthrop can play around it later on. And at a gold deficit, I still feel like Winthrop can play this game out. Just they got way too far behind early. It really played in the hands
you
of
look
NRG.
at top side, man. It's a 3,000 gold dip between top and jungle.
Yeah.
And Zamudo is just an absolute beast up there. And it looks like Kisno's about to get some more down here in bot side. Nice dredge line to get away. Is it going to be enough? The culling coming through. Not enough damage. Kisno wanted to go for the play. Dawning Shadow used by Mobility to save the day. That's going to be a lot of resources used from Mobility and Kim Down, but they'll be out for now. Now we go top side to the next episode of Fight Tonight as Zamudo getting engaged on Daisy. Going to be utilized. Wilson nicely spacing. The Call of the Meek is not enough to heal him back, and Daisy should be able to help finish the job here. Daisy going to get 50 smackaroos over. Zamudo fighting well, but the shutdown goes over nonetheless.
And again, that's part of the value of Ivern. This champion is really strong and kind of forgotten about, because the best pairings for Ivern are AD mid laners. And traditionally, that's where we've seen Ivern get paired with stuff like the Smolder and Tristana mid, is where Ivern has shown strength. But again, I really like it into the Trundle in this draft. I feel like being able to stymie that. That was a trade-off overall for Winthrop as Wilson. Hold on.
Kisno just redeployed. Luckily, Zach is there.
Okay.
The recall is going to connect. Wilson's
Gets
okay
out.
for now.
That was a trade-off overall. Kim Down was forced out, but they got the flash out of Kisno bot as they absorbed the play bot. And then, of course, that shutdown going over to Denethor, essential for trying to get him into this matchup. As Zamudo has been taking that early solo kill he got and blowing this Ambessa out of the water. So, Winthrop, I still, again, we're 15 minutes. We said it was going to be 2 dragons, 3K gold deficit. It's been a 3K gold deficit for most of the game. They're still behind where they need to be. I think that the 3rd dragon is going to be going over to NRG for free. The fact that a Chemtech soul spawned on the Rift is really, really good news for Winthrop University, because the heals and shields are very much abused by Ivern if they are able to stack this dragon up. But I think they're going to have to stack it up from the 4th dragon spawning into the game later on, because I don't see a world where they can be strong enough to fight this 3rd dragon coming up.
We'll see the quick little invade here by Kisno, steal away some chicken nuggets. We have seen the redeploy of the bot laners towards this mid lane again, and we will see them try to take focus back. Rift Herald on the table here and available. We have a lot of movement and bodies towards mid lane as Mobility takes that initial burst from Sushi, and that's the power that the Senna has. The depth charge going to use into the dredge line. He gets the breath of life. Will it be enough? Sushi dodging out, is going to use that one, but Denethor now finds his own engage with the public execution. Sushi still feeling confident. The spiraling despair hitting. Sushi goes for the flash play. Sushi is looking to flex on Winthrop University here. Here was the initial catch out and the one that gets the initial kill. Denethor tries to go for a play onto him, but he's able to dash away again. 5-mini going to circle around the back onto Denethor, but he should be fine. NRG take the blows and give them right back.
All right. I mean, NRG, they pick up a kill in order to get Rift Herald, so this game is going to get snowball even harder. Well played by Sushi, stepping back up. I thought the initial engage on the Sushi was very sound, but the Breath of Life got Sushi out of the root from Senna, and they were able to turn that play around really nicely with the healing of the Milio, who does have a big impact on this game.
Wilson able to get it as he
That's
takes
big.
the Rift Herald. They're going to need to send somebody for the eye. That's that snowball stopped in its tracks here as Denethor was looking to follow up, but they won't find anything, and all for naught for NRG.
I think that's really important. That's a 3 Grub Herald and one that would have taken mid tower away. I know Zamudo's hitting bot, but if you lose mid tower, it just really helps open up the map further for NRG to try and find these plays and snowball. I'm still concerned this game about NRG's ability to find clean engages. I think Kisdo's been doing a great job with pillars so far to try and find these setups, and they've been able to throw damage back at Winthrop because they are the team that's ahead. I just still see a world where Senna Ivern can kind of absorb everything, and NRG are left with not enough options to try and find hard lockdown and actually be able to engage on a Winthrop comp that, again, will be really good in those long-term 5v5s with just the heals and the sustain that Senna Ivern are going to bring to the table and the range that Senna Victor packs. But still is NRG finding a kill, and they will continue to progress the game. I don't want Winthrop to fight this dragon. I think that you have to sign up for trying your best to contest the 4th dragon. Just don't see a world where they're strong enough to fight it here.
And that's where I want to flip the table to the team that's actually in the lead here as well, because they are pushing the tempo. They are pushing the game, and that's exactly what they need to do. This is already going to be soul point at 19 minutes in, which means at 24 minutes, they are going to have to fight for that soul. A Chem soul over to NRG would be huge.
Yeah, and, I mean, Kisno's been the MVP of this game so far. I do feel like Wilson really helped Kisno progress the game with a errant invade. But Kisno, this Trundle, he is solo frontline in a way. I think it's really tough for this team to find engages. And the way that he's been walking and finding these pillars, it has put Winthrop in the hole. Now, they've progressed the game with neutrals. They haven't really progressed the gold lead overall. And still, the magic sauce we were talking about for Winthrop was that 2-3 item mark. Fortunate that Kisno has progressed the game this quickly through objectives, because I think this dragon spawns before we can really get those 2 to 3 item marks coming in for Winthrop University.
Yeah, and we are already getting, that second big spike for the Lucian for Sushi, who didn't even have to stay with the brown paper bags. He has gotten as many kills as he needed to get that second item spike, and now Wilson going to be pushed on by Kisno. We'll be fine for now with the collapse possible from mobility in mid lane, so they will back off for now. And I do want to see them still kind of continue to push this tempo, especially around Sushi or NRG. Try to use these item spikes that have been so knowingly powerful for the Lucian. We will see the counterplay with the Rift Herald in mid lane by Winthrop.
I like the group. Again, this grouping. Winthrop grouped up with Ivern will be quite strong. Excellent pillar from Kisno to make sure really that Herald didn't find the crash. Still will be the 5-man siege from Winthrop, and NRG down numbers will have to respect it. Winthrop now going to have to respond to the side waves, which have been pushed in well by 5-mini and Zamudo. I know last game we were a little bit critical of them playing the side lanes at times, as it was heavily punished by Winthrop, but this was a good moment from NRG, making sure they're funneling their 2 first-team all-pro solo laners to get those waves in and make sure that they continue to push the game forward in their favor.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like a little bit of a trade skis for both teams, as that's going to be the nice response flash. Not caught shopping, not caught anywhere else. 5-mini gets out.
I think that the respectful flash, you just don't want to give up any shutdowns or any way back 100%. Into the game right now. I think that was a very good time for a very respectful flash. Where they can turn it on Zach, maybe.
They were thinking about it. It's going to be the flash out of Kisno. Spiraling Despair has hit, and it might also hit the Phantom of Winthrop University. A big pick in the side lane by NRG.
Good try by Zach to react out of that one, but Kisno loved the preemptive flash to make sure that he got out of the gravity field. No chance for Zach to get out after that, as 5-mini was able to connect with his ultimate at range. More gold going into the pockets of NRG as we are 2 minutes away from this dragon spawning. NRG, don't mess with this. Don't mess with this guy.
He wants the scuttle crab.
Don't mess with it. Get the soul first. I know I talked about how impactful Chemtech dragons could be on Ivern. You're getting Chemtech soul overall with a Milio in your back pocket too. That's going to make you a really happy camper. As the collapse coming in.
Yeah, they found the flank here as well. On to Kim down. The turret's down too. The shielding is really coming online here, though, and you can see it in these sustained fights. If NRG can't find that big pick, it becomes a lot more dicey in the moment.
That's a good moment, though, for NRG, because that's them actually using side lane pressure to get a collapse, and it doesn't convert into kills. Zemuto getting critical flashes before the soul spawns. That's going to be one that NRG, they can build off this now. No flash on the Senna, no flash on the Ivern. Him down's flash doesn't matter quite as much, but we talked about NRG's difficulties of potentially finding that hard engage with this draft. Removing those flashes is going to make those hard engages a lot easier to find with their more limited tools as we approach this soul fight.
Really interesting stuff with the flip of the compositional styles from both teams in this game number 3. But NRG still right down the track that they needed, a minute away from this dragon setup. We were correct. I do not believe 3 items are going to be there for Winthrop University, so they're just going to have to fight this one tooth and nail or just give over the soul, but that's never what you want to do against this style of composition.
No, they're going to be down heavy as we come into this soul fight, granting mid-priority. Zemuto still gets side lane prio. Zemuto has, it doesn't show in the scoreboard as it's you know, only 2-1 in the KDA, but it's showing the gold. What Zemuto's been able to do this game. As he's going to TP in, he's going to get the big shield from the quest. Good poke from Winthrop. Again, these standoff scenarios, they have both Ivern and Senna.
Mudo wants to just go for the fight. He's tanking up a good amount. They do have a lot of damage on Kim down, but they lose some Mudo for it. That's a big trade. Zach is going to make it out alive, and now it's a 4v4. Top laner for support.
I didn't love that. I don't know if that's worth it. Again, these standoffs with both Senna and Ivern, even with Winthrop being down, they have an opportunity to stall out and get their health bar back. As Hui Poke is good from Phi Mini. They have a Ward and Banana Brush, though, so they're playing with full info walking in here. Zach split. I think Zach needs the heals from the Senna.
50-50. Could be the case. Kisno started it up. It's a quarter down. NRG want to live or die off this fight potentially here in the moment. Winthrop University, they're so close to their scaling, but a soul would be so detrimental to that option.
Been good.
Half health and aggro has switched. Winthrop University going to take pole position on the dragon here. Denethor poked out. It's going to be a 50-50. It goes the way. Oh my goodness. They stopped the soul. It's Zach that claims it, and that's another 5 minutes Winthrop University have bought for themselves.
That was critical. And I know at home I've spent a lot of time harping on the drafts, but honestly, that standoff was why. Again, if you get in those elongated standoffs with both Ivern and Senna, you can win out on the health bar war. And this Victor Senna will continue to scale 74 stacks on mobility, who I think... in the lane, I believe, I want to say it's like 67 at 20. That's about, like, the goal. Into the lane, you're not going to get quite as many as a clutch dash from Sushi gets him out of that one. But he's starting to get those souls. 80's another breakpoint for him. We do have a fight top. Zach trying to hold on to his flash.
Trouble. The CC isn't there for Zemuto. Didn't have it back up yet. Will be a delayed setup on Zach, who did not have to burn the flash, has TP. They're fighting in the jungle now. Wilson just taken down to the culling of Sushi. I think trees versus guns. Guns win that every single time.
Really good pillar by Kisno to make sure that Wilson got isolated to the full culling from Sushi. And that is going to be NRG finding this Baron. I don't think that Winthrop can get in here. And Wilson just kind of stuck in transition there. Again, NRG, they still are the team that's ahead. They have the map pressure. But they found 5 minutes.
Insta engage on
I didn't see the ward.
He was trying to set the trap.
It was warded.
It's going to be a huge play from Winthrop. A nice bait. And now
NRG,
they're scared. The NRG don't want to move in. The Baron has reset. A beautiful play from Winthrop University. But now they're going to get engaged on. Denthor is the tank right now. He's the front line. It's going to be NRG collapsing down. Zemuto getting low. He can't heal enough. He gets the double root. He dashed into Sushi. And now Sushi about half health. NRG spread to the winds as Winthrop University try to chase them down.
Again, NRG kind of lack engage tools, and we're seeing in these elongated fights, Winthrop start to take an advantage. There was a blue ward on top of that red ward. They're about to kill that red ward. I didn't see it on my screen. Of course, Winthrop and Denethor did. As he was walking like he was going towards the Baron, fired off that ultimate, found the public execution, and Phi Mini, not thinking he was sitting on vision, goes down instantly, and Denethor honestly brings his team kind of back into the game. I know the lane phase was an oopsie from him, As level 5, he burned Flash and die. Really tough to do against the Renekton, but this Ambessa can really be empowered by the Ivern and the Senna in the front line, and the ability to find these engages in force with Nautilus, set up with the Ivern too, who of course if a root lands and you right-click, you go into auto-attack range of that individual. This is why I kind of favored the Winthrop draft and really like how they can neutralize some of what NRG can do, because we are seeing in these elongated scenarios, they are able to go even, stall out the game, and you know what happens when you stall out a game with a Victor and a Senna on your team? That's going to favor you as time goes on.
Yeah, and it's very obvious that if NRG don't get that big burst round on us and take them down, these fights are so losable. And now we've hit that mark we wanted. 3 items for mobility now. Even have those 3 items for Wilson, which is going to help a lot of that sustained team fighting. And Zach, most likely very close to his 3rd item completion. That extra 5 minutes might just be the lifeline Winthrop University needed in this game.
"90 seconds till the dragon again." Soul's going to be up. Every dragon for NRG. I really feel like it's important they get Soul, because every Chemtech dragon that goes over to Winthrop University empowers the Senna, the Ivern, the Victor, the Nautilus. They have so many heals and shields on their team. So we're just going to empower them further. Denethor was showing top. TP flank coming in from Zamudo. Winthrop doesn't see it yet. They're getting zoned into him.
This is the moment they wanted. They're trying to get Wilson out of the fight. They're going to target him down. He pops Daisy and flashes away. Zamudo's still going to try to chase him, but now he's alone. He's inside of the hand of Winthrop University. He's got to try to fight his way out of it. Kisno trying to delay the other side of the fight with Zach, as Zamudo needs to find a way to slice and dice over the wall with the cooldown. He's going to focus onto Daisy. Now he gets engaged on. He does make it over the wall. The shielding coming in clutch for NRG.
You can see it, though.
Still almost taken down. The breath of life coming through at the last moment. The campfire is going to be healing well. Wilson, the only one low, Dragon. But that doesn't matter.
That's Dragon. That's Dragon. That's Zamudo TP. He can't. Oh no! That's Disaster!
Wilson!
What a find!
Wilson!
Disaster!
What a pick! That's huge for 5 minutes, and it delays the inevitable fight around the dragon.
I didn't see the QW because everyone was on top of each other, but 5 Mini finds the snipe. That's critical. I thought in the elongated scenario, again, you get Senna heals, you have Ivern helping you sustain back up. Zamudo couldn't get back into the fight. He burned a TP to get there. That's Dragon. That was so clutch from 5 Mini.
What a moment. One of the most improved players we've seen. One of the moments that I know he wants to live up to, and he's able to make the difference in the moment, get them the soul, and now that's Chemtech soul for a very strong NRG.
So clutch from 5 Mini, just to make sure that, again, not only soul, but you stop the Chemtech dragons from being stacked up by Winthrop, a dragon that I really feel like they abuse, even if it's a dragon that's rightfully considered weaker overall. But oh, that was such a big play from 5 Mini, and what another swing of the game, because I felt like the Zamudo TP came down, did such a good job of making sure that he helped peel Wilson in that scenario, and I really felt like we could have had a reset as the Phillips and Relco precision play. Oh, he got caught in the channel. The blue trinket spotted him. He was channeling to kill the crab. You lose some health, by the way, with those channels. I don't know how much it is at level 14. It might be 0 by this point. I'm not exactly the Ivern expert there with the passive, but just a big error. That's a really big error from Winthrop, because it really felt like if they got that dragon again, game further swings back in their favor. They would have bought themselves another 5 minutes. Instead, Hemsoul and Winthrop, their comp, they have damage as they scale up. I mean, death cap on Zach's big, but that damage resistance as NRG gets low, that could be really critical in this game as well for them, going up against Winthrop.
I love it, man. We have a game on the knife's edge here for game number 3. I know, tense in the minds of everybody on this field.
I really felt like Winthrop punted the game at 4 minutes with walking into the bot side jungle of NRG, but the fact that they've been able to play their comp out, I think the way it should be played, just having these long fights, and Kimdao's going to pull the trigger on the speed gun.
That's the double CC with the public execution on top of it. Even the breath of life used Kisno, able to get away with a beautiful flash. It was the attempt from Winthrop that is thwarted.
I think it was a misclick. They wanted the alt Spica there. He flashed away. Depth charge went on Trundle, who were on top of each other. If that finds Spica, you take away all those tools, and that Milio definitely dies in that scenario. So I like the look from Kim down, but the flash from Spica, just think depth charge went on the fat target instead of the Milio. Bit of a missed opportunity there from Winthrop, because it was a good look from Kim Down. I like that look a lot, but just couldn't connect on the right target.
It's pretty good for a rookie, new budding player support, ain't he? Little light.
Yeah, see, he flashed away, and the other person clicked on the wrong person, even though it was the right play.
Yep. It's a speak out play.
It's almost a better mind control than the fact that he's a new support.
It is. There's some presence over on the top side of the map, but I do not expect any Baron flips to be coming through. I know both of our teams keeping their eyes locked on that Elder Dragon still in the horizon. We are getting further along in these item completions as well, getting closer to 4th items, close enough that we might end up getting them before that next fight.
Serpent's Fang can put it on Sushi. I know that's not a gold efficient item, but this game, hella efficient.
Oh, yeah.
Given how much we've been talking about the shielding that's available for Winthrop. Also, Spirit Visage on Kisno. I think we saw a lot of the mileage of that Spirit Visage coming in with those heals and shields being greater. Big pickup for the Trundle, who does scale really well into the game. I know we talked about lack of engage, potentially, for NRG, but Trundle, definitely a very fat individual later on, a champion that scales really well if people sleep on. And speaking of scaling, Denethor might be able to take this fight. I think he can take this fight.
I mean, Zamudo's in some serious trouble here. He is absolutely stuck. He's going to try to walk his way out. Meanwhile, his team is barreling down mid lane. He actually might escape because of the pressure that his team is putting on. That's going to be a massive setup in mid lane that does not get trigger pulled. They try to get the slow there, but they won't be able to do it, and the public execution does end up getting used. Now the setup from Winthrop to try to push NRG out of their jungle is successful.
I like those looks from Denethor. Public execution was flashed by 5 minis, so the way did flash, that's worth the cooldown. And again, I think pushing Zamudo out there, it did force NRG into a weird scenario where they were a little bit split. I think there's a couple of blue trinkets that should be killed by Winthrop, can be fast kills, and oh wow, they're going to start this. Okay, Zamudo's bot, I want to see if this gold graph goes away. I'm not sure if Zamudo has TP or not. He does have TP, he's going to use it now. Pinch coming in, can Winthrop read this or see it?
I think this is going to be a bait fight. They're going to get engaged on now. No, he just goes forward. He's trying to use his health bar. Look at the subjugation. He's healing so damn much. It's Zamudo that makes a backside entrance. Zamudo makes the difference. Mobility is down. That's a massive play from NRG as they just wipe Winthrop off the fight. It was a pseudo Baron that ends up their doom. NRG, 8,000 gold up, pushing down mid lane.
Yeah, again, I think Winthrop with this draft, they got to play slower. Baron, they pretty much sign up to help NRG speed up that game. And to the comp where NRG, I think at times struggles to find and engage. Perfect TP from Zamudo to find the angle that was opened up by the fact that Winthrop pulled that Baron. And that's what's going to be what breaks the back of this game. As Baron's taken right before Elder, again, just kind of stuck in front. And Kisno with that Visage, the Milio, the Subjugate, they cannot kill the Trundle. They don't have the damage to get through the Trundle, and they all end them. I think that this has to, again, be the game of cat and mouse. Just kind of poke and prod, try and reset, lean on the heals and the shields you have. That all-in DPS fight where you throw everything into the super tanky Trundle. Not the fight that Winthrop was looking for. One that NRG is going to take, win, run with, and have the Baron now to set up for the Elder.
The Baron is so big here because it sets up all your lanes. It sets up the potential push with the Elder, and they're forcing the decision-making tree of Winthrop University. That is going to be one they want back, but they don't have time to think about that now. The setup is out for NRG, and they're already pushing.
Elder, of course, sometimes the fat lady that sings to end these games. I think NRG is far enough ahead with the Baron where if they get Elder, like would be a win. And Wilson's stuck. He's forced to flash. Zamudo tucked his way in and around the jungle. Winthrop not quite grouped up there. Will bleed out a tool from Wilson as this Elder's already being spotted and is quite low. Given the DPS of Sushi going to be at half. Now spotted by Winthrop.
Zach has a nice angle here. Daisy going to be used to scout the forward progress of NRG. Grouping up is Winthrop's strength. The sustained
great
fight,
angle for Zamudo.
Their strength. Will they be able to use it here? Zamudo looking for backline access, but getting denied by Denethor. Came down, getting low here. Kisno trying to heal up through this one as well.
Better
able
start.
to get through this damage initially. He's going to go ahead and move forward now. He just popped the Subjugate, and he's going to be healing like crazy. Denethor getting a little bit lower. Wilson the target. Wilson down. The shields are gone. Zach trying to focus on the other side of the fight, but he goes down too. And it just like it looks like Winthrop University are out of options here in game number 3. It's the Elder Dragon Wings that light the backs of NRG, and a match point on the table here for them as they look to go up 2-1 in this best-of-5 elimination series.
Yeah, that was one fat croc in that fight as Zamudo, again, NRG, their comp, they needed to win the early game. They won the early game really hard. Kisno, for me, is the MVP of this game for how he was able to push this game forward, but honorable mention to Zamudo, who had great angles around these big objective fights. Talked about how NRG's comp could struggle to find some engages later on. If you have angles like that that puts Winthrop in that position, that is a way to find engages, and Zamudo really made sure to find those angles, bind Winthrop into those tough spots, and make up for some of the lack of engage with what NRG was able to have, and the damage came through over the top. Kisno ended up being unkillable later on, but what Kisno did early on to make sure that game started off in NRG's favor, I think was much needed in that draft. And NRG, we saw Winthrop's draft work, ultimately ended up being too far behind too early to get fully online and eclipse NRG in terms of scaling.
Kisno was just running the map, man. He literally owned every lane in that first 6 minutes or so. Incredible stuff from NRG, able to pull through with a comp that we were wondering if they could make it to a later game, but the early stacking of dragons, being able to push the pace of the game, it is the execution bar that we asked of NRG, and now they are 1 game away from eliminating Winthrop University and moving on in the lower bracket. We'll see if the miracle stuff is still there for the Eagles, and we'll see for game number 4.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Welcome back, one and all, once again to NACL, presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby and Winthrop. Don't fail us now. We are on a spree. We've only had one series not go the distance. Let's see if Winthrop can bring us to 5.
Hey, the one series that didn't go the distance was not in NRG's favor, so I think they'd like to make sure that the second one that doesn't go the distance is in their favor, but I really felt like that was a close game. I know Winthrop dug themselves in a pretty big hole early on, but if that 5-mini snipe kill doesn't come through on the crab, I think the second Chemtech Dragon goes over to Winthrop. We saw Winthrop be able to stall out some of those fights and moments where that damage chart's pretty close. What isn't showing is the healing and the shielding that Winthrop's comp was also able to bring in. But for me, big difference maker in that one. Kisno's early game was fantastic. I think that the invade at level 4 that Wilson had, he's going to really want back, because that really put himself in the bot lane in a big hole. That then made the game a lot easier for NRG. On the other side, Denethor versus Zamudo, that solo kill attempt around level 4 or 5, it was close, but the flash forward for Zamudo to hit the wave, get 5, and get under the Q2 from the Ambessa, that got him that solo kill. And that's my other honorable mention, is Zamudo really ended up being a beast in that game. I think some of the TP angles they had, again, that's an NRG draft where you're kind of lacking engage, or the engage is difficult to find for them against a comp that wants to play with range, play with heals and shields, and really reset fights. I thought that was a difficult task for NRG, as I really did like the Winthrop draft in that game, which I think showed, because they were down 3 dragons and 4k gold, and they almost brought this one back, but really felt like it was the early game focus from Kisno that got NRG in the position they needed to win, because they needed to win that game early, and Kisno set them up to do so.
Yeah, they had such massive leads on top and jungle as well, and like 2 literally game-defining fights with those flanks from Zamudo. And most of the time, like in the starts of those fights, he was just a body, but it forces so many other decisions from the side of Winthrop University that just kind of broke down. And I think those entrances are what made NRG so lethal. Their team play, how they work in fights, and how that communication works, and something that they were lacking in their last series. So it's nice to see that kind of come through and shine through here in a pivotal game of the series. And now we'll have to see if they want to go with this style comp again, because the thing that's funny is, like, we had literally like a full swap of team styles for both of the teams going into this game. Yeah,
that's a good shout. Again, that was the first game we really saw Winthrop go scaling. I think that that's the fun of Fearless, and part of, I guess, what detracts from it for me a little bit, the fact that before Fearless, you could really find team styles. Like, all right, we're playing melee mids, and we're going to like try and brawl every game, right? You had teams that really committed to that, or 1-3-1ing. In Fearless, you have to be flexible or malleable to make sure that, hey, if the draft gives you this angle, kind of like what Denethor was saying yesterday, like, everyone on the team has to be willing to play what is necessary for the game, and we have a team that's willing to do that. That was a game for me where I liked that Ivern on 5. I really thought Ivern had value. And as a champion for me that's been somewhat forgotten about, as he's a goofy little champion. There's a lot of BS-ness about Ivern as a champ, but I really like the angle for Wilson to pull it out there and give his team a go to have that scaling, the healing and shieldings to lean upon. Just couldn't find the victory. Too big of a hole early on where Winthrop wasn't able to overcome it. And now, diving into this last game, I believe that Winthrop did take first pick. They'll find themselves on the red side. And Caitlyn and Lulu being off the table tells me that Winthrop is setting up for a particular bot lane that they want to open with early on.
This is exactly the position Winthrop has been in before. This is exactly what they started their lower bracket run with. It's so important that I go back to that initial statement I said before we got into game number 1 of that switch that gets flipped when mobility says, no, I'm carrying the game. Is this going to be one of those moments? Are we going to see one of these hyper carry bot lane setups for Winthrop University? Something that has saved them in previous series, because Winthrop have played the max amount of games. They have been in this position before, and we'll see if they can clutch it out once again. The Nico's huge.
Yeah, I would like the Jhin deny, because Nico, for me, doesn't set up for a hyper carry bot. It sets up for a poke bot lane. Varus is off the table. Jhin, I think the next best pairing with Nico from there. Good takeaway by Sushi, someone who is also very proficient in Jhin in his own right. But with Trundle off the table, this screams Scion for me. Gwen is up, so Zamudo could answer a Scion with a Gwen, but really want to see a tank be snagged here for Denethor to abuse the fact that Jhin really struggles into that archetype of champion. But oh boy, this is Camille. I have a feeling this might be a Camille support, and they're going to use Camille to really dissuade a Scion or a tank top from being picked, as I assume Zamudo can play this as well. But I have a real feeling that Spica had a smile on his face, and this is going to be Camille support for him.
He's always known to be a cooker. We'll see if he ends up doing
it's
so
a jungle
again.
adjacent champ,
Going back over to Wilson.
Camille skin is technically out of the jungle, right? It's jungle adjacent. As
it is, yeah.
Knockups galore for Winthrop University. They will take the Wukong, and I actually think it's going to be MF potentially for mobility. Maybe I jumped the gun again. Was thinking poke. Ooh, Corki's interesting.
Okay.
We usually see Corki Nami. So taking Corki into the Jhin, something that mobility was able, I think, to find the win on yesterday with the Corki Nami game they were able to play, but pairing it up with the Nico this time around. Definitely, Corki always packs the damage, so going to round out the bot side there for Winthrop.
Wondering where this sustained engage and sustained damage comes from NRG. They're going to go ahead and get the Azir. I love that when it's paired up with the Jhin, because you have some of that burst damage. You also have Azir that can make people's lives hell.
I think this is the first champion that I really associated with Fi Mini as well, as think highly of his Azir play. So, going to snag that one. Gives him some mobility and some ways to deal with the Pop Blossom and the Cyclone coming out from the support and jungler of Winthrop University. Twisted Fate taken away, putting some respect on Zac and his ability to move and go impact the side lanes. As interested to see if we have a Gwen ban on the side of Winthrop University. Gwen for me just signals that they still might want Scion. I think that this Camille, though, is just going to be flexed between support and top until the end of draft. And again, kind of expect this to be in the hands of Spica. And Winthrop just going to... I like the Maokai ban. I think you're just guaranteeing that your bans land if you do ban out jungle, and Wukong is showing.
Zamudo hasn't played the Camille competitively. Doesn't mean he can't play it, but we'll see if it ends up being that flex. I love that they're playing with that, though, and the flex possibilities there at least. But in the second... Go ahead.
Camille's definitely a champ where I think we might see it sneak in some game fives. Obviously, we saw Denethor play it because he's really proficient on the champion.
He's really good at it.
But it has a very strong identity. Just being able to counter tanks and have that hard engage. So I think sometimes later on in Fearless drafts, it may not be the strongest champ, but having a strong identity, we've seen really matter. And we have seen both teams, I think, draft comps that have relatively strong identities throughout today. So kind of interesting, as we'll see what the second ban is here for Winthrop. Again, expect junglers to be taken away. Vi still on the board.
It is.
And yeah,
no, it's not.
I think Nico, Wukong, Vi is a pretty easy ban to throw out. So, like that from Winthrop. And NRG, I assume this is going to be a jungle pick. Camille jungle, I guess, technically is kind of a thing. I just think that's the weakest of the three roles that they could still try and flex this Camille on.
Let's see if they're feeling spicy here for going into game number 4. I do like some of the mid lane bans as well. Just ease up some of the potentials for Fi Mini's matchup too, as we do see the Skarner locked in. So Omega lockdown right now for NRG.
We have seen a Skarner top thanks to Fiji. That is, I think, an answer into tanks only. And again, just curious kind of what Winthrop wants to read. If they pick Jax, this is 100% going to be a Camille support. Jax is one of the better matchups into Camille. That's playable. Is Zac going to take a page out of the Insanity book?
It.
Okay. Cogbot is.
He played it once before already in the playoffs. He'll do it again. As I love that setup now. It's very different for Winthrop University, but now they have multiple damage forces as well as a lot of spacing available in fights.
What are we going to do here? Just Aatrox. I mean, technically this is a matchup
Aatrox in there.
that Camille can kind of counter. How weird are we going to get here with NRG? Again, I I'm pretty confident this is going to be Camille support and Skarner jungle. I don't think you can play Skarner top and Aatrox. We have seen Zamudo play the Fiora. This is a counter matchup. I like Fiora a lot this game.
Big decisions.
Yeah.
The best top laner in the league is going to pull out the Fiora once again.
Okay. I mean, this is a matchup where... Oh, so Fiora Aatrox got really popular in a split of LCK because someone figured out that you could run Grasp on Aatrox and kind of play around with the W sweet spot window of Fiora, because the sweet spots you're looking to counter with Fiora's stun in the W, but they were late dashing to try and dodge out of that. So like it was at the back half of a Q animation as Aatrox, you could dash out of the W, and that did kind of change the matchup back to be a little bit more Aatrox favored, or at least one where Aatrox can go even. This is a hard counter pick, and one where Zamudo is going to be really committed to side laning. The hard engage will be there. A Camille ult gives you a way to play out a Nico ult and give you some lockdown. Also gives you a way to play out a Wukong ult. I'm really curious, though, what the idea is for NRG, because I think that they're... With Fiora, you have a dedicated split pusher, and I still think that them dealing with the hard engage between the Wukong and the Nico, even with stuff like Azir, Emperor's Divide, and Camille having a few ways to play out of that, I still feel like it's pretty difficult, because Winthrop's comp should be overwhelmingly able to engage. This is a fun one, though.
This is a fun one,
Couple
Cubby.
weird picks. We're
We're getting into it now. We know from here on out, Winthrop University, their lives are on the line. Their playoff run, the miracle Cinderella run of a lifetime, the furthest this team has ever placed in the NACL, is on the line now against the #1 seed NRG, who have come to play. The redemption arc starts now for them, and Game 4 starts now for us.
Ghost PTA for the Kog'Maw, as it is Conqueror for Denethor, so not the grass stacking, and then a PTA for Zamudo as well. PTA going to be really favoring the short trades as Wilson.
Wilson loves this trade.
That is
he can immediately
really nice.
just stay in Kisno's jungle.
Yeah, I don't know if Fiora can actually do anything about this, and
just we are going to get... Look at this.
little ships in the night, Australian mode, as Kisno is going to be relegated to starting enemy Krugs.
If he comes back over, though, Kisno is in some serious trouble. He has no health to play with here.
I don't think he will. I think this is kind of a gambit for Kisno, because if he doesn't take the top side, his game is kind of over.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think that Wilson is going to read this. If so, I'm curious. I'm just going to look at the minimap, see if there are pings cast. Zach did drop a ward on the top side. We'll see if he sees Skarner cross, but I think Skarner is going to take these 3 camps and probably just hit B.
Weird start for the jungle and a lot of tension in this game. A little bit more so for Winthrop University, obviously, but love to see the battle between these junglers heading into pathing wars now. And we'll have to see where they decide to go after this, because I think they're going to want to swap sides, so we could see an X cross in the mid lane.
Oh, I think if Wilson...
He spotted out,
There's a ward. Is that ward going to spot him? Ward's about to die. It died. Thanks to our observers. That's a great highlight.
That's huge.
But, he doesn't get to the wraps.
Kim's almost dead.
Oh, 1 tick of Ignite.
He's so close. The heal came through as well.
Again.
Here comes Kisno.
Yeah.
He tries to get Zach. Zach forced to flash. They aren't going to be able to follow it up with much more, because Zach can do some good damage back. Almost kills
PTA,
the minion. The minion shot. It's enough. First blood goes to Winthrop's mid lane.
Kisno has to flash. That means he's going to have to drop his Raptors, or at least there's going to be a contest here. 5 mini, just 1 auto attack away from getting out. That said, the mage auto goes through. Kisno did smite the Raptors, but the camp was split as the goofiness of this game continues.
Dude, the MVP minion. Insane, as love to see some of the tension already flaring up here in the earlier part of the game. We have summoner spells burned up plenty, and now returning to a map state with both junglers trying to redeploy onto the map.
Oh my, I mean, what chaos. A good flash by Zach. Again, 5 mini. Doesn't find the slow, and the AP Kog'Maw buffs, part of why we're seeing it.
No!
The Q, the Caustic Spittle, They buffed the shred on it, along with just overwhelming AP ratio buffs for the Kog'Maw. It made the difference there as the PTA plus the minions helping Zach find that kill in 5 Mini. Definitely was not expecting that one. I wasn't either, to be fair, up here. But Zach ends up taking first blood on this Kog'Maw. I mean, a champion where if you get going, you get ahead. The amount of damage you can do with this champion, if you can set up, and it's very skill shot based, but the amount of lockdown that exists for Winthrop to try and guarantee Kog'Maw combos on Pop Blossom plus Wukong targets is Spica.
Nice. They do hit the deadly first. Oh, a really nice Tangle Barb comes through, though, and stops them right where they stand, or at least stops Sushi. But, yeah, it's such an interesting, chaotic start to the game. But I got to give massive props to Zach. I mean, this is something we've already talked about and some of the story coming behind it. But I guess we're going to go back to bot lane as Kim down. One more shot will do it. A fourth shot and takes him down. Sushi going to trade his life for that one, though. The barrier comes through. The flash from Wilson and mobility cleans it up. Frost Bomb. It might be enough to get another one. A dash from Wilson. He'll give his life. And we just go blow for blow in bot lane.
Wave gets in, mobility gets fed. Wilson gonna take the fast back. Is gonna lose out on his topside camps, which will be spotted by Zach. The fact that Kisno's getting these, honestly, really big for him. This is gonna put Wilson in quite the bind, as he did go down there. And Skarner is, despite the start being very Wukong favored, Skarner's ahead in the current game state, potentially looking at Denethor.
Skarner. That is a troublesome thing. He is always good, it feels like, with the kit that he has. As Denethor pop the World Ender. Gonna find some good damage on a Kisno. Gets the 3-piece here. And Wilson was coming away from the fight, or at least coming out of the redeploy. They're just gonna try to get this wave pushed in.
Denethor has to get his wave in against Fiora, as he's no ult and did use some of his time to
look at this, though.
Trade with Skarner. Wilson, I mean, again, he's down a level. He's down a red buff. And Zamudo is going to pick up his wave. He doesn't have a TP, but I think that he can collapse. And Spica is showing mid. So no way Wilson can continue with this play. The fact that Spica's mid.
Oh, Wilson with the
That's
TP
a TP
play.
from Aatrox.
Going to bring him in. Trying to see if they could make a play, but the TP takes so long. So not going to find anything. Just kind of pulls them away from Wilson, who will slink back over to the setup here around the Gromp and take it away. So he at least gets something for his time.
It's a camp. But still, Skarner being ahead after that opener, yeah. I want to get Kisno deserves a lot of credit for his answers in this game. Being 200 HP, level 1, and being up 2 camps on Wukong after that, not what you expect.
Play on the Kim down. They surround him, but he misses the Emperor's Divide there, as that will be the turnaround play now.
No 5 Mini.
As that heal already got burned, and now you just have the Bio-Arcane Artillery. One more hit, and it's Zach that gets a second kill of the game for the Kog'Maw mid.
Shout out Kim down. You called it out, Mazel. That heal bought time and space, or bought the space he needed to dodge out an Emperor's Divide. Mobility.
They have the hover from Wilson, so they know they can't overextend for the play, even with the 4th shot ready to go from Sushi.
Oh, okay. It got him off Dragon, and I think they can look here with the Skarner as Curtain Call.
Open up. Kisno does have the Impale as well. He levels it up. 4th shot hits as well. They're going to get the flash play and a double kill coming through for Spica on his Camille support.
Yeah, I think that's one that Winthrop's going to want back a little bit. That was kind of close, because I think they're just trying to get the wave in. Sushi hitting 6 was critical, with the Skarner able to turn that one around. But even the initial skirmish, it got Wilson off the Dragon. I think that if Wilson commits bot and helps them get that wave in total, again, him and Kisno had a lot of info, they're just seeing each other. I wonder if that was a miscalculation or just not really tracking when Sushi hit 6. Because this wave's in a tough spot for mobility and Kim down. I think they really needed help. So as Wilson, I almost would have advocated for taking that crab, which is important. It does give you 6, but kiting it down to the bot side. So maybe he can interact with that play. I think a little bit of wasted time there might have made a big difference in terms of what happened with that bot play. Is we have our first pause of the day, Mazel, and a little bit more tension, and honestly a deep breath in what's been a very chaotic game 4.
I'm going to spend that breath and talk about this Camille support, dude. I like Spica coming out. He's like 1,000 gold ahead, obviously, already. He's already got the Tuttler. Like, this might be a menace pick in this game.
It needs to play fast and play hard early. It's one where it's kind of funny because Halo Blade's got some changes where you benefit off of auto attack resets, which Camille gets twice with the Q, which is quite nice. But the new Halo Blades, it's less early game power, more late game power, because you get sustained true damage if you keep on auto attacking with Halo Blades now with the update, which was quite the update for Halo Blades. So not one that support Camille is going to benefit off of as much as, of course, you're at support, so you don't get as many resources as other champions. But one where, again, Camille, as a champion, you have a really strong identity, and you have some ways to play around this Nico and the Barbs early on. One that's been kind of cashed in on by Spica. So the fact that he's, again, willing to pick this is a champion that you really need mechanics for if you're going to play it as support, because if you make any mistakes, down resources, you're going to be in a tough spot. But with the Halo Blades, you can really pressure early, and Spica, with hook shot as well, a lot of mobility on the map, we have seen Spica use that well.
Yeah, we have. We'll see if that continues here. But man, the other thing we got to talk is that man on your screen on the right. 2-0 start for the Kog'Maw mid in a do or die game number 4. That's got to feel good for a guy who's fought to be in this position.
Yeah, really important too, just given that Dusk and Dawn, it's an item that has really tough components. I think that when you're building Dusk and Dawn, you feel bad until you complete it. But once you complete it with Kog'Maw as well, we saw Zach the last time he played it. He went 3 points in E and then max W. And of course, Dusk and Dawn, you're going to apply that W passive twice, which is a big chunk of percent HP damage that Kog'Maw is able to do. And with PTA on top of that as well. I think the style that he's playing, there is a lot of damage that you have available to try and pump out with this Kog'Maw mid. So see if Zach can really kind of keep his cool in the game, because I think that Azir and Camille from Spica, as well as Skarner, really going to try and pressure and attack this Kog'Maw. And the fact that the first 2 attempts have gone sideways, again, really big for Zach as he stepped up nice.
It's going to be a lot of damage to deal with as well. As hopefully we'll be getting through this rather quickly and back into the game. A tense moment that gets delayed, a series on the line here. And it does look like we're going right back in. So it looks like we've gotten through. And we will get to a point in the game now where both objectives up at the same time once again this series, as Grubs and Dragon have spawned.
Kind of talked that one into existence, Mizel. I respect that. That was clutch for the fans at home.
To be fair, I'm not going to lie. I saw both of them put their hands back on their keyboard and mouse, and I realized we're going to the game. So, yeah, thanks. But
you were locked
context clues are king.
I was staring at my second monitor for Kog'Maw build. I wasn't fully locked in, Mizel. You helped me out there.
All good. So that's what we're here for. That's why there's 2 of us and not just 1 of us. The Grubs do get started up by NRG, though, so it looks like they will be left to take all 3 of them. Wilson is in the neighborhood. If he wants to go over to try to get one back, but the smite will be saved by Kisno. He'll smite it away, go for the fight. Z-Stall's impact does not connect because of the Cyclone. 5 Mini fighting his way. You got to think about the sustained damage that can come through from 5 Mini. Wilson forced to clone his way away. Impale goes wide on Denethor. Denethor with the flash play. He's going to get the retreat here from NRG as his World Ender reprocs.
I mean, Zach was just untouched in that fight and getting so much work done on the Kog'Maw again, as he really was the one that pretty much solo got Zamudo out of that fight, out of that play. And then Denethor coming in to make sure the play went in Winthrop's favor. It's the Grubs for NRG. So kind of like what we were talking about in Game 2 with Zamudo's 3-Grub Yorick. This is a 3-Grub Fiora. That is terrifying. I don't think Fiora can really be dealt with when it comes to the composition of Winthrop. That said, we did see NRG not fully be able to convert the split push lead that Zamudo had in Game 2 into a game victory. So I think room for improvement for them in that game, and we'll see if they can convert it this time around with Zamudo's Fiora, where he's the only person that's played that champion in NACL, and it is 1-0.
See, you can do it again. As some skirmishing happening in the jungle for some vision contest from NRG, but man, I'm just starting to think that how efficient these living artilleries are going to be from Zach, and maybe some sustained fights if they're trying to find some picks. But the burst damage that's going to be coming through from them needs to be thought of when they go into these fights for NRG. We're getting closer to our first item. Speaking of, the first one has hit the deck. It is going to be the Youmu's for Sushi. They'll have a little bit more strength in the earlier part for Jin. See if they want to utilize that. Dragon still untouched, 10.5 minutes in.
If anyone's going to hit the Dragon, probably going to be NRG. But it's the fact they got Grubs. Again, Azir plus Fiora, their ability to side lane. Zach can match the wave clear, but can't match the Mind of Azir. And that's, I mean, that's an early Dusk and Dawn, so that's going to help. But,
that's pretty early.
Yeah, Nash's Azir, if he gets access to the side lane with 3 Grubs, I think the ability to funnel gold for NRG. We are still on the 10 patch, not the 11 patch, so new patch did see an update to Grubs and a pretty big overhaul of Enchantress items. We are not on that patch, as I appreciate that fact for playoffs. That is a fat patch that's coming in for MSI. They've changed the game a lot this split, quite frankly. So appreciate some of the stabilities, as we have had our teams fighting it out at the highest level in a very exciting playoff so far for NACL.
And it feels like we're finally starting to see, and obviously still a long series potentially here ahead of us, we're starting to see that NRG that we were missing from the earlier round of playoffs, which makes everything that much more competitive here in the Sphere. As we do see the Dragon taken by Winthrop University. We'll get the split of the neutrals.
Little surprised it did go the way of Winthrop. It was Zach's first base. He based before Phi Mini. And the fact that he had Dusk and Dawn, Phi Mini had to respond to that base. That was the window that they were able to convert the Dragon on. So nice pickup by Wilson and the squad, as we'll see Zamudo uses W. Well played by Denethor to dodge out of that. Good Q, though, from Zamudo. Again, just a really, really hard matchup for Aatrox. So much mobility in Fiora's kit to dodge out of the sweet spots, which you really need his Aatrox to be fully effective as a champ.
I'm pretty sure Kizno has taken all of the Krugs from Wilson. Like, maybe he got one of them. It wasn't exactly keeping track, but that's like at least the 3rd time that Kizno has gotten his Krugs. So I love to see it. And you have the now moving support of Spica on this Camille, who has Sundered Sky as well. Pretty nice spike for the Camille, and the double engage that NRG are threatening.
Just kind of curious if NRG can actually convert on mid, as currently Spica was hovering top, and a good ward from Denethor over the wall spots that out. Sid Wilson got the bad news about his rocks being down. No look from Spica, as they're going to give up play on the top side. Now, I say so, and then...
and then Denethor gets engaged. Oh, he gets the CC with a post too! Wilson's right there, though, but won't be able to follow through. On to Zamudo. Spica was threatening to. Kim down moves over. Very, very close call for Denethor.
Important he's able to get out. One of the, I guess, interesting parts of this game is going to be Zamudo took the Ignite. So it's going to be no empowered TP for Zamudo. That's a pretty big gap in terms of cooldowns when you don't have the empowered one, because the empowered TP, it's a shorter cooldown, plus it gives you that giant shield you see right now on Denethor. And
definitely leaning into the side lane stuff.
I really like, well, Ignite versus Aatrox, a lot of value too. I really like that trade though that Wilson just took, because Zamudo, he has his TP up, but he doesn't want to really take that bad base, and hitting Denethor,
the bait.
2 plates like that's quite big.
Phi Mini was moving over just in case they want to overextend. Okay, that's going to be the Ignite from Spica. He unfortunately misses the hook shot, but you can't miss the Hex Deck Ultimatum. That's just impossible. As it's going to be the double lockdown city that we were talking about. As Phi Mini tries to go for the flash play, doesn't get it, immediately gets Pop Blossom back, but the force shot from Sushi connects on a Wilson. They end up getting a 1-for-1 setup in the fight in the river.
Man, poor Phi Mini. It feels like every play that he tries to take, he ends up going down to the end. That one, I'm not going to blame that on Phi Mini either. As the play continues.
Oh my god, the Bio-Arcane Barrage now into the living artillery. Can Spica have dance shoes? No, he can't. Zach goes on a rampage. As it's going to be Denethor fighting in Zamudo in the top side. They have the collapse here, though. Zamudo overextending and finding himself dead to Zach, who goes unstoppable.
Massive from Winthrop, and it really kicked off. They got out of the engage from Phi Mini, what I was first trying to talk about. the double flash from Winthrop, getting out of that Emperor's Divide play from Phi Mini. Insta response, great hands from Winthrop. As Coach Tail said that, at the start of the day, really credited NRG's laning and ability to lane, said, we're going to have to match that and show the hands at times. I think they both showed the hands there, as that double flash was outstanding to make sure that play went in their favor. And then the post play too, Mazel. I didn't really envision them chasing out NRG like that, but given how big Zach already was and how big he is now, 5-0-2 on this Kog'Maw.
They're going to find a pick, though. Kim down, caught in transition. That's the power that Kizno and Spica do have in their pick potential. But, yeah, I mean, this is a terrifying position to be in for NRG when Zach is feeling himself on this Kog'Maw. We've seen this pick destroy games, and it seems like it's already doing so. He's even going to be closer to his second item spike now. He's going to be getting those items very quickly.
I think the good news right now for NRG, they've actually flip-flopped the matchup. They've got Azir going into the Aatrox, which I think does benefit the Azir right now, but not the Fiora. Zamudo was pushed out by Zach, and again, this Kog'Maw is so big. We have him pushing out the side lane Fiora as a mid laner. That just really speaks to how big the Kog'Maw is right now. I don't mind the idea of changing up the side lane matchups for NRG for the sake of the Azir, who can jail the Aatrox, but for the Fiora, nearly going down. I think the idea is that each wave, with the Hydra, can get that health bar back, but he was forced to base, and Zach's just going to farm plates and farm a turret on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, he's up 2K now individually over his opposing mid laner. He's already got the alternator and a needlessly large rod as well, so he's already getting close to that second item that I was talking about, and this just means all the pressure goes the way of Winthrop, and they're going to move that into the Rift Herald play, too.
And this is one fat Kog'Maw that's going to be hitting the rifts. And honestly, all eyes have to be on the Kog.
Is the scaling enough for NRG?
No, I favor Winthrop. I don't see a ton of scaling for NRG. I mean, if you're on the side lane, like when you get big, can be a nightmare, but I think the Kog'Maw outscales everything this game, if it's taken care of.
Kog'Maw's insane.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about, because NRG have tools to attack the Kog'Maw. They've got Azir, Skarner, Camille. That's all a lot of reach at Kog'Maw struggles against. Thinking of Hookshot, Skarner Ian through walls, and then also Azir, what he can do, especially with the flash available as well. That's going to be the struggle for Zach. But he's got the Ghost, he's got the flash, he's going to be doing his damnedest. And man, if NRG, if these engages don't connect, so far we've seen every engage attempt from Phi Mini at least get turned on by Winthrop. If they can't find this Kog'Maw for NRG, he is going to be a problem. He already is. And I think that's kind of what this game is going to come down to metagame-wise, is can NRG hunt down this Kog'Maw?
Yeah, and the thing is the timer on that flash is coming up, so it needs to be now or he's just going to get out of another engage potentially. So you really got to be careful and be a little bit proactive if you can during these down moments for Zach. That shutdown would be nice if it was wrapped up by NRG, as the challenge will be initiated by Zamudo, threatening the re-engage here and trying to get some heals from those sweet spots. He doesn't hit the repose, but Kizno is here. Flash coming out from Denethor, who gets impaled and pulled away from Zamudo. I don't think Kizno can fight that one, but he at least saved his top laner as Zach is running rampant in mid lane, and the turret falls. Yet another one in favor of Winthrop.
Denethor, man, really, I think, embracing the fact that he got counterpicked on this Aatrox. Forcing Zamudo to ult there just to get the move speed to get out. And I mean, you can't do anything as Skarner and Aatrox. Aatrox just kind of farms you in that scenario. Denethor being up a level, again, really critical in this game. This is a matchup that's difficult for Aatrox. It's your favorite. I think Denethor has been managing this wonderfully so far.
Yeah, he's got an advantage.
Well, it did really help that part of the advantage came from that extended play where Zach mobility flashed out, it's not like it's just the straight up 1v1 against Zamudo that Denethor is winning. I think that he was granted some advantages from what happened on the map, but
it's about what you do with that.
He's doing a lot with it. Yeah, you're 100% right there, Mazel. It's we'll see what else he can do.
God, and that's 19 minutes. It was probably completed around 19 minutes. Second item for Zach as well. So that is a tough cookie to handle, or at least to crack here, as 2 minutes away from the Dragon setup. and a lot of movement from Winthrop University onto this bot side where there's an alcove play being set up by NRG.
That is Kim down on Nico. We'll see if NRG hit tab and was able to see that. Oh my god.
Did he know?
They spotted the blue trinket. Speaker's in trouble now.
Oh, flashing out of the Pop Blossom. He's fine for now. Another living artillery hits, and it hits hard. They're going to crash this into the turret and potentially take the final outer turret of NRG.
That is like a British trebuchet from Age of Empires 2.
Look at the Bioarcane Barrage. It does so much damage every auto attack. It's crazy.
Now, the British trebuchets in Age of Empires 2 get a unique buff. That is what it feels like watching Zach right now in this Kog'Maw, is he is just shredding.
That's AP Kog'Maw for you. Even the Void Ooze will do a lot. And it's another sidestep from Denethor, who is feeling himself in this matchup.
That's the interaction I was talking about. And again, the last time we saw a lot of Aatrox versus Fiora was the DRX Worlds 24. It was really...
Hey, I have that skin.
Yeah, it was the grasp that kind of came out that gave Aatrox the favor. That, and then figuring out you could kind of delay these Qs. The fact that Denethor is doing this, for me, the two strongest top laners we had in the regular season go to toe-to-toe. Kind of fun to see them throw the hands in the mechanical matchup.
It's delivering, man. It really is so delivering in that top side.
Props to Denethor, who, again, I think has really stepped up to the occasion. Always been a player that I thought highly of. I still remember the first Seedle I saw him. He got eliminated in the crowd. Went out of my way to go say, hey, man, I thought you played really good in that series. He had a giant Scion engage that brought his team back. And at that time, I kind of knew him for the Nar Sejuani Camille. See how he's grown has been big. And I think they're going to find Zumudo in the side lane here. If you are slippery, but we'll see how slippery.
He has the flash, but he doesn't have the health bar. He'll riposte back. He'll flash. He gets out with a smidgen of health, but the flash Hextech Belt will end up getting Kim down the kill. So really nice capitalization on a move towards topside by Winthrop to keep this lead.
Collapse in the Dragon. Yeah, don't hit that Baron. Just collapse this in the Dragon. NRG do have good control right now. Sushi's doing his best to kill the wave, but I think being down a man, they don't have the firepower to start this Dragon. That was an ultimate used, but only by the Wukong and the Aatrox. I think saving the Pop Blossom is the most important part. And yeah, 5 minutes going to TP out. He got the bot wave in, but no Dragon play with no Zumudo. Good plays from Winthrop coming out there. I really like that sequence. Just finding Fiora on that wave and instantly collapsing it into this Dragon. As they get that one for themselves and continue to progress the game in their favor.
And we talk more about this team play that's coming out of Winthrop University that has been, I feel like, a huge moniker of their success in their series. You remember every single series they've played in the playoffs has gone the distance. This team knows how to stick it in a game, in a series, and they have done just that with this opening as well. And it's NRG with the chance to close this series out, but when we go to 5 games, everything is thrown aside, and it is a very, very tense moment. We'll see if Winthrop University can pilot this advantage into that style of victory. We do have second items starting to be completed by everybody who is not named Zach.
I think with Dragon being down at the moment, like how Zumudo's bot, and he's just going to be dedicated split push. Again, Fiora just so much more valuable in the side lane and in those skirmishes, as Denethor going to still do his best to match Zumudo down there. And but NRG, they're going to try to get the Fiora to split. I mean, Zumudo can't really put a dent into this bot lane. He's been using the wave push he's gotten to try and hover. And I just don't think that's worth it, because like, what's Fiora going to do into this Kog'Maw Corki poke if you come up? Like even if Fiora shows face here, just you can't do anything to really dissuade the rockets and the living artillery from coming out to set NRG behind, and just gives Denethor time in the side lane. So I really feel like this game, again, we need dedicated split push Zumudo. And the rest of the core of NRG, it's tough to live through this Kog'Maw that's very far ahead, and then also the Corki poke on top of that too. Rightfully, we've been talking about Zach a lot in this game, Azel, but that Corki poke on top of it makes for kind of a nice comp identity.
Denethor caught out a little bit. He's got double the levels of Spica, by the way, but I don't think it's going to matter in the end, as he just gets slowly whittled down by Zumudo and Spica will take the kill.
Both Ignites being dropped, and Denethor being dropped by the Camille again. I think this is how NRG has to play the game. You can't walk into the Corki Kog'Maw. You got to go play through your stud in Zamudo. Good find against Denethor, who has done a nice job of keeping the matchup in check. That's good. Aatrox has more value in the groups, which Denethor has already shown, but that was the find that NRG and Spica needs. As I think slowing this game down and trying to play to Zamudo is big, but when the dragon spawns, this is where I think things again get hard for NRG, because I feel like they've got to put Zamudo top. Or just put him away from whatever objective Winthrop's most likely to play for and try and stretch the map like that.
And I kind of like these double plays that NRG are pulling. They're just trying to find if anybody maybe overextends. They have enough damage between the two of them with Spica to be there, because Spica is straight damage on the Camille. He does have his Eclipse completed there. But we will have a setup on the bot side now from both sides. Get some preemptive vision at least with the dragon looming large. But it's still how much can get done in that time in the side lane by NRG, because we are seeing this Rabadon's very close to being completed for Zach. 3 items already is insane.
Yeah, and all those AP ratios that got buffed on the Kog'Maw just feeling even better as those items continue to truck on in.
But,
so,
like, what a moment for him, man. I know we talked about his story beforehand, but, like, it was mobility, it was other members, right? And Zach having some good, consistent performances, but this is weight on his shoulders that he will gladly lift for the story that he's been to carve himself here, to make it to this point, and to help bring Winthrop on this run.
Dude, the New York Jets wish that Zach Wilson stepped up as much as Zach Wilson have stepped up for Winthrop University. It's, I think his story is great. I really appreciate him taking the time to talk with me before the series today. Just the fact that he joined Winthrop not having a guaranteed spot on the team. He played all 4 years where he only saw some playing time, and it wasn't until senior year where he really needed to step in, and it was after a break from League. And I think that when you're competing, especially after a break, and you're not in top shape, puts a lot of pressure on you. He talked about that. He gave kudos to his staff and his ability to step up. I think he showed a lot of maturity for someone that's a graduating senior. What a moment for him to really, as Tails said in the pregame interview, someone that might be done with League after this semester of just being a graduate, not competing collegiately. To really have that moment and have that time pay off, that's such a great story. And again, he's gone from someone being like, the first few weeks of my co-stream, like, all right, can we, like, enemy teams, can we punish Zach? The rise of Nivea is there, but nothing else really. It's gone from looking for teams to punish him to him then 8 to 10 weeks later smurfing on those same mid laners that I was asking to punish him. It's been Zach getting the best of him, really showing that he can match the might of the best that we have in the league. It's been really awesome to see. Spica
trying to escape. He's just so squishy as he's able to find some distance here. The Hextech ultimate buying time, but not time enough. Baron started up by NRG as the fast play. TP coming in. They got the resources they wanted. They're going to move out.
Wilson's going to stick it on the dragon. If they track Kisno, it should be a free dragon. I think that TP from Denethor to instantly scare them off was maybe a tad unnecessary. I don't really know if NRG could stick it there. Regardless, it does guarantee the play and enables the rest of his team to continue to play fast on the map. As Wilson sticks it on the dragon, they should be able to answer this wave top that Flyminnie's getting in as they go up there. And Baron not an option. So soul point secured for Winthrop. Has been NRG chipping into the gold lead ever so slightly, but still feels like it's Winthrop in control of this game.
I'm not going to lie also, though. I mean, this team with Cloud Dragon feels really good. Like,
yes,
if Winthrop University get this Cloud Soul, yeah. But Denethor, you have a Wilson, like, oh my God, that feels great. And that's something that Winthrop University are striving for moving forward. Something to think about for NRG in terms of those next objectives. We see some movement now from NRG into the jungle as they were able to get away Wilson from his side of the red buff.
Again, NRG, Zero trying to stretch the map, get what resources they can on their double first team all-pro solo laners. At least for me. We haven't seen the official ballots yet, as I know the teams got some votes too, but I know broadcast-wise, that's where we ended up pretty unanimous in that aspect. Just trying to play those 3 lanes.
Still, gotta say, Lord Doms, I feel pretty good for mobility now on his side of things. And I think we're really going to get to those hot and heavy team fights coming forward here, but it's something that Zamudo is going to have to dictate well. And I know we've talked about it relentlessly for him, but the side lane is, at least Razvan feels like, is one of his biggest premier strengths, figuring out how to play the map. And he's really going to have to this time on the Fiora.
It is. I think a lot of the kudos to Zamudo go from how he's able to play side lanes to collapse. Really saw that in the Renekton game. This game, I want him to play side lanes to dictate the team into him. Again, I think we need to play the Fiora because of that.
Oh my god, he does so much damn damage, man!
My god.
Living artillery for your life as Zach goes dominant, and it's Winthrop University who just start up the Baron.
I mean, that damage made me want to barf, given what I just saw from the Kog'Maw.
And they're going to lose bot side. Zamudo gets flashed out by Denethor, as that's going to be a return kill, though. Mika has fallen. Emperor's Divide finally connects. 5 minutes, he finds the outplay. He goes back in. Wilson going to get shot by Sushi, and it is chaos everywhere. 3 for 4 in favor of Winthrop.
I'm going to ask the broadcast if we can get a replay around what happened with the Baron, just given that we had 2 fights split. But honestly, I think a game-saving play coming out from Phi Mini potentially, as you called it, Mazel, that Emperor's Divide finally did connect. And that Baron start, I mean, I thought that was just going to be game, but they found Zac. They were able to lock down Zac there, which we've been teasing the Kog'Maw damage is how important it was. And oh my god, the damage that came out,
much damage.
He just deleted Kizno.
Oh, that percent health damage, everything that relies on it. And then also, like you said, the buffs of the Rabadons. Oh my god, it does so much. It is disgusting. I don't know if Kizno can build enough tank items, but he did just get unending.
I'm really curious to see what happened around that Baron play. I know that Phi Mini scoreline doesn't look great. I think there were a couple plays he took that were close / well played by Winthrop. I want to say that was a big find from him there. As does have the Rocket Belt as here, so no more heal shenanigans to get out of those Emperor's Divides that we saw earlier on.
I got the big item gold shutdown too.
That was. Still though, we're a minute 15 away from this Cloud Dragon. I talked about how important this soul could be.
Impale is gone.
That's a great Rocket Belt from Kim Down, and the big cooldown baited out, as you just called out, Mazel. I just want Winthrop to play around this dragon. I think there's no use messing around with the Baron. Get Cloud Soul on your Kog'Maw, who can consistently proc Cloud Soul whenever it's off cooldown, just given how low the cooldown is for the Living Artillery and the Rockets. This was the 1v1 bot. The play top. Okay, here we go. Yeah, what did Phi Mini? What was Zac just a little bit too far up. Great find from Spica. Great. Okay, so it was Spica that was able to make it. Sushi hitting all the bullets. And then Phi Mini. Honestly, really good flash there from Phi Mini. I think if he walks out and doesn't go for Wilson, Sushi cleans him up. Really well played. If Phi Mini doesn't walk in there, I feel like that was a 10 out of 10. The fact he walked back in.
The clone also last second blocked the fourth shot from Sushi. That would have killed him outright. So that's very, very tightrope moments from both. And we see what it pays off to. A very, very even game, 33 minutes in, but the next dragon could be a decider. Winthrop University with the Cloud Soul feels so strong.
It's even on the scoreboard, but it has just felt like Winthrop's control, just given what this Kog'Maw has been able to do. Again, the fact that Spica was able to find Zac, that's the key. All eyes for me on Zac, and if NRG can find another clean engage on the Kog'Maw, Zamudo is lying in wait, not able to get any shenanigans down.
They're just going to start it. They're just going to try to burn it here. Wilson is here. He wanted the 50-50 potentially, but they're going to go for the double engage, the double pop blossom, and now Denethor is reigning supreme here. The World Ender continues to proc, and NRG, their world is crumbling. They denied the Dragon's Soul, but what did it cost, says Thanos.
I don't think Zamudo should have joined. I think Zamudo's doing the right thing. He's going to get Aatrox to go back. However, that was an expensive fight, as Zamudo will take down potentially 2 turrets, but the Baron... I thought was going to go over to Winthrop, but Winthrop actually pushing. And Zamudo do this at level 19. The sweet spot scale pretty hard as you get to the late game.
They're looking to finish the game. They just want to end the game.
20 seconds. Denethor might be dead.
Oh, I don't think they can. Dead. The death timers.
They got Zamudo to the base. Spica can't clear.
Oh, this is so close. Winthrop.
They've been to
every game they possibly can, and they want to go further. They want another 5-gamer. The Throps are out, and we're going to game 5.
What a call from Winthrop. I thought it was going to be a Baron into reset and try and use that to push it in, but they saw the chance to end there. Death timers, it was both carries still in the gray screen. What a read and find from Winthrop University. As the 2 games that we've seen dedicated split pushing from NRG, they've not been able to find the win. And Winthrop get us to the 26th out of the 27 possible games that we have for the NACL playoffs.
That Winthrop magic hits just right every time. This is the most legendary run of NACL history, it feels like. Going through the 3 seed, the 2 seed, and now bringing the 1st seed to the brink. Winthrop University, they know how to light it right at the right moment, and they're doing so right now. We will see you after a short break, and we'll see you for game number 5.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome one and all back to NACL, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we have another Game 5. Every series this season has gone the distance in the playoffs besides the one NRG best of 3. And we do it again with Winthrop at the helm, finding a hell of a comeback into this series after that game 4.
I mean, shout out to the guys. I feel like, everyone's been a lot of discussion about players and content. We've had everyone in the NACL just signing up to go the distance outside of CCG, who, a dishonorable 2-0 is what we might say at this point.
Let's be real.
Man, what a crazy series. I really feel like both teams have put good foots forward in this series. I want to give a lot of kudos. It's not going to show in the damage chart. I think Denethor and Winthrop did a fantastic job of neutralizing Zumudo in that Fiora pick in the last game. And boy, oh boy, did Zach really step up and spit out all the damage he could on that Kog'Maw.
He was spitting all right. Almost, maybe a little too much. It was like Eminem or something. But no, it's seriously a situation where like a lot of weight is on your shoulders when you pick up that Kog'Maw. The fact that he was able to get the resources he did and then utilize them is the big breaking point for me. And now it just sets NRG for a loop of what do they do for a game number 5. They felt like they had confidence picks here. They had the Fiora for Zumudo. It was supposed to be the side lane king, and now it wasn't. And you have to go back to the drawing board because this is the final game for one of these two teams.
Well, no, Nasus. I think big picks for the last game of this series. Vi has not been picked up yet. Pantheon has not been picked up yet. And Rise is the other champion I'm really looking at, as both mid laners I think very highly of when it comes to their Rise play. Scion also on the table. Gwen is there as an answer, but Trundle's off the table to try and answer. I know that's kind of being broad, but game 5, anything can happen. I think we've seen a lot of chaos in this draft, or in this series, frankly, as, that was a game where, again, what Tail said in the pregame, Winthrop, he's the victory for them. We're matching some of the might of the laning prowess of NRG and being willing to take the hands check. That was the game I really felt like Winthrop took the hands check and won against NRG. Like, even thinking back to that Flash Emperor's Divide from Phi Mini, that both Zac and Mobility React flashed out of. I think that really set the tone around whether it was Grubs or Rift Herald for how that game went for Winthrop, and that Kog'Maw damage was just too much to be dealt with. So the Fury ban away from Winthrop tells me they're going to put a little bit more priority on the Vi.
It'd be crazy to get a Vi in game number 5, the facilitation it can give you, and also just the team-wide setup that you can get with it. It will be the Rise locked in already, though, for Phi Mini.
I think very, very highly of Phi Mini's Rise. Both the Anivia and the Cassio not available to answer, but Orianna slinked her way through this draft. So I want to say, I kind of assumed that Zach's going to go Orianna. We could just have Vi Orianna here as an opener. It's not that bad. Bot lane, we'll see if any picks want to be prioritized. But Orianna will be picked up now as they try and hide some of the other picks in draft. And yeah, I kind of would be surprised if they gave up Rise Vi.
I just wonder what kind of picks you feel confident in. Besides that, I guess in a lot of ways, we'll see what the picks are going to be though, as the Xin Zhao was still open. So it could just be a game 5 trade of Vi Xin.
I like. Okay, I kind of forgot about Xin Zhao. I'm gonna be real. Xin Zhao plus Orianna, definitely a ball delivery system that I've seen in game 1s of LCS. So yeah.
Because it's usually in at least like games 1s or 2s, not typically
usually
all the way in game number 5s. But here we are.
Usually, all right. Vi picked up. I think real chance to go Scion on 3 here for Winthrop, and I think we're gonna have Rumble and then Scion or Ornn coming in. Denethor technically has 3 picks where he can wait. Just with Galio, Cassante, Ornn, and Scion all being available. That said, this was, unironically, they played Galio, Orianna into Rise Rumble game 1 yesterday. And Denethor, it was a loss. Denethor, I felt bad for him. He took Grasp on accident in the matchup, as it's always Aftershock. I guarantee you he's going to take Aftershock this time. But what a topside available for game 5, quite frankly. As I think we have seen some unique picks throughout the series, but really speaks to some of these high priority champions being left over. That said, bot lane will be very, very narrowed up in terms of what's playable. As Poppy taken away for Spica. thinking of Nami pairings right now, Lennon. I think a lot of the Nami pairings are kind of gone. Xayah taken away, trying to deny Xayah Rakan. I gotta be honest, I would have rather banned Rakan there, just given the performance that Kim Down had on the champion yesterday and the fact that Poppy is already taken off the board.
It's an interesting place to be in as well. It's so, in a game 5 Fearless, we have so many champions taken off the board. I mean, 50 total are going to be banned away at the end of this phase is just insane. And we do see the Smolder as a final ban, just taking away maybe some of that scaling that NRG would want to go to. I gotta say, Zamudo Rumble in game 5 is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, it is. I like the Jinx ban. I don't think there are great Aphelios pairings. So, because that's another comfort pick for mobility.
All right, it's going to be the Rakan. It's been teased all series long with at least a couple bans going that way, but it will be locked in for a game 5 for Kim Down.
Again, I think I would have preferred to see the Rakan ban over the Xayah ban, just given that Rakan has some good piggybackers in here and Kim Down plays it really well. So, I think you can find some malleable pairings with Rakan as well. So,
Tristana. That's an old classic for Sushi. I remember when he was subbing in for Doublelift, and Doublelift was playing a heck ton of great Tristana. He played Tristana in one of the games he came in on, and it didn't even look like they skipped a beat. This is a hyper carry.
I mean, kind of tough to get through the early game. A lot of scaling, though, and safety. I think Tristana is one of the safest late-game carries there is. The key is just getting there, and I don't think Nidalee helps with that. A big early-game focus.
Spica new classic.
It is. It's going to be Echoes and heal with an attack speed steroid. Double attack speed steroid on Tristana, for me, feels a little bit like overkill. But the Vi and the Rise will be good setup for the Nidalee. I don't love this pairing. This is kind of a weird lane, and frankly, I'm thinking Aphelios is okay here in a way for mobility. Yeah, just to try and bully as much as possible. I know
this
it's
is
comfort
the Speechy special at this point, though, I gotta say.
It is. It's an old school term. Old school one, definitely comfortable. I really feel like NRG needs to win this early game. I know that Rumble can get back into the game later on in this matchup, but
Rise is insane too.
Yeah, I just think that the zoning from the Orianna, Aphelios, and then Rakan plus Sin Engage is really solid for a pretty squishy team. I think Winthrop's been really making waves and profiting in terms of playing hard in these mid games, and I think this is a comp where they can really do so, and definitely more comfort for me showing for Winthrop. Again, I just think that the Tristana Nidalee lane is kind of a hodgepodge. Of course, it's game 5. I prefer Tristana with either a way to cheat out of the early game or a little bit more peel. I don't think... I know Nidalee can do a lot of damage, but I don't think it gives you either. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we've also gotten to the point, I know we were talking about them way ago, it feels like, but I was calling at the beginning of this day saying there's going to be a point where both ADCs put the team on their back does, and they're going to try to do so here. We've got 2 hyper carries. We've got 2 ADCs that can absolutely change the game with one series of plays if the game goes long. This series has been long, and almost every series of the NACL Spring Playoffs has been long, but we love it and we live for it. It's Winthrop University on their Cinderella run in the lower bracket versus NRG, trying to make it known that they are still a dominant force. Game 5 starts now.
And again, Winthrop's run, they've beaten the 3 seed in Maryville, the 2 seed in Supernova, and now the 1 seed, all in game 5s. In the last 2 weeks of NACL, they've played 18 games. They played a double round robin, best of 1 LCS split in the last 2 weeks of NACL, the games we've seen out of them. And that's not even CLOL as well, where they're waiting for Maryville in the finals here on Saturday as well, which will be on twitch.tv/LCS in the morning before the LCS playoff games. So we'll see if Winthrop, again, quoting Denethor, the adrenaline plus comfort. We'll see if they can find that comfort in Game 5 against NRG that wants to make sure they move on as the favorites.
Let's see how this early pathing goes. Maybe the most standard early game we're probably going to see out of the series itself. We'll see if it continues to be the case here, though, with nothing too crazy across the board. I do like the Halo Blades vibe for that instantaneous damage it feels like there, but both junglers will be pathing down to this very tension-heavy bot lane.
Advantage early on is going to be for the Nidalee, as Nidalee poke is going to push Winthrop back. But again, I really feel like with Aphelios, if I'm Winthrop, I'm looking for the blue-purple timer to try and attack this bot lane. I really feel like a play like that is there for Winthrop. If Mobility can rotate out his guns at the right time, usually comes around level 4, which is when Wilson's going to be down there. If they can find blue-purple, I feel like the Tristana and Nidalee, I know they have some escapability in their kits, but blue-purple lockdown's really tough to deal with in a lot of scenarios. So I would love to see if Winthrop's able to find that, start to get Mobility ahead, and try and push this Tristana around early on.
Be nice to get some kind of advantage down there. I think both junglers leaning that way is going to lead to that potentially. I do want to see as much roaming as possible from Spica and kind of linking up with Kisno, because I do feel like they have a lot of burst damage when together. Nice little heal gank towards mid onto 5 Mini is going to feel pretty good, as he was able to get out of that lane, and we got a little cheese back from Sushi as he picks up the call.
Like that from Sushi. Again, still feel like on this, the next bounce from NRG, if blue-purple can come in, it can be big. That said, Kisno, Master Clear from the Vi, is going to be able to get that crab first. The priority crab on the bot side will hit that blue plant, get some vision, and no look on the bot side. We'll say Mobility is on a ward, so I think they can mess with his base here. Came down
close.
once to try and block it. A little bit late from Spica. That wasn't a ward, it was a trap too. My bad. But good try from Spica to try and mess with the tempo there. A little bit of a better base item-wise for Mobility. We'll see if they can get the wave in. I don't think they can. And again, it's really looking for them to try and cash in on the blue-purple timer bot. I think that's where I'd start the game here from Winthrop's perspective.
Pretty reserved early game here, much different than the other games in a lot of regards, and I think that just goes to speak to the weight on everybody's shoulders, it feels like, in this series. I mean, you gotta remember, this is the first best of 5 for NRG, and they are being brought the distance at this point, but we have some comfort picks for them as well. I know we always laud Zamudo's Rumble. It's gonna to have major impact in this game as well.
Vi Rise, good setup for the Rumble. Gonna be the look, is speaking of looks, Spica able to walk out. Again, Empowered Rune Prison, but Zac with the move speed will eat the damage, but will not go down. So, gonna be a little bit of mid-priority for 5 Mini, as that wave's very much in his favor. Gonna opt to try and get this wave in, as Zac's gonna have to base the TP back. Positive look early on for Spica. And again, blue-purple, this is kind of the base Aphelios timer that you look to try and have bot visits on. We've seen quite a bit of Aphelios in the LPL, and a majority of games, I see blue-purple try and be used by teams to try and find a setup. I really feel like you can get Tristana and Nidalee, try and take them down. But a little bit late on the play from Wilson, and he has skipped over the Krugs to try and get a little bit more river control as they try and fight over the crab that does grant 6, and he is actually going to base.
Oh, okay. Dragon is up again. The last couple of games, we have not seen a very heavy prevalence to taking the early dragons. Usually both objectives are up at the same time. We're seeing trades. Don't know if we're going to get a difference in that this time around, as both junglers coming back towards bot side. You just had the base be pulled off by Wilson.
Idea here is that with the base and then the smite on this camp, you can have upgraded smite, which he does have, for this Gromp spawn. That said, Kisno has it as well. As Kisno is wrapping
back around,
he's got the drop on Winthrop.
Does indeed. Needs to be careful, though.
Mobility's
The combo
gotta be
Wilson
careful.
Kim down can do work. They have push in mid, so 5 Mini could come over first.
Good quick by Mobility. Again, Kisno is hiding. No one sees Kisno. I think they're going to try and get him in transition here.
He could be looking for it, though. Spica gets engaged on.
That's
Now
blue
Kisno
purple.
shows himself. Immediate retreat coming out from Winthrop, but a really nice flash from mobility back towards Wilson. Wilson trying to go back in with the audacious charge. Goes for the big crescent guard play. Tries to get the damage down on Kisno. Kisno still getting pretty tanky here as they go back in, and it's not tanky enough. Couple more autos. It's going to be first blood going to mobility. He's got the carry pants on, and he's carrying it right now for Winthrop University. First blood and a big play from the Eagles in bot lane.
Flash from Kisno tried to be used to set up the initial play, but it was Wilson's flash with level 6 and the Crescent Guard that made that play work. Love the focus on the flashless Kisno to make sure that he fell as they got him first.
That's just level advantage.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think it's that and then the blue-purple setup again. I think it's really difficult to deal with blue-purple guns as Tristana plus Nidalee. Just really nothing that's there to slow down the play. It was played off and really nicely by Kim Down, and of course this Rakan comfort pick for him. Yeah, not good value here from Wilson. I know the Wind Become Lightning misses, but the R Flash finds everyone, isolates Kisno, who again was flashless, pushes him further back. Mobility does a nice job of rotating out his guns from blue-purple to green-yellow. Really good setup here. Gets first blood for himself, so good start for mobility. As we'll see, with him going for the fleet of footwork, it tells me this might be a Stormrazor's Aphelios, so trying to stack up some bonus move speed to maybe buy some time or clear the gap against a Vi Rise Rumble comp that's really going to be trying to attack Aphelios.
Still seeing heavy trades on bot lane. I think that's going to continue to be the case as well. Both junglers pathing back down towards this way. And it has not been about the objectives. It has been about the fights. Some extra vision being laid down now by Winthrop's bot lane, though. And they are going to move over here. I will say Wilson's going to get spotted on the ward, though, behind the Dragon Pit.
So this 3v3, I'm going to favor the Aphelios still. In this scenario, I just think Aphelios is stronger. That said, red, purple are not good guns to be on. So that is an anti-gun synergy that you
Zach just throwing the shockwave. You know,
I try to avoid, or would advise players to avoid. But honestly, one of the calmer games that one of the calmer games we've had so far, Mazel.
Yeah,
frankly,
yeah. But honestly, it's what I expect. Like, there's a lot more reservation in a game 5 when your entire season is on the line that I'd say building up to that moment. So you know how much this means to both sides, the work they put into the season, especially, you know, NRG having been the first seed coming into playoffs and finding themselves here with only one fight to give. As we do see NRG take that dragon, we will start the escapades of these neutral objectives.
See if Grubs ends up being fought over. Zamudo so far starting to open up a little bit of lead. Does have an overheat. Not sure if Denethor is Aftershock available or not. As Wilson will get spotted out by a control board. No Grubs have been secured yet. I do think, obviously with top lane being 50% health on each player, I think Wilson missed out on an opportunity there to snag one Grub before helping out. If he has to smite one, it might be the other two going over to Kisno.
He's going to just take the fight. It's going to be smote away by Kisno, and he just takes the exit.
No smite Wilson. At least going to get one here. We'll see if Kisno gets back in. Kisno doesn't have a second smite available, so 2-1 split. Split's okay. Really, 3 Grubs is dastardly. I think if you split it, it's kind of null.
It's better.
Game, so, yeah.
Still don't mind the extra siege power there for Winthrop University, as we will get the split, as you were saying, 2-1. And now we move back into the map in a very tense state that is yet to explode just yet. The big advantage already being that kill down to mobility, but the advantage is very, very small there for now. But this is also the state of the game where Kisno can be a little bit more proactive. He's moving around with Spica. Wilson can also be there to respond, as Wilson is responding to clearing the wave in the top side, and we'll take his back. It is giving room for Kisno and co. to steal away some of his camps.
And a potential play is Wilson, of course, stuck around. Mini has push. He's coming down as they're going to try and form N-bot.
I like this. If they can potentially get the damage down from Mini. Kim Down He is holding the line here. TP going in, and now they've split the play.
Cancel.
Sushi gonna have to buster shot his way out. Shockwave delivery system not gonna hit, and now Sushi can. As a big spear connects onto Kim down, but Spica forced to run away. He's gonna get the movement speed from moving through the bush. Wind becomes lightning. Wilson trying to strike the cat 2 times with that lightning. Not gonna find the continuation with the charge, and it's Winthrop University with a denial of the play on bot lane.
I appreciate the TP from Zach. I think that was necessary to try and defend a play in which you can find a pretty guaranteed play between Vi and Rise. One they're going to still try and find. Kizno's sticking around. Roll mobility. That was close. He snuffs it out, though. Again, cease and assist into a max range into the spear. Can be quite deadly. But I really want to give kudos to Zach. I feel like that was an appropriate TP. One necessary to try and neutralize the play. And they went out in the end, getting both sums off of Sushi, as he had to flash away from the Shockwave combo.
Yeah, that would have been a tough place to be, as he did get that Echoes completion there for Spica. Gonna have that one at least, and the Yuntals completed for Sushi, so we truly are going hyper carry style. And these first item spikes doesn't feel like it shakes up the map meta for now.
No, I feel like as this game goes on, I'm going to favor Winthrop a little bit. I find their comp to be a little bit more straightforward with an Orianna and a Felios too. I know Tristana can be that big late game hyper carry. I just don't think that Nidalee gives you any value as this game goes late. I think Nidalee value needs to be found now with a Vi Rise. So it is a 1k gold lead so far for NRG, and the swap came in. So they actually put Zamudo in the side lane. Denethor doesn't have any armor going up against Sushi. I do like this. Sushi, at this point of the game, into the Aphelios, does struggle, I'd say, a wee bit. I'd give favor to the Aphelios. Nidalee's kind of there to neutralize the lane phase / help out Tristana, which we do see so far. But I think the swap, it's kind of scary from ability to be solo into the Rumble, whereas Tristana can be solo into the Gallios. So Winthrop forced to switch things up a little bit as they put the Orianna into the Tristana. A little bit of a better matchup there for Winthrop. And they burned the DP. Or am I blind?
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, I saw something flash across my screen. It's game 5. Things are getting late, you know?
The thing I want to point out, though, is there is a little bit of an annoyance for Winthrop University. It's some of the deep vision that Spica has been playing with, which I really appreciate. I obviously don't know if it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things, but keeping pressure on Winthrop University and keeping information is extremely important for how NRG want to play this game. He makes it out. He's fine.
I do feel like, again, at this point, like the top side for NRG, I think they can make plays. This is a point of the game where I feel like they can get active, they can do stuff. But they might be being had on Zamudo right now. Cautious flash, very respectful. The one that I like, he preserves his health bar as Dragon is up. So I know that looks like a very cautious flash, but the fact that he didn't get chunked out there still enables them to try and play this Dragon as Winthrop trying to group up as 5, and we might have our first big fight of the game.
It's a precarious position that they're actually going to try to collapse over onto Denethor. So that's the focus right now for NRG. If we can go down there and see what they're doing right now, they don't actually get him, and now he can join the fight if the fight kicks off here, but the Dragon's already going to be gone. They're going to try to get in there. The Realm Orb's coming through, but is anybody going to take it? It was 3-man, but here comes the heroic entrance. You just went into the blender, NRG! I just saw an obliteration at the hands of Winthrop University, and it was delivered by 5 Mini.
Sushi has to run for the hills. He's in between 2 turrets. That call for NRG, it just wasn't there. You're porting onto a Galio team. You're porting onto a Galio. It's so easy for Denethor to press R, press W, and it's a pretty squishy team for NRG. I just don't feel like that was there whatsoever. I think the trigger for that was that Shockwave was down. I think that's the difference in why NRG thought they might have been able to find something. But that play wasn't there, and that's a pretty nice lead now for Winthrop with all the gold being in that stud marksman mobility, who for me, the big story for him this split has been how much more consistent mobility has been converting leads into victories. I think in the past, I remember talking to Slew University on their CLOL run. Those guys were saying, they were joking, saying, if mobility gets a lead, it's fine. We're not worried. We feel like we can find wins even if he gets a lead. I do not feel that way this year. If mobility has a lead, He's been so much better at shutting the door on teams. And Aphelios is one of his most comfortable champions. So I want to see if Mobility can deliver this game.
And these are the moments that you lock in. These are the moments that he lives for. He said it before. There is just that moment, you know, you have the confidence play and you can find it. Thinking back all the way to when he was subbing on EG Challengers, and the journey he's been on since then has been huge. As we see another journey in the bot lane and the shockwave into the darkness for Kizno taking down Zach.
Good play. Again, Vi Rise, really good combo. This combo in Big Four regions at one point was 16 and 4. Split 1. I really like how they can play off each other. Just going to continue. We jumped in red-white.
Mobility. He has red-white, but he ain't looking for that fight. He's going down. It's going to be a rebuttal, though. Both ADCs falling shortly after one another.
Sushi was able to get the shutdown, though, so I'd say a little bit of a benefit for him. And a clutch heal from Spica with the Echoes. That was a really fat heal at this point of the game that did come in for Sushi. So that all-in was able to convert, and while all this has been going on, Zamudo has been free farming. He had that lane to himself as Zach went down and Denethor TP to try and help, but not in time. So Zamudo got a lot of gold off that play.
It's got about a 1.4k individual lead, and we'll see Winthrop take a turret in response to the top lane turret that they did lose. They'll be evening the gold score right back up, and we are cresting over into our second items here shortly. We're going to take a look back at that play.
I think the heal from Spica was really clutch, and the fact that the spear
Look
hit
at
too.
That heal, man.
Yeah,
insane.
Fat heal, the spear hit that buffs up the Echoes, and I'm sure that he's got probably 3 points in the queue, and then maybe maxing heal from there, so then 4 point C. Pretty clutch. The fact that Spica was able to make sure his AD stayed alive, because that is a shutdown going over to Sushi. And with the double attack speed steroids on the Tristana, I like the fact that he's going Yuntals into IE. I think that's going to be the build. Mobility's doing the same, but Tristana going to have a lot more attack speed than the Aphelios, whereas Aphelios with the guns, of course, they augment Aphelios in all sorts of ways, and overall, range advantage on Tristana until things get late.
Let's see how many lates we need to add onto that. Another turret does fall here on the side lane. NRG taking their second, which is going to feel pretty good. And again, I just look at some of the information here, some of the safe plays that are available to them. They were getting collapsed on the potential move from Kim down, but they're not going to go for that. And about a minute away for a dragon. It's not the end-all be-all dragon here, but it's the first of the Infernal Dragons on our way to an Infernal Soul for Game 5. Oh, does Zach just die to the burn? The shield is there. It's close.
Gets the wave too. Okay. That was close, though. Nice try, Zamudo.
T and Leandri's hits hard.
Yeah, who would have thunk, you know?
Who would have thunk?
Rumble up 1.4k gold, hits hard. Play? He's the focus, though.
They're going to get him. I mean, they absolutely just surrounded
him. He's giving himself
up. It's a little bit late, but Zamudo is just going to try to fight back into Wilson and die for naught. Wilson goes on a killing spree in Game 5 for Winthrop.
I do like how they're trying to attack the Rumble. My way that I always like to play in a Rumble, I like to side lane into him. You know, he's so big in the 5v5, but he is a champion that's abusable. If you're able to set him behind, he doesn't really deal well in those skirmishes. You can overwhelm him. Like that a lot from Wilson. Opens up the opportunity to drop the Herald top. Gonna funnel some gold into Zach, who is up there. Try and take that first turret.
Untouched tower, by the way.
Second turret, yeah, untouched, but Rift Herald plus that should help. Isno's lying in wait. Again, I think the focus for NRG, trying to look at Zach with the Vi Rise and having Vi Rise play off each other, I do think that's the right way for them to play this mid-game, but I'm a little bit concerned, because again, I think that overall, the big picture scaling of this game, part of the difference for me kind of comes down to support. Because, not a real Enchantress support, even though we're building Enchantress items, so the value of the Nidalee really just becomes a heal bot and scouts for W later on. You're not doing any real damage. And I think the ease of execution for the Orianna, the Galio, the Rakan, with Aphelios for mobility, this comp just looks like more comfort and makes more sense for me looking at Winthrop, even with a very familiar top side we're seeing for NRG. I just feel like the hodgepodge bot lane, we'll see. It's comfort for Sushi too, and Sushi has had some big moments on the Tristana, but I just don't trust what Nidalee is going to provide later on to give a scaling advantage for NRG, even in spite of seeing a Tristana on the team.
All right, we'll keep that in mind as we move forward into this one. see if Spica can bring it over the line with his, at this point, I guess, patented Nidalee support pick. But still, you got to think of how much pressure is on these teams. I mean, this is so tense. It is a very dead even game, probably the most even game we've had of this series so far. And one of these teams is going to be walking away the loser. One of these teams' season is going to be done, and the other will continue their lower bracket run. You have Winthrop University setting up on the map, going for the charm play, and Spica, he's getting low. He goes for the pounce, but he gets 3 talent strike right after, and that's a huge pickup.
Ability for Zin's out of brute force is there. Wilson's very fed in this game as well, as he was able to sneak in a Hex Drinker before. Oh, good escape from Sushi. Some creativity there from Zach to rocket belt in and try and catch Tristana in the jump, but Sushi doesn't jump towards the Shockwave, able to get around. That's worth dropping a creep for. So a decent look on the pursuit for Winthrop, but again, this game 5, I'd say, continues to remain pretty tense.
The good thing for Zach is the cooldown pretty short. It's already 1/3 of the way done. We'll see if he has it up for that next tussle, which isn't going to be for a little while. I mean, neither of these teams is going to threaten a game-warping fight around the Baron right now, it feels like. We are just going to get our standard setup in the mid lane for now, trying to see if these hyper carries can get to the land of promise here with 3 items in. Both have 2 completed now. It's double damage for mobility, by the way.
Wilson is the one now that has the lead. And frankly, again, the ability for Zin's out of force. If you are ahead, which he is, I think the Hex Drinker coming in is interesting, because I would usually expect the Sterax to have some tenacity, which I think is still kind of important. But the tenacity is only really going to be used for the Empowered Rune Prison. He's not the target for it. So I kind of like the adaptation to go for the Hex Drinker and Maw. I mean, again, Zin is... If you're just able to get ahead in the game, walk forward and brawl, that's where Zin's at his best and his happiest. That is the exact scenario that we have right now.
Thankfully, he did kind of dissuade NRG.
I want to say Kisno failed his Q over that wall. It would have found Kim down, and I think it would have walked out. But honestly, it might have been best for Kisno, because I think the response could have been there. Denethor does have a TP available. He is a little bit behind the curve of this game, but of course playing the support of Galio.
They're hunting. They're hunting. They want Zach. They can both go over the wall, the pounce, the vault breaker. They're going to try to get him. Cease and desist is available. Zach, you got to try to get out of here. Goes for the preemptive flash, but the equalizer comes down on top of him. The sombrero shockwave with the double grand entrance. Kim down over the top rope. Slam it, super blam it onto NRG. And now he's going to chase him down. The knock up on the Spica. He's trying to get the supportal combat kill himself. And it will go through. Zach finishes the job.
They don't find Zach on the initial engage, who did his damnedest to buy the space and the shockwave to answer greater than the engage from NRG. As I just... Zach,
big pick.
That is a big pick. Mobility could flash forward, get purple gun, and still get the kill. That should clean him.
He's got the shield really nicely
That's so
done.
clutch. He's still being hunted, though. Wilson's here. Samuno has the info.
Where have we seen this before? Wind becomes lightning flash just to make sure he finishes it.
Honestly, Zamuto did buy himself 2 flashes for his team there, and that is Mobility's flash being down. He will not be, or he does spawn in time for the Dragon, does have TP available, and I think Mobility wants to base. So honestly, Dragon priority from that sequence going to be over to NRG, but a lot of gold did go over to Winthrop. This is a Dragon where I'm not sure, if Mobility stays, they might be able to hold it. I'm a little bit scared for them, though, in this sequence. I think that a TP in from Zamuto and a big equalizer at level 16 could be really clutch, and Zamuto's the one that has the big lead, so I'm looking out for him as the engage looked at.
He misses the initial vault breaker, and now he's just going to go back in with the cease and desist. Do they have enough damage?
Wilson.
He's barely out alive. He barely survives. Mobility is chasing them down, though. Sushi trying to hold them off. Winthrop University almost make the big play, but they're collapsing around the bot side.
That's Dragon. Zamuto's TPing top. They're giving that up. Soul point secured for Winthrop University. And I have to go back to that tower dive and Zach. If you would have told me at the start of the split or after week 1 that one of the biggest difference makers of Winthrop getting to top 3 would be their mid laner in Zach, I would have asked what multiverse you're from. But the way that Zach has been playing and really scaling up throughout this year, again, I think that in a league where development, maybe not the full priority, since we have an LCS slot on the line at the end of the year, but to see these players grow and to see how Zach has grown in his senior year, I think this has been one of the coolest stories for me with Winthrop, and how the supporting cast of this team has really stepped up to play around players that have proven themselves in both collegiate and NACL, and Denethor Mobility and Kim Down. It has been Zach and Wilson. And these two guys are the ones that are making the difference in this Game 5 against the 1 seed, as Winthrop tries to take down the top 3 seeds of playoffs.
Zabuto's just dead! Wilson goes dominant. Winthrop University look to take down NRG. The Moonlight Vigil will be flashed out of. Kim Down tries to find a secondary engage on Atsushi, but Winthrop, they are strong
that should be
together.
They should
the Eagles are soaring. And do you feel it, man? The Throps are out and thriving, Cubby.
Again, I just felt like this draft was a bit more cohesive, as the Trist Nid I don't think is exactly what the Rumble Vi Rise needs. And the ability for Wilson, who has gotten ahead, to force his will upon this game has been the big difference maker. Is again him and Zach the ones making the big plays to get all of Winthrop a 2.5K gold lead. And for me, decisive control right now of this Game 5. A lot of standing gold up for Winthrop as they knock down the last outer and have all the inners to go. As Mobility continues to get more gold on his shoulders, he has an LDR in his inventory now too.
Dude, he's massive.
And things just keep on pointing towards Winthrop's way, as they are favored in this game state against our 1 seed in Game 5.
First best of 5 for NRG. Push the distance, now on the edge. Winthrop University, they've been here time and time again, as we take a look at that precision play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Such a clutch save from Kim Down that did buy the time for Zach to hit the shockwave, and then the chase there too. Again, Kimmy's Rakan, I think, really secured him the MVP yesterday in their performance. And to have it step up like that again today on the big find. Again, I was asking for the Rakan ban instead of Zaya for a reason. I have some respect on Kim Down's Rakan. You got Galio and Zinzao already showing in draft. That is a really good piggybackers for Rakan to get in the mix. And now, I mean, just play 2 lanes. They took the top inner. Now just play a narrow 4-1 setup. Zumito's going to see what he can find elsewhere, and that's going to enable Wilson to force, as they do see that rumble top. So inner falls, going to keep the siege going. Denethor also going to knock down this bot inner, and we'll see when Zumuto wants to hit B.
See if he does. Maybe he wants to go for an init, but they're going to be losing so much for this. Winthrop are just putting the gas here into Game 5. This team that has showed the most grit out of any team in the NACL. They have played every series in the playoffs to its fullest. A massive amount of games here for them, as we are at 18 games played in the last 2 weeks, and it might just be it. They find the big pick on the 5-minute. Sushi's down. Moonlight Vigil hits the back, and everything goes shadows for NRG. Winthrop University have done the damnedest thing. Their best performance ever in the NACL, and one of the greatest stories ever told in the history of this league. The hype is earned, and Winthrop University, they're pushing up to top 3.
Taking down the top 3 seeds in NACL to make it the 4th, 5th, and 6th seed left. Winthrop University, 26 out of the 27 possible games have been played in playoffs. Winthrop's played the majority of them. They keep on moving on and keep this run alive as the hot hand. Adrenaline plus comfort. Denethor said it, and these guys are playing their best league when it matters most.
The story writes itself, man. Coming back Game 4, Zach's Cogbot. Game 5, the Aphelios for Mobility. My God, do they know how to show up when showing up matters most? And I just can't help but praise the system, the organization, the help from the coaches that every one of these players has talked about. The back end supports the execution on the day, and we have just seen hype moment after hype moment from the Eagles, and it's been incredible.
This is crazy. This is getting up there into one of the craziest playoffs that I covered. We were talking in one of the breaks about 21 proving grounds, where Noorg won, and that EGP team that had Danny and Surdy took top 6 with Tomio as well. I can't think of a playoff where it's gone more topsy-turvy. I mean, we have started with 6 teams. We have 3 teams left, and it's the 4th, 5th, and 6th seed, thanks to Winthrop.
That's just so crazy to think about when the regular season seemed so defined going into those last couple weeks. And here we are a couple weeks later with Winthrop University making the Cinderella run. And we just have to take a moment to maybe commiserate with NRG, because this is a team that gave us some of the funnest and highest highs in the regular season, earning that first place, but they have not been able to put it together in the playoffs, and Winthrop has.
They were not. CCG had their number, and I think that this game too, again, Winthrop had their number. I felt like this draft for me a little bit more cohesive again. It is game 5. Hodgepodge bot lane just didn't work out with Tristana and the Nidalee, and the ability for Xin Zhao to force with the backup that he had that game. Wilson ran that game from start to finish, and I got to say, I think that one did earn him the MVP for Winthrop's win on the day. And that's the other impressive thing for me, is if you would have told me that Winthrop end up finding wins against Maryville, NRG, and Supernova, I would have expected for it to mostly be a Denethor, a mobility MVP. I believe the Maryville series was a mobility MVP, but it was a Kim Down and a Wilson MVP for the series yesterday and today. Their ability to, again, have these role players continue to step up and be studs within this team, it's been a real pleasure to watch the way that Winthrop has played and come together as 5. And for me, I mean, we'll see them next week in NACL, but before LCS playoff starts on Saturday, tune in early to twitch.tv/LCS to see if these guys can take down Maryville and to see if we get another series from Winthrop that goes to 5.
Dude, they're going to be playing so many games this week. It's actually insane. But that is also something that has buffed them in the past. We talked about Winthrop's run last spring as well. And while they've never made it this far, the magic was, I guess, foreshadowed too during that split. But Wilson, a very, very deserved MVP, and especially fighting Kisno for every breath of it. That weird jungle setup we had in the last game where they were clearing each other's jungle. I think it's all those kinds of things that make a holistic performance from a guy that has been around the scene for a while, but seems to be making a break in it.
I remember past splits where Trickster was good with Taco Gaming, but I think ever since, Wilson stepped into Winthrop, it didn't feel like he's had the same sauce since some of those splits in 21, where I think he was making some waves in Tier 3, but for him to take top 3 in Tier 2 and, again, really prove his might, prove his worth, he didn't forget about the Xin Zhao, unlike me, going into the Game 5 draft. I was spending my time talking about Pantheon Vi. Pantheon had no presence in this the series today, which I find to be kind of shocking. But again, Xin Zhao, you empower them. They weren't able to find the Enchantress, but they were able to find that Orianna. Galio over the top 2. That's a pretty cohesive composition for me, and one that Winthrop played very, very well in what was a pretty tense Game 5, but one that was played cleanly by Winthrop.
The ups and downs of this series, I feel like we literally had everything we could ask for in terms of getting to see the spotlights on the players that we put them on, right? Getting to see Zach's huge Game 4, as well as the continued performances we saw from him. That crazy sombrero combo with him and Kim down in bot lane. There are so many moments here that will live on for both these two teams. And while it's sad on one side for NRG to be bowing out, it is still, and I'll hold to it, one of the greatest stories we've ever had in Tier 2 and NA to watch Winthrop do this.
I sincerely think so. I sincerely agree with that. Again, I think that these have been some of the craziest playoffs that I've ever seen. Yeah. You've got 26 out of 27 possible games played, and the 4, 5, and 6 seeds are the teams standing. Just ballistic. So excited for the series tomorrow. I've got conviction in a 3-1 over CCG that I'll tease now. So I don't have it going the distance, but honestly, I'm probably pretty stupid to not predict anything not going the distance.
I switched. I said I was wrong 3 times in a row. And this time I was like, no, I'm going to switch. I'm going to go Eagles side, and it worked out. So I'm going to be riding it all the way through at this point. You gotta keep it going. But I do hear that we have our interview ready to go, and it is going to be with the Rakan GOAT himself, Kim Down. So I'm going to bid you adieu, Cubby, and I'm going to go talk to our man here. A very hype win. You got your Rakan game number 5. You had the clutch play on bot lane against Zach. What goes into a draft like that for you guys, and were you feeling comfortable going into game 5?
I think every game, our team and our staff, during the break, we were like talking about the draft and like what's like the best draft for our team, and everyone like stepped up and talked about it, and I think that's how we ended up with our Game 5 draft. And then I think we highly prioritized Rakan because I think the champion is pretty broken in Game 5. I think we got the Rakan, and I think we made it work.
All right, then I gotta say it did work. How has the run been? I mean, it's not done. You're not even close to being done yet. You have a little bit of a reprieve here moving forward. Do you feel like this run is one of the greatest you've ever been a part of? Do you have that kind of moment in the games or in the post games where you're just saying that this is a crazy ride?
I think we have been playing 5 games every time we played on playoff, and it's been like the adrenaline and like the hype that we get when we are ending the game at Game 5. It's like too much for me. I'm trying to calm down right now.
I want to ask you personally though, because we've had some track record together. We've gotten to talk to you before, especially on your time on Team Liquid. Would there be any words of wisdom or things that you would say to your old self, or things that you've maybe felt like you've grown in a lot since your previous times?
Yeah, definitely. I think back then I was more of a like let's not lose mindset, but I think like going through last year and like this year playing with Winthrop, I think I'm more of a like let's win of a mindset. So I think that's like a pretty big difference from back then and now.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's a good flip of the switch there. What's it like playing in those high tense moments with mobility, man? I feel like it's got to get crazy. I mean, you guys had 2 hyper carries in the bot lane this time. You had Speak in Italy, Game 5. What keeps you guys in the moment? What keeps you guys kind of connected as this duo in that bot lane?
So we just thought like as long as we are comfortable with our champions, we can just like, even though like Spica was playing Italy, we can probably survive and like we'll eventually outscale them later in team fight. And I think that's how we did in Game 5, and it worked out.
I appreciate it. Was there any big lessons learned from this series that you're going to be taking forward into the rest of the playoffs? Is there anything you really feel like you can come away with? I know it's quickly after, but anything that comes to the top of your head?
I think you try to enjoy the moment that you have, like live a little, and like this kind of opportunity, you know, it's like very rare and unique. So I think you should always, even though it is stressful at certain times, but you try to enjoy it and just have fun with it, I think.
I like that a lot. Hey, you need to in these kinds of moments. Well, it's been a long 18-game streak for you guys over the last couple weeks. You get to take some rest now. I do want to ask you though, anything you want to say to the Eagles, to the fandom, to yourself, to your teammates before I let you go?
I'm very proud of my teammates. I think literally every player on our team stepped up, even our coaches, Tomo and Tails. Like, they're doing so much for the draft. Like, everyone is like in it. Everyone really wants to win and keep up the run. I'm really grateful for that. And yeah, and I want to say thank you to my friends for watching and cheering for me. And yeah, and then thank you for the interview.
Forever my goat, Kim Down. Thank you so much for the interview, and I cannot wait till the next time we get to see you guys on the Rift. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go ahead and bring back Cubby here after some wise words of wisdom from a guy we've loved to follow through his journey in Tier 2.
It's funny because I remember going back, I was in that TL tryout for Kim Down, and there was a lot of people that sat outside the tryout because they streamed it, and he didn't play the best individually in it. They were like, why did TL go Kim Down? Like, it's kind of weird, no? And someone was in there as a coach. It's like, I'm not surprised whatsoever, just because he was so vocal, really had good direction in terms of how the game should be played, needs to be played, was really good at communicating with his team. And throughout the duration of the tryout, I was listening to Core JJ, Curry Lulu versus Lucian Nami, and his ability to go play that matchup and improve throughout the few days that it happened. That's the kind of improvement you look for throughout a split. And for Kim Down, for me to kind of have a resurgence this year with his squad, I I've thought really highly of him when it was the spawn system with TLA. I think that he really benefited from a rigid spawn viewed macro and implemented that within the team. I think without that, I haven't seen Kim Down be as rigid or disciplined in terms of macro or how he's ran his teams, but see him really step up. Winthrop's had great macro, I think, throughout the tournament. And individually, we've seen him show champs that you can't give over. Like his Nico, his Rakan are champs that need to be respected as Winthrop continues to go throughout the bracket. There are a lot of great stories with Winthrop that are writing themselves because of how well the players are doing, but Kim Down, another good one on the team, and really good to see him helping lead this squad to, again, create one of the craziest brackets I think that I've ever covered in my 5+ years of casting.
I love the live in the moment note from him. I think that's so important in these kinds of moments to have fun with the moment. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Not fearing losing. Live in the moment, play to win.
Such a crucial moment.
Always an opportunity. Always an opportunity. I think that's something that can really get to players, especially young players. You don't know how long you're going to do this for. You got to cash into the opportunities that you have in front of you. And look at Winthrop cashing into the opportunities they have in front of them. An LCS regular season split has been played for Winthrop University in the playoffs. They've played 18 games in the last 2 weeks and find themselves awaiting the losers of CCG versus Conviction tomorrow in our upper bracket best of 5.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be a lot of hype. Just looking at the Winthrop names there. 3-3-3. We'll see what happens in the continuation of the lower bracket, but the story is being told, and I think focusing on that CCG versus Conviction matchup, both these teams were spiking hard in the upper bracket. It was nice to see a lot of the team play come together. That jungle matchup, that's hype.
Dardoch has just been in fuego. I really appreciate CCG put out a video of some of the team comms. I don't know if it was only 35 or CCG, but just to hear Dardoch and how he leads the team, it really feels like an inspired light. And I know that he's referenced inspired a lot and referenced the fact that CCG was lucky enough to scrim against them. And again, I felt like the last time we saw Dardoch hit the Rift, it was a 10 out of 10 day going up against NRG. So we'll see if he can do it against Conviction. Again, the team where if the nameplates are on, you see Conviction. This is a team that should be competing for the promotion tournament in summer. With a lot of they have the most, potentially more LCS experience on their team than maybe the rest of the teams we have in the league combined, frankly. Maybe outside of Dardoch, who's been a few years removed, but Dardoch had a lot of experience too. But I'm really excited for that series tomorrow. Hopefully our playoffs can continue to deliver. If it's not 5 games, I feel like we might need to find the teams at this point, because the fact we've had 26 out of 27 games played, and the bottom 3 seeds are the teams that are left standing. This has been an absolutely ballistic bracket.
It really has been. It's been a pleasure to cover it as well. That is going to do it for us here today, but there's another day of an ACL just tomorrow with that upper bracket final on the line. As Cubby, yes.
Go Spurs. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Unethical hoops must lose. I'm on the hate train. Also, Eric Korg has fully predicted this series so far on Twitter. It's the Corgi where they throw him the basketball and then he hits it with his mouth and it goes into the basket. He is 5 for 5 so far and has the Spurs winning. So I'm putting my faith in the Korg, putting my faith in the alien. Unethical hoops must lose. That's my closer.
Right. That is it for us today. Be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for some tense action between Conviction and CCG. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.